Okay. Is that on? You guys ready? Yes. Good afternoon and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. It is Wednesday, April 4th, 2012 at 4 p.m. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Member Catherine? Member Chan?
Present.
Member Costa? Member Nee?
Here.
Member Monet? Member Snyder? Member Washburn?
Here.
Member West?
Here.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Here.
Chair Johnson?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, have you heard from any of we heard from Member Snyder, who said that he has an emergency at work and will not be able to make it, but if something changes, he will attend. Have you heard, Madam Clerk, from any of the other members?
I have not heard from any of the other members.
Thank you. Is there a motion to excuse Member Snyder? Or
So move.
Second. Second.
can we do that without, I'm sorry, is there public comment on the motion to excuse Member Snyder?
Yes, hi. Unfortunately, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I'm once again before this committee. And yes, I do object to him being excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on that?
Member Chan?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye. Aye.
Chair Johnson?
No.
The motion passes.
Okay, there are a number of agenda changes that we need to address before we get started on the remainder of the agenda. So let's start with item number 5, file number 11083, Ray Hartz Jr. against the Public Library. The complainant has requested a continuance in order to work with the respondent to resolve the production and the information that he wants. So is there a motion to continue?
So moved.
Second.
Can we do that without objection? All right, seeing no objection, and just for the record, the respondent is aware of the request for continuance and does not have an objection as far as we know. So then the item 5, file number 11083, will be continued to the call of the chair as we hear from complainant. Then item number 12, I'm sorry, wait, there's more. Items number 10 and 11, that would be file number 11095 and 11096. These are both complaints filed by Arnita Bowman against the Department of Parks and Recreation. Requested that those be withdrawn. Do we need a motion for withdrawal?
I don't think so.
DC 838?
No, if the complainant is withdraws, it's off calendar.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. I didn't know because it was on the agenda, so I wanted to make sure it was all covered.
Which items were these again? please?
These are items 10 and 11.
Okay.
So file numbers 11095 and 11096 are withdrawn. Then item number 12 11097, the complainant, that this is Charles Pitts against the police department. The complainant has requested a continuance because he has to attend a trial. This is the second time that this complaint has been continued, and the last time the respondent was present and complainant requested a continuance at the last minute. So I'm wondering if the task force would like to entertain a motion to dismiss this particular complaint with the option to refile.
So move.
Second.
Is there any public comment on the motion to dismiss with the option to refile?
Yes, there is. Hi. Unfortunately, like I said, my name is Jason Grantcars, and I've been here many times before. And procedurally wise, this really sounds very, very lacking on the precautionary principle. You don't have the respondent here saying that he's objecting. I think to err on the side of right would mean for you to recalendar it again for the next thing, you know, since you don't have, like I said, the respondent objecting. You know, like I said, the precautionary principle. Not just due process to the respondents, due process to the complainants. Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I don't know whether this is the appropriate time to say it, but given that it's going to be, it's in the same jurisdiction. Item number 18, file number 12006. My complaint against the clerk of the board, I'd like to withdraw that. With the change of administrators and Ms. Osbury taking over the job, I've noticed a marked improvement in the processing of paperwork, and things are being done much more according to procedure. And I would like to then give the clerk of the board the benefit of the doubt that she will continue to work with Ms. Osbury and the task force to keep these things moving along as they are now moving, rather than the way they were for quite a while.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not the appropriate time to say it, but I didn't want to interrupt you in the middle of the withdrawal, but it's okay. It's just we're having public comment now on the motion to, we'll address that in a minute, on the motion to dismiss complaint number 11097 with the option to refile.
Yes, Peter Warfield. I think if the complainant requests a continuance and it sounds as though there's a strong reason justifying it, then it seems to me you're putting them at a disadvantage by having them refile and to go through the whole process all over again, as well as to lose their place in a complaint that presumably was filed in 2011 and is already months since the time of filing. So I think that as a courtesy to a complainant, I think that the matter should be kept unless there's some kind of a compelling reason to basically throw it out and require them to start all over at square one. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on this particular motion?
Good evening, Thomas Piccirillo. I would agree with the two previous speakers that the matter should be continued. There's been no objection by respondent. Mr. Pitts indicated to you, I believe, that he was supposed to be in a jury trial this week. That seems to me to be a legitimate excuse not to be here. As most of the task force members know, the maker of this motion and Mr. Pitts have a history. So I think that the motion should be denied and the continuance granted to Mr. Pitts. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. If I could just explain the reason why I would support such a motion. The complainants have a responsibility. If you're going to bring a complaint, you take up other people's time on the agenda. There are complaints that were not on this agenda, and the complaint was on the agenda last time And on the very last minute, it was continued at the request of the complainant, and the respondent showed up here. And we did send notification, but when you cancel the same day, it's very, very difficult to create an agenda to make it fair to there are complaints that might have been left off because we have a huge number of complaints. That's the reason why. If you are going to cancel at the last minute several times, it makes it very difficult for us to schedule, and that's the reason why. There's a responsibility when you file a complaint to take care of those kinds of things. Member Nee, did you? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion to dismiss with the option to refile?
Member Chan?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Johnson?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Madam Clerk, Member Costa is arrived.
Okay, sorry. And Member Costa?
I'll pass on that.
You can't.
I think you have to vote if you're here.
You can pass and wait till everybody else votes, but you can't
I can't abstain.
abstain.
Okay, I'll vote yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure the clerk knew that Member Manet arrived as well. Okay. Then on item number 13, this is complaint 11098. I'm sorry, that item number 12, file number 11097, is dismissed with the option to refile. So in the next item, item 13, 11098, this is we had already heard this complaint. It's Ray Hartz versus Luis Herrera and the city librarian. And it came to my attention that there was a response from the respondent that we didn't think we had received, but we did receive it. So there is no grounds for hearing it. And I do have the email where all of us received it. So I would like to entertain a motion to table this because there's no longer grounds to rehear it.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure. Are you asking to table it so that it could be brought up for a meeting in the future, or later on in today's meeting? Or?
No, we have no cause to rehear it, so I think that's the only way to get rid of it, that you would table it, and then it would not be, it's not going to be reheard. It already has an order of determination, but the reason why it was on the agenda is that the clerk had thought we didn't receive the response, but we did receive it. And in order to provide due process to everybody and make sure that all of the members had an opportunity to see the respondent's response, we were going to rehear it to make sure that everything was included. But I have the email where all of us received the response.
So the intention is to table it so that it kind of dies off by itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So move.
Second.
Okay, so can we do that without objection? I'm sorry, public comment on the motion to table this item. Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take the motion to table without objection? Seeing no objection, file number 11098 is now tabled and the original order of determination stands. Item 14, 11099. The respondent has stated that they will not appear. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? So we're not hearing it at this time, but I wanted to find out from complainant if he would like to proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity at some semblance of due process. Unfortunately, I must ask you, Chair Johnson, what it means and what are my options, because I had a case example 11081 in which an item was put aside.
Mr. Garza, I'm not doing this.
I am.
This is about
This is due process.
1109.
I want to understand the concept then. Please explain it to me in public, on the record, please.
In public and on the record, I cannot tell you what the task force will vote about the respondent not being here. That is part of the hearing.
I'm sorry, does not the ordinance say that the respondent must be here?
Yes, but the
Thank you.
consequences. Mr. Garza, do you want to proceed?
Yes, madam, I would like due process, unlike I had in case 11081 that still has not been addressed.
Mr. Garza?
Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Yes, madam.
If you want the respondents and the task force to abide by the rules, then we need you to abide by the rules as well.
Madam, the rules
So
have never been
please-
abided by the task force back in any standard of decency. I would have to
If you are
disagree.
not going to-
I'm thanking you for
if-
allowing me to put this on the tape. Yes, what is your comment?
I don't have a comment. I'm chairing a meeting, and I'm trying to make it reasonable.
So am I. Given
And
what
you
I've
are
had
not,
in the
you are
past.
not, you are not helping by continuing to talk about every other case but this one. So
I
we are
believe
trying
I
to
am
talk
when I'm
about
pointing out
this.
the facts about how the system doesn't work appropriately.
I'm going to
believe
move
I
to.
am.
I'm going to move to continue your complaint.
You're going to
if
do
you
whatever you're going to
don't-
do regardless, madam. I'm used to that.
So, Mr. Garza,
Yes, madam.
I am trying to make sure
Yes, madam.
that you understand that
Yes,
if we
madam.
move forward, that the respondent is not here. I want to make sure that that is clear and on the record.
And
that
I
you
want to make
understand
sure that I understand what that means as an informed person, an informed complainant, because as I'm pointing out, the system does not work appropriately,
All right.
given the past.
I'm making a motion to continue Mr. Garza's complaint. Is there anybody that's going to second it?
I'll second it.
The reason I'm doing this is that Mr. Garza has repeatedly, I can only focus on one complaint at a time. I cannot drag in every other complaint.
I am focused on this one particular complaint. and it's the process
Mr.
in which
Garza,
I'm
I
being
am
subjected
speaking.
to.
This is the reason why I want to continue it. I'm
Fine.
trying to have a meeting, and your
Naturally.
continuous interruption is not helping. Please step away from the mic.
No problem. Thank you.
When I tried to break down all of the different pieces of the different cases that Mr. Garza has requested, he refuses to answer many of my questions. He comes in here and makes a lot of statements that the general public takes as truth or comes up and makes comments about them. I don't want to interrupt anybody's public comment, and I don't want to disparage anybody. But for example, I tried to find out about a complaint that Mr. Garza tried to file. And when I asked who he wanted the respondents to be, his response to me was, "What do you think?" And I've received no other response. And I cannot receive response, and now I continue to receive emails complaining that I haven't responded. This is not something that we can go forward with and expect to engender respect from the people we are asking to respond to us. We have to make some kind of reasonable accommodation for the complainants to be responsible for what their allegations are. People need to be able to respond. And if you expect to be able to have people here speaking only to their item, then you should speak only to their item, only to that particular item. I understand if nobody wants to second the motion, we can move forward with it. I mean, if nobody wants, oh, you did, I'm sorry. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Would you prefer to move forward, Member Nee?
With all due respect to the chair's concerns, my inclination is to proceed with the item when we reach it and deal with it at that time. And if the complainant or the respondent do not conduct themselves appropriately, then I think we can take further action to delay or move it off agenda. But for now, I would say let's leave it and see what happens.
What is the second thing? Do you want to do that? Okay, so I'll withdraw my motion. The second agrees. And we will take it in its proper order. And then we have one last agenda change, which is item number 17. It's 12005. This is the complaint filed by Anonymous against the MTA, and we received notice from the respondent that the person, Caroline Salaya, who was going to be representing the respondent, cannot be here tonight after 5 p.m. We notified the complainant. Did you hear from the complainant, Madam Clerk?
I did not. I emailed and also called, but he has not responded.
Okay. Is the complainant present? Okay, since the complainant is not present, we haven't heard from them. Rather than continuing it now, we'll wait until it comes up on the agenda just to see if complainant or shows up. Respondent is not present. Is that? I do not see her here. Is that the case? Okay, so if respondent, we know that respondent is not. Cannot stay after 5 p.m., so that we are aware of that. If I see her come in, then we'll come back to it.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee?
I'd like to request that item number 23 be moved to or near the top of the agenda. This is a very brief item.
I don't think it'll be as brief as you think it will be.
Okay.
But maybe. Is the complainant here from 12005? Is the complainant here from file number 12005, anonymous against the MTA? No? Okay. We just want to make sure. Member Nee, would you mind if we moved that to after general public comment at 5 p.m.?
No, not at all.
Would that be? Okay. So look, we're going to move item 23 to at 5 around on or near 5 p.m. We have our general public comment, and we'll put that just after whatever time that comes. I think that's all of the agenda changes.
Chair
Is there?
Item number 18. Did you want to? Ray Hart's versus.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hartz. I completely forgot about what you said. Thank you to the clerk for reminding me. The complainant had requested that 12006 be withdrawn. Is there any public comment? I'm sorry, is there a motion to withdraw? Or we don't need it because there's a complaint. The complainant is withdrawing it. Okay. So file number 12006 is withdrawn, and item 18. Okay. Now I think we have all the agenda changes. Okay, can you please read item number 2?
Item number 2, approval of minutes from the February 28th, 2012 regular meeting.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee?
Move to continue the minutes of February 28th to the next regular meeting, or to a special meeting to our next meeting, to the task force's next meeting, special or regular.
Is there a second? Okay, seeing no second, the motion to continue dies for lack of a second. I submitted a significant number of changes to the minutes. I have a copy, but there was no, we didn't receive copies to review this evening. So I'm not sure how the task force feels about that. In an attempt to shorten the amount of time we spend discussing all of the minutes, we were going to submit them all to the clerk and then approve them as changed. But we'll have to work out some way of the members being able to review them. Vice Chair Wolf?
Just a point of order. Just if the concerns about continuing the minutes is for items in it that are very substantive, that would change events that happened in the minutes, then it would be, I would say it would be appropriate. If we're dealing with typos and whatnot that is not substantive, then I would say let's not continue them, and you can submit your typos, adjustments later, like spelling errors and double periods and missing quotation marks and stuff like that. So I think it's more appropriate to move the minutes each time. Let's have a discussion about what we have concerns about with them, and then we can move ahead with additional motions as to whether to continue the item or not. I think to start out with continuing them without any idea of what that might be about, like we've experienced right now, I think it doesn't help us to know what that issue might be. So for the sake of just process, I'm going to move the minutes. And if somebody would second them, then we can have some discussion about what are the concerns about them. If there's things that are substantial, if they're so substantial that people need more time, then it would be appropriate to continue.
I will second for purposes of discussion.
Well, some of the changes that I put in there are some of them are significant. For example, on the first page, it's page 10 of our packet. I had to add, and in several other places, Member Manet was not present when the meeting started, but came in partway through. So we went through and added where she had voted in some of the places. There were on page 2 of those minutes, and item 3, I put down that because it says approval of minutes from the November 29th special meeting, and it said Member Nee, seconded by Member Costa. However, I was listening to the audio, and it was Member West who moved to continue, who seconded the motion to continue. And I put down that members expressed concern the minutes needed more detail to be meaningful, things like that, so that we could have information about why those motions were made. And there were some typos, but I'm not going over those. Remember,
I would just say that for the substantive items that you have pointed out, if they weren't contained in the minutes for the rest of the members, and contained in today's agenda for the rest of the members to review and the members of the public to review, then right. I think it would be appropriate to continue because there's, unless you want to go through it all, I don't think that would be a little painstaking.
Right.
So I would suggest on this item then that we move to continue, and that way, for the benefit of the public and everybody else, they know why.
Okay. So the clerk would then put our changes together and put that in as the draft minutes.
Correct.
So would you like to introduce a substitute motion to continue?
No, I just moved to continue.
We have a motion on the floor, so we have to do something with it, right?
Do
you want to withdraw your motion to approve them?
I think Well, how about this? Let's move to postpone it to the next regular or special meeting.
Do you want to? There's a motion on the floor. Do you want to substitute that?
That would be an amendment.
Amend it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would amend my motion to postpone. Well, actually, it's not even an amendment. To postpone just overrides it. It's procedural. So I would just move to postpone the item to the next regular or special meeting.
Does the second accept that?
Could be any new second. It's a new motion.
Second accepts.
Well, you said you were amending it.
No, it's not really an amendment. It's a procedural, parliamentary
It's a
procedural.
substitute motion.
So you
Whatever.
Do you?
However it needs to be classified, that's the motion.
Marini, do you want to second the substitute motion?
I'll second for discussion purposes, but
to continue?
Well, that's my question: is what's the difference between a postponement and a continuance, and why is that distinction being made?
In Robert's rules, there's no such motion as a continuance. It's either table or postponed. We used continuance for the purpose of process to move hearings to as part of being quasi-judicial. We're talking about an item that is more dealing with the administration and the process of the meeting, and not necessarily within relation to a hearing item. So it's purely a Robert's Rule issue. A motion to postpone or a motion to table is a new motion, and it overrides the standing motion on the floor.
In an effort to just move this forward, our whole purpose of doing this was to try to not have a 30-minute long discussion about the minutes, which we're doing anyway. So let's just, our regular standard practice is that we make a motion to continue the minutes to the next meeting. And I don't think this is appropriate time we have a lot of stuff on the agenda, and some of us won't be here, but potentially will not be here at the next meeting. So is your motion a substitute motion to continue, or are you leaving it at postponement so that Member Nee can decide whether he wants to second it or not?
My second will remain. I mean, I'm comfortable with either term.
Okay, is there any discussion on continuing or postponing them to the next meeting? Seeing none, is there public comment?
Thomas Piccirillo. First, let me say when the members speak at the task force, they should try to speak into the microphone. Some of us are old. We have hearing loss, so we can only hear half of the discussion. Secondly, if you're going to continue the motion, you ought to let the public have access to your proposed changes prior to the night of discussion. Again, you have one copy of the minutes in a packet here for six people who are interested in looking at your agenda items. It's not that much more expensive to have 3 or 4 copies. So I urge you to have more than one copy for all the members of the public. So the members of the public can participate. That's something that you've been indicating you're interested in, getting more public participation. Well, at a threshold, you should have more than one packet for all the members of the public. Thank you.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. First of all, I support the motion to postpone, but I appreciate the members who talked about making it clearer as to what's going on and why. So I appreciate that. I want to say that both of these minutes, and let's talk then about the ones you're talking about right now, are very, 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 very non-user friendly, if you'd like to call it that. This body ought to be exemplary with regard to minutes, and instead it not only fails to provide even the most minimal information about, for example, what the discussion consisted of in a particular case. But it does not, in my opinion, even meet the legal requirements for public comment. So, for example, Ray Hartz on page 4 of the minutes, item 9, Ray Hartz, I'll read, spoke expressing concern regarding the Arts Commission's audio equipment being in compliance with Sunshine Ordinance. What was his concern? It is in compliance. It isn't in compliance. There's item 23, speakers. Peter Warfield expressed concerns regarding ethics in library commissions. What? Did I express concerns that they exist and they shouldn't? Did I express concerns about something that they did or said, or what was the concern? On page 8 of the February 28th minutes, item 23, public comment. So there's a whole range of such kind of comments that I think are grossly failing even to meet minimum requirements of your own law that you're supposed to be enforcing. It's very frustrating to see that. It's particularly important that you have full minutes, in my opinion, because you do need to refer often to precedents and to what was previously discussed, and also because you really often have neophytes coming here who also need to be able to understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I don't feel too badly about talking about this since I had 3 items on the agenda and they're all off the agenda now, so I did save you some time. I do want to comment and sort of reinforce what the prior speaker said. I think it is very, very important to set the example for all the boards and commissions, and there should be sufficient details in the minutes to make it clear exactly what the basis of decisions were or discussion were. And when public comment, I think in one of the minutes, I don't know whether it's this set or the next set, it says Ray Hartz spoke on various subjects or various concerns. And I think that's kind of meaningless. What I'm saying is that the purpose of minutes in my mind is, 1, to have a clear record of what happened, and number 2, it also serves a purpose for members of the public to look at a case, get the general gist of it, and decide then if they want to go to the hearing recording and listen to the entire case to kind of decide, what their impression of it is. And I think we've kind of backslid here a little bit from the 2 that I've looked at today. And I know that I and other members of the public have spent a lot of time getting the Library Commission to expand their minutes, and they are now doing a relatively decent job because they're, putting 10, 15 lines in when someone speaks and really summarizing what people are saying. So if we pushed them forward and gotten them to do better minutes, then that's great. Now, I don't know whether this is the part of the ongoing discussion, from my understanding, between the desire of the clerk of the board only to have action minutes, which basically, if you look at the Board of Supervisors minutes, they're meaningless. When the public makes a comment, it just says that they spoke. And it sometimes doesn't even say what they spoke about, let alone give their impression. And I tried submitting a 150-word summary, and they lost it. So, again, I strongly recommend that you keep these minutes substantive so that others, yourself included, can refer back to them.
Unfortunately, my name is Jason Grankars, and I've been here many times, and I've been accused and misrepresented and yada, yada, yada. The real reason I'm here is because sunshine really does matter to me, whether people believe it or not. And the principle of sunshine is the whole truth, not a perceived truth, not a half-truth, not the truth that we hear today, which might not be the truth tomorrow because we've not heard everything. Not that 2 and 2 is 22, but that is 4. So when all the speakers get up and talk about the minutes, I, for example, have said a lot of things, and when I've gone back and read the minutes, it said, for example, Mr. Garza got up and spoke. Well, I had a lot of issues that were pertinent, that should have been fully addressed, that should have fully come out in sunshine, that should have been the full truth, and not the glossed over, recreated, padded illusion that the ministry is very, very fond of producing in the way it speaks, in the way it conducts itself. But the outcome, the result, If sunshine could really be sunshined in this process and everything, you guys would not only not have a leg to stand on, your shame would just precede you immediately.
David Pilpel, very briefly, just wanted to encourage the task force in the future to handle the minutes and things like this towards the end of the meeting. I think it serves you better when you hear cases as close to 4 o'clock as possible. You already discussed the representative from MTA who couldn't stay past 5. I don't see any representatives of respondents in the room right now. I think it would help that process if you could hear those things as early as possible and handle task force business towards the end of the meeting. Thanks. Plus, it seems warm in the room.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. To address a couple of things, I think that the members of the public should know that if you look on our website, a lot of our minutes are draft minutes because we have been going back and forth through several chairs with the clerk's office about this idea of action minutes. I spent hours going through the minutes. I won't be here to spend hours going through the minutes. So I encourage you to submit exactly what you have said directly to the clerk's office as well as what you've said to us. Because we've had many meetings with the clerk. We don't approve them. We've put them at the beginning. We put them at the end. And the minutes are an important part of what we have to go back and look at in order to have proper meetings. And I'm not putting them at the end anymore. And it's the respondent's responsibility as a city employee or an elected official to be here. And if they don't want to do that, then they should find another job.
Question?
Is there
Question?
Is there an objection? Can we do that without objection, continue or postpone the minutes to the May 2nd meeting? Okay, seeing no objection, then those will be postponed to May 2nd, the next regularly scheduled meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item?
Item number 3, approval of minutes from the March 7, 2012 regular meeting.
Member Washburn.
I move to continue or to postpone, as the case may be. These minutes, they suffer from the same problems as the minutes from the February meeting. It's really impossible to understand what happened.
Is there a second?
Chair will second. I will second.
Good, Member Washburn. You can finish your comment.
Oh, I just wanted to say that these minutes have very little detail. They're not informative at all, and I agree with one of the speakers that we're regressing in terms of the information provided in the minutes. They're really not very useful, and I'd like to see some more detail in them.
Madam Chair?
Member Nee?
Yeah. One specific thing along the lines of what Member Washburn says is that there is no indication of start and end times for the various items. And we have agreed that those should be included in the minutes, particularly since they're action minutes. And when members of the public want to review our minutes, particularly want to review an audio recording of our meetings, they should be able to know when in the recording they can expect the item they're interested in to begin and end.
I agree. There are a number of things that I submitted changes about these minutes as well. So I would suggest that in the future when the draft minutes get posted, then we send them out to the members of the task force for changes so that those changes can be included in the agenda packet. And we won't have to do this process of continuing them. Is there any further discussion on the motion to continue? Okay, seeing none. Is there public comment on the motion to continue the March 7th
Yes,
minutes?
there is. Unfortunately, my name once again is Jason Grant Garza, and I did look over the March 7th comments, and I'm going to go ahead and reiterate what I said before. I'm very, very, very concerned about this being sunshine and not the Ministry of Sunshine. I want to know what your words mean, and if your words mean anything. For example, during this particular meeting, there was an excuse for Chair Wolf to be excused, and I very adamantly spoke as to why I did not want him to be excused, given the HIPAA expert fiasco that I'm facing and the violation of my ADA rights and everything coming to the Sunshine Task Force. So for them not to have been fully brought up, once again, is not the whole truth, not the full truth. It's 2 and 2 equaling 22, but certainly not 4, which of course is what the ministry does all the time with the truth here.
Peter Warfield, expressing, first of all, thank you for the motion and for the comments from the members. These minutes really are appalling. On item 2, let me start out by saying I support the motion to postpone these minutes, but I don't think that's enough. I think there needs to be put on the agenda item or in some way communicated very strongly some of the history of what you have just been describing. I don't think that that should be something incidental to the minutes. I think it's key to essentially a subversion of and an undermining of sunshine. At least that's the effect of what you're fighting. And I think that that needs to have some sunshine as well in whatever form you can most brightly shine sun. Item 2 doesn't even say speakers. After a motion, there's a list of people. There's a semicolon, then it says spoke in support of the motion. Presumably, all of the people previously spoke in support of the motion, but the other format has been speakers. There is such a stinginess about even the most elementary kinds of information. So, for example, on page 5 of the March 7 minutes, items 17 and 18, these were moved to be continued to the subsequent meeting, which is today, by Member Nee. There's not a peep about what the reason was. Is that because somebody thought something important happened? I think it was simply due to the late hour, and that's a little piece of information that wouldn't hurt to put that in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and the heat is on. It's kind of bizarre. It's already warm in here and the heat's running. These minutes, as far as I'm concerned, are yours. They are your business. They are the business you're conducting. You're the ones who have to review the minutes. You're the ones who have to research the minutes. I know the chair has gone through just hours and hours, if not days of time, going back and listening to the hearings because you couldn't get the information you needed out of the minutes. And having to go back and listen to hours of testimony, it was bad enough listening to it the first time without having to go back and listen to it a second or a third time. So if you keep better minutes, then hopefully a lot of the questions that might come up when writing orders of determination or other duties that you have to carry out will be much simpler on those who are tasked with those efforts. As far as the clerk of the board imposing on the task force or any city body what she believes the minutes should be, I think that is just wrong. That is interfering with your business, It is trying to tell you and micromanage how you do your business, and it should be resisted with a maximum effort. I withdrew that case earlier simply because I had noticed that my main concerns with some prior issues had been resolved, but one of the things that was not part of that case was the minutes. And I think Ms. Calvillo just needs to back off and recognize that you are the ones who own these minutes. They're for your use and the use of the public. And if you decide you need to have more extensive minutes or more detailed minutes, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think you should stick to that and just tell Ms. Calvillo to keep her nose out of your business.
Is there additional public comment on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Can we take the motion to continue these to the next meeting without objection? Seeing no objection, the minutes for March 7th are continued to the May 2nd meeting. We are very close to 5 p.m. when we take public comment. Do we want to go on to the next item, which could take a little longer than until 5 p.m., or start public comment? Is it too early? Can we do that even though it's not quite 5?
I think it's fine.
It's fine? Okay. So at this time, Madam Clerk, could you please read item number 24?
Item number 24, public comment.
As a standard practice, this is public comment at 5 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible for items not on the agenda.
Members of the task force, Ray Hart's Department of Open Government, and Director, San Francisco Open Government, can't even speak today. I want to say that in the past I've been one of the critics, and over the last year, and I think I've said it before, I've noticed a remarkable improvement in both the conduct of business and the attitude of members of the task force, and really listening to members of the public who file a complaint and really determining in cases where things were not going the way they should, making orders of determination and things that were helpful and able to be used. I know in my case, I've been able to use some of them going before the Ethics Commission and the Library Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So I appreciate the work you do. And I think that, again, there's been a lot of improvement. So I don't want to see anything going backwards, like the minutes getting worse rather than maintaining the level that they had achieved. I also would like to, see that the task force does keep moving forward, because I think, at least from my perspective, I have much more of a faith or confidence in an ability to bring a case before you guys and have you hear it, and just really, not that you agree with me every time, but the fact is that I really do feel that you listen and have a substantive argument and ultimately an outcome that is understandable, although both sides can't win. Not everybody is going to agree. So despite some of the comments that do come at you, I know that what you're doing is a difficult job, and I know that there are not only forces in the room, but outside forces that are trying to very honestly, the Board of Supervisors doesn't like the fact you found them in violation, and I think they've never done anything to support you, just like the Ethics Commission has never done anything to support you, and you're just going to have to accept that and move along, but don't give up.
Okay, once again, my name is Jason Grantgars, and I'm here before the Ministry of Sunshine. I have many things that I'd like to speak about, and the first one would be the representation made by the chair earlier about conflagrating issues and items that I have. I do have many items in front of the task force. The reference that she had made as far as writing me and asking me what I thought, and when I responded as to what she thought, was in deference to the fact that every time that I've written for responses and answers and a standard of decency, they have never been met. So I figured I would challenge it with the same type of alacrity, shall we say. Also, I have case 11181, which, you know, is another thing that I'm going back with the chair about, that was supposedly decided December 5th, and the date was issued November 29th. However, as it's signed, it's July 20th, which I'm showing. Just one of the many things that were wrong with it. And when I wrote the chair about it, she said, well, write me and tell me. And then a couple of weeks later, I got another email saying, well, you know, your case is pretty much closed. So to be honest with you, I really don't know where to proceed. But yet again, I'm sure it will be spun and twisted as the victim's problem. And, you know, the disparaging and blaming the victim for this will occur. Also, continuing along the same line, my case, 11081, has to deal with medical records. And as a poor person, the only recourse I have in this unfair rigged society is coming to Sunshine so that I can get my records, so that if I do choose to represent myself, I can go to court. Well, my HIPAA expert, Mr. Wolf's little point in it, no follow-up. The fact that Mr. Wolf was allowed humanity and medical care, I truly, truly appreciate. I wish I'd had the same opportunity. I wish I'd been afforded the same decency, the same standard, the non-follow-up. It's been 3-4 months now, and I know I'm going to be painted as the bad guy here, you know? Gosh, I wish a doctor could have told me that. Truly, I do. But I guess it doesn't matter. Thank you.
Thomas Piccarello. First, I want to thank all the task force members who are not going to seek reappointment for all their time, work, and energy. Some of you we will miss. Secondly, I was troubled by the discussion about MTA not being available after 5 o'clock. Tangentially, I guess it's related to your agenda, but everything that deals with public comment is related to your agenda. So I want to say this. You should not allow respondents to dictate what time they can appear in front of you. So if you were to get another letter from MTA saying they're not available after 5 o'clock, your response should be, no, you're on the agenda just like everybody else, and your time will be accordingly as to when the complaint was on file, not when you can appear. So that's very dangerous to allow a respondent to continue to matter because they're not available after 5 o'clock. Most complainants aren't available after 5 o'clock. They might be in jury trial. And lastly, let me say this. You know, the minutes, the problems with the minutes are self-inflicted. If you recall, there was a complaint previously against the clerk for not providing timely minutes. You and your collective wisdom denied that complaint. So now you're getting the benefits of your decision. Another alternative to the minute problem that you do have would be to push more actively for these proceedings to be televised. Then even if your minutes are as bad as they are at the present time, members of the public could then see the discussions for themselves what transpires in front of the full task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, it's once again alarming to hear about we won't be here perhaps or definitely next time. I would certainly like to ask for some clarification about that for the benefit of the public. I understand that some people are not going to be seeking reappointment. It would be helpful to clarify how many those are or perhaps who they are, and in particular what their reasons might be, and importantly, whether those folks will be eligible to serve or intending to serve beyond the time of their appointment. I've asked folks who would normally know, and that has been discussed back and forth a number of times. Legislation has been taken up on that, and it isn't clear, certainly in my mind. Certainly I appreciate and I think others do as well, the work that the task force does. It's an enormous job, and your volunteers, and you put a lot of effort in, not just in sometimes long meetings, but in reviewing material that's complex and lengthy. I think one of the things your contribution might be is to suggest ways to improve that. I think that when there's a complaint filed in plenty of time for a meeting and the response is reached promptly, that you ought to be considering getting to the members materials on a flow basis. In other words, not all the weekend before or the day or two before the meeting. I'm also very concerned about the lack of paper copies. I think you need those, and I have some other things to say, but I guess my time is up. Thanks very much. I would appreciate it. My stopwatch says 2 minutes. Was there an announcement that we're having 2 minutes of public comment?
It's 3 minutes. Yeah. I apologize, Mr. Warfeld. I that's our standard practice, so I didn't think that we had to say that it was 3 minutes.
Well, I thought it was rather short, and so I brought my own stopwatch. Will you tell me when I start again? So you've cheated the public prior to me, and I hope you will give them a chance to make it up. I requested from the administrator that at least my portion of the agenda packet be provided to me, because we'd had some discussions previously and putting it together was a little bit complex, and I wanted to see what was in and what was not in. I did not get anything, although I haven't been home, so I don't know if there was perhaps a message or some other response. But this afternoon when I came here, she said, we don't do that. And when I asked for I also wanted to discuss with her getting a set of the full agenda packet, only I didn't want 1,000 pages. I was interested in the cost. I don't know if she has sent me a response, but she again told me today, we don't do that. I'm sorry. This is a body that has to provide public documents, and I think that needs to be explained to the administrator. And finally, if you do have discussions, as you have done, about things citing Good Government Guide or specific sections, I hope for the public that you will do a better job than I recall happening last time in slowing down a moment and just citing what the page number is or the section that you're discussing. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ace Washington, and I was just stopping by because I just wanted some information. I noticed Ms. Williams, she must not be on the commission anymore. So anyway, that was quite interesting about the last gentleman about the 2-minute thing. There may be just a human error on the clerk, but in other chambers, they only get 2 minutes. You know, it used to be 3 minutes, but because of activists like ourselves, and I know what I've been doing it, they turned it down to 2 minutes. Now, is this a general practice that each commissioners could cite how many minutes the public could speak? Because it was 3 minutes 20 years ago, and when I got really involved with that, somehow it got down to 2 minutes, starting with the redevelopment, the housing authority, people that I frequently meet all the time. So is there a certain pattern or a timing that you guys at your own discretion sees could change it from 3 to 2? And that's one question. Then the other question is, I plan to come back and to this sunshine and bring not only individuals but departments like OEWD, Mayor's Office of Economic Development, the Human Rights Commission. So do we go through the same process of sunshining a department as you would an individual or a department head? Because this city and county needs sunshining on a lot of departments. I'm very happy and hopeful that our new CAO, which is Naomi Kelly, will show some kind of leniency to us people that come to these meetings here. So anyway, I guess my two questions were, and I'll find out from the guy down in the clerk's office, is it the same process of sunshining one individual for whole departments, because I'm going to start sunshining departments here. And the first one is going to be the OEWD, Mayor's Office of Economic Development, because I've been trying to get information, trying to meet with their director. OEWD act like they scared of me. The Human Rights Commission, which I'm going to have to sunshine them because of the African American Migration Report. But I just came for a simple visit, but I seen just in that process there, and you all got to get y'all stuff together too. But when I come back, I will be coming back in the process, hoping that it could be fair. Because last time I came here with Randall Evans some years ago about Ella Hill Hutch and African American Cultural Center, we got no kind of clarification. I mean, y'all played, I'm not saying you played games, but nothing was done. Nothing was done. I mean, it was a waste of time. I videotaped everything, and it's corrupt in the Western Edition. It is corrupt. So, Ace, in your face, on the case, I'll be coming back to this commission. But when I come back this time, I will have help, and I'm going to be sunshining departments. My name is Ace. I'm on the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? If I could just quickly say to Mr. Ace, I don't recall your last name, but Washington, our Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Administrator can assist you, but also be sure to name specific people. If you don't know who to name when you're sunshining a department, name the department head. Okay. Okay.
I only have one point to make. There's a joint meeting of the Ethics Commission and the Compliance and Amendments Committee scheduled for Friday, the 13th of this month. And I urge every member of the task force to be there. And to be there and be prepared to get up and speak on behalf of the work of the task force and how vital it is that the Ethics Commission do its job and do its job correctly. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda?
Yes, thank you very much. I came to the last meeting of the task force and was very alarmed that you failed to act on an issue regarding a notice to citizens that they had a right to remain anonymous. Let me lay out, first of all, the principle in the law. I'm quoting from a case called Huntley versus the Public Utilities Commission, which is a California Supreme Court case in 1968. History is replete with unpopular ideas which now form the foundation for modern society's mores and laws, which could only be asserted anonymously when first expressed. Even the Federalist Papers, written in favor of the adoption of our Constitution, were published under fictitious names. It is plain that anonymity has sometimes been assumed for the most constructive purposes. Quoting from a U.S. Supreme Court case called Talley versus State of California, which establishes the First Amendment right to freedom of speech includes the right to remain anonymous. And finally, too often the test for responsibility is the degree of popular acceptance of the idea. Popularity is not a criterion for determining the boundaries of speech. Even erroneous statements are entitled to constitutional protection. If we look at the Brown Act itself, which is 54953.3, it says a member of the public shall not be required as a condition of attendance at a meeting to register his or her name. Later in that same section, it says if an attendance list or other such document is circulated, it shall clearly state that signing, registering, or the completion of the document is voluntary. The principle is that once you have a right to attend the meeting under that provision, every other right flows from that attendance, including the right to agendas, the right to make a recording, the right to speak, etc. If we go back to the California Attorney General, the Attorney General is the primary agency for interpreting the Brown Act. And in its very first opinion back in 1976,
It said, the Attorney General, the existence of devices, loopholes, or subterfuges which tend to, quote, cabin, crib, or confine the public from free access to the meetings and deliberations of their public governmental agencies is contrary to public policy of this state. This is very real for some of us who try to come to some of these recalcitrant agencies, commissions, and public bodies and have to seek the right to remain anonymous. We want notice that that anonymity is voluntary, will be respected in all circumstances, and that includes the idea that every citizen should be given notice that they're signing up, signing a speaker card or anything else is voluntary, and they do have a right to remain anonymous. That's crucial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Vice Chair Wolf has a question, I believe, for DCA Threet about a member of the public's comment.
There was a member of the public that requested that all members of the task force attend the joint meeting. If they do attend the joint meeting with the Ethics Commission, would that be considered a full and regular meeting?
Through the chair, yes, it would.
Thank you.
Meaning that the task force members, DC
One
Threet?
clarification, if they're all at the meeting at the same time and place, it is permissible for all members of any body to appear in the same locations. If they sequence it, it does not constitute a meeting.
You mean if they go into the meeting all at the same time, but if they took turns coming in and out and it wasn't a quorum, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
I see. Member Nee?
Well, okay, but the Compliance and Amendments Committee has, the Compliance and Amendments Committee has 5 members, of which one has decided not to participate in this particular matter. So that leaves 4 of us, meaning that only one member of the task force at a time, who is not on the committee, could be in the room.
This is
Mr. Grossman,
nonsense.
we can't.
This is
Mr. Grossman, we can't do this right now. We cannot do this right now. Mr. Grossman, please.
Please be seated.
We can address it. We can address it. You can, Mr. Grossman, you can send us your comment in writing, and we can address it. But we just can't do it right now. Okay. So Member Nee had requested that item number 23 be moved up, and I moved it after public comment. Can you please read item number 23?
Item number 23, permanent designation of seat number 3 as the Bruce Brookman seat.
It's number 2, but
number 2.
You said 23?
It's seat number 2.
Item 23. It's seat number 2.
It's okay.
All right.
We just want to clarify it. Member Nee, this is an item that Member Nee requested be on the agenda.
Madam Chair, I so move.
I second.
I cannot agree with doing this because I think it places an undue political burden on the task force. With all due respect to Mr. Brugman, who I think highly of for all of the work that he's done on here, I believe that it is something that in the media and in general at City Hall, there tends to be 2 factions, and certain names are associated with that, and this body is supposed to be unbiased. And I just feel like if you place something like that on there, it leaves a legacy of that. I don't want to say side, but they tend to say the moderates or the progressives or that kind of thing. And I have concern that you would be placing that association with a body that is already under fire. I don't know how other people feel about that. Member Nee.
Madam Chair, first of all, I don't think it's any secret that this task force and San Francisco entirely owe the existence of the ordinance and the task force a great deal to Mr. Brugman. He was the first occupant of seat number 2. It was at Mr. Brugman was the primary driver of getting the Sunshine Ordinance enacted by City Hall in 1993. And again, he was the primary driver in getting getting Proposition G passed in 1999. And I think it's a fitting tribute to Mr. Brugman, fitting recognition of Mr. Brugman, that the seat in which he was the original occupant be named in his honor in perpetuity. This has nothing to do with whose side are you on. This is merely recognizing Mr. Brugman's contribution, great contribution to Sunshine in San Francisco.
Member Chan?
Do this have to be voted on by the whole board or the whole?
I don't know
task
what
force?
we could certainly vote on it as the task force, and we will have to do further research on how you would go about making it an official. I don't know if we have to change the actual wording that is the requirement of the seat. Do you have, Member Nee, do you have any ideas on?
Well, it may maybe Mr. Threet could comment on whether that would require amending the language in Section 67.30.
Is that the section that makes the statement about who gets to hold each seat?
That's correct.
While DCA 3 is reviewing that, are you ready? Go ahead.
Through the chair, I was looking into the issue of the public meeting, and I have not been following the conversation thus far. So if you would like to rephrase the question or repeat it, I'd be happy to look at it.
The Member Nee is requesting that seat number 2 that has a specific designation in under 6730, to specific requirements be permanently named the Bruce Brugman seat. And I don't know what the procedure, if the task force can vote on it, whether they'd like to do it or not, but I don't know what the proper procedure would require to actually have that done. Is it something that changes the ordinance? Do we have to change the bylaws? That's what we're asking. Does that make sense?
Okay. I do understand the question, and I don't know the answer. It's possible for something like this that through a resolution, the Board of Supervisors might be able to designate a seat by an honorary name without changing the ordinance, but I would have to look into it further.
Okay, Member Nee.
My guess is it would not require a change in the ordinance because it's not substantively amending the ordinance. It's not amending the findings and purpose or anything procedural or anything really substantive here.
I agree with you, but we can't even make typographical changes without some kind of vote. So I don't know. I'm not arguing with you. I just have no clue what the proper procedure for that would be.
Okay.
That's all. I don't know what Member Chan is asking what our vote would mean, and so we don't necessarily. You can approve it, but we don't necessarily know, and. We would have to someone would have to follow up on it after the vote, no matter what, to see how we would do it. I mean, the task force could always put something up on its website, but then that's not necessarily an official change or a permanent change as you're requesting. We don't know exactly what the answer would be. We can vote on whether you'd like to do it or not and follow up on the proper way to make it a permanent change. Although, if it's not changed through the actual ordinance, other people might be able to change it back. That I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how that works because we're a part of the ordinance as opposed to our bylaws or anything like that.
Madam Chair?
Member Neem?
Let me then amend my motion, if the second will accept, to begin the process of investigating the legal feasibility and procedural requirements for naming seat number 2 in perpetuity in honor of Bruce Brugman.
So you're amending the motion to be.
Was there a motion though?
Yes.
Yes.
There was there is a motion on the floor and it's been seconded.
And Member Washburn seconded it.
Okay.
So you want to amend it to, let me clarify, you want to amend your motion to begin the investigative process and then put this on a future agenda? Or do you want to vote on your motion and then proceed to see how we can do it?
Well, it's
I'm not trying to be difficult. I did make
No,
my
I
statement, but
understand
I
you're
am
not.
trying to make your
I appreciate
motion
what you're trying to
stick
do.
and be real.
No, I appreciate what you're trying to do, Madam Chair.
We can vote on it, but I don't know what the implications of that are, and you want it to be permanent.
Well, I want it to be permanent, but maybe this isn't a good time for it. Maybe we should see if we could get the next task force that's seated to take it up. We could vote on it tonight, but I mean, if we vote on it tonight, either of my motions, either the original or the amended, obviously, in one way or another, it kicks off an investigative process, and I'm not sure we should be sticking the next task force with this. The next task force is seated next month on May 2nd, so presumably, and maybe for us to begin start this ball rolling when some of us are not going to be here to see it to completion, maybe it wouldn't be fair to the next task force.
Well, your argument for it was very persuasive. Your argument about the statements you made about the work that Mr. Brugman has done is very persuasive.
Well, thank you. Well, in that case, my inclination right now is to proceed with the original motion, and just see where it takes us. Maybe the next task force will decide to drop it. Maybe they'll decide to stick with it. But I would like to see it started.
I would like to hear public comment. Is this okay with the task force? Okay, is there public comment on the motion?
Yes, and once again, my name is Jason Grantgarza, and I've heard a few things that really sparked my curiosity about this, about a permanent designation for Bruce Brugman. The reason I have a little familiarity with this is because I'm the person who was written up by the San Francisco Bay Guardian twice by Bruce Brugman, and here in Sunshine, one was about a Nurse Ratchet letter that I received, and another was about an Impala case in which I was, denied due process and everything here. So when he said investigative process, it just really threw me for a loop, because what does that mean? I'm still trying to investigate what Sunshine is 10 years later in this process. Now, as far as naming him permanent, seat or something. I think it's a lot of pomp and circumstance, because I would like the opportunity to ask him himself, why not the follow-up? For example, on my particular articles, had he followed up on them, he would have realized that this was the Ministry of Sunshine and not Sunshine. My goodness, here is a newspaper reporter who can have the whole truth exposed in his investigative reporting style, and he can see how Sunshine doesn't work and how useless it is when it gets sent up to ethics. Boy, I would love to ask him these questions before he got permanently placed here, so that he could be just like another one of you up here, like deer in the headlights, when, questions are asked that you don't have to respond to, and yet you want everybody to believe that the system works. Geez, I sure would like to ask him. And I'd like to ask the new committee members also, because I don't even know who's going to be termed out. Is Mr. Wolf going to be termed out so that what he was handling is going to die in committee? I'd like to know. Thank you. Here once again at the Ministry of Sunshine.
Thomas Piccirillo, with all due respect to Chair or Task Force Member Nee, I liked his third motion better than the first. I'm looking at 6730. I see no basis for you to name any permanent seats on your task force. Perhaps the city attorney will disagree with me, but I like the suggestion of deferring this matter to the next task force, where there be new members, and they could vent the discussion after getting a legal opinion from the city attorney's office, whether or not you have jurisdiction or authority to name any permanent seats on this task force. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on the motion?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I would much rather have Bruce Brugman sitting on the task force in a seat than named as a seat on the task force for someone else to occupy. He most certainly did have an influence over the creation of Sunshine, a favorable and a positive, and I don't know if there's a right word for it, one that was crucial. He sat for about 10 years as a member, if I'm not mistaken, before leaving, unfortunately, some time ago, and he was one of the most, I think, alert and excellent members of Sunshine that has sat here. I would have liked a little more preparation on this item. For example, explanatory document that might have stated who was advocating for this, and particularly what it was about Bruce Brugman that this occasioned the advocacy. But excellent as Mr. Brugman's work has been on the task force, and his, for a long time, unfortunately not very much anymore, coverage in his newspaper, I do have concerns such as the chair expressed. So this is one that I don't really know what to say with respect to supporting or not supporting a specific motion. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion is back with the task force. Is there any comment on the? So the vote would be then to, the motion is to name seat 2 permanently honorarily after Bruce Brugman. And this is something that we are voting on, but we're not quite sure of the full process that it's going to require. But we're voting on the intent to do that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, maybe we could add a phrase pending the pending the completion of legal I guess pending any necessary compliance with legal requirements, or pending compliance with legal requirements.
Is that acceptable to the second?
That's fine. That's good. Yes.
Okay, so can you please call the roll on the motion to name seat 2 after Mr. Bregman, and this is pending the outcome of the, how did you say it?
Pending completion of legal requirements.
Pending completion of legal requirements.
There's not
We don't have, we've already taken public comment on the
but
item.
not on an amended motion?
We've already taken public comment on this item, so no.
You didn't amend the motion? Okay, I'm sorry.
He did amend the motion, but we do not have to take public comment. It's just, he's merely making the statement that we have already discussed.
Member Chan?
Aye.
Member Costa?
No.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Pass.
So no?
Pass. You have to call her
passing?
again after.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
No.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Johnson?
No.
You have 3 noes and 4 ayes.
Excuse me.
You have to go back to Member Manet.
And, I'm sorry, Member
Sorry,
Monet?
Member Monet.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
So you have 5 ayes and 3 noes.
Okay, so then, I'm sorry, 5 ayes and 3 noes. The motion passes, and we will need to place this item. Do we need to place the item on? We'll place the item to the call of the chair if it needs to go on the agenda again, but pending the legal procedural process necessary. Okay. Can you please read item number 4?
Item number 4, survey of cost of compliance with Sunshine Ordinance.
So at our last meeting, we had a discussion about sending a letter to Supervisor Wiener, which did go out. And we had said we would put on the agenda information about sending a letter to the budget and legislative analyst detailing the things we thought that were inappropriate or deficient with the survey. It looks like I am the only one who sent in some information, but I've been, ever since it happened, I started collecting up notes about it. So there were these are from all the different, my own things and all the different Sunshine Posse people that have been working on this. And there were 17 pages or something, and I sort of tried to whittle it down to something that was a little bit more manageable. I've not heard, but I do not believe that the budget and legislative analyst has finished or released any kind of a report yet, but I know that they are working on it. I know that departments have provided amended responses. If we could take just a minute to go over just a couple of these So on page, my notes are 4 pages long. On page 1, the first item there says promotes political retaliation. There's a number of things that are listed in there, and I just want to point out that you have seen this here. Mr. Song and Mr. Grossman's case actually made reference to this, that the survey was an opportunity for him to divulge how much time he has to waste on somebody requesting something. And to me, that is retaliating against somebody for requesting public records. And one of the things that is in here that's, that the survey doesn't cover, in one of our cases, there's an example of, some back and forth that goes on because the records were not provided at the time they were supposed to be provided. So there was additional time that goes back and forth that is not our fault, and that the task force has no control over. This is just something that has to do with the department's style of responding, or the nature of how they keep their records and that kind of thing. As we've mentioned before, there are a couple of us who will not be seeking reappointment. I don't know exactly. The Supervisor Kim has indicated, her office has indicated to me that they anticipate the Rules Committee hearing to be April 19th for reappointments. So if that is the case, there's a possibility that the people could be sworn in on May 2nd. If they do not do it at that time, then it would probably lapse over. The new members would lapse over until the June meeting. I don't know who would be available to stay on.
I mean,
the
current members would be overlapping.
Right. So if they were willing to stay for the May 2nd meeting. In light of that, the reason I'm saying that, in light of that, do we want to do a similar thing that we did with the Scott Wiener letter, where we send out this information now, or is it something that you feel like you want to look over and send out either the new version of the task force or whatever composition? Remember, Vice Chair Wolf?
I think it's worthwhile. I mean, I don't know, considering time, I don't know if it's worthwhile to make any points on this at this time or not. You have 4 pages of comments. It's impressive. I have 4 points, but not 4 pages.
These are from it's gathered from a lot of people. I just had been keeping notes on it.
Okay. I mean, I because it's on the agenda, I was interested in hearing some discussion around it. But I'm a little concerned about time tonight, and so I don't know.
The problem with it is that other members of the public have sent letters to Mr. Rose. That's the budget and legislative analyst. Gotcha. And it's much more difficult to chase something that gets started than it is to be an active participant. We have not received a response from Supervisor Wiener or his office to our letter. And in the letter, we asked to be included in the discussions. And in fact, there's an interesting, let's see, where is it? If you go to page 4 of my notes, the very last section, one of the members of this, what we refer to as the Sunshine Posse, members of the public, had requested all of the correspondence between Supervisor Wiener's office and the budget and legislative analyst. And at that time, when they received those documents, we learned that on January 5th, Mr. Brousseau is an employee of the Budget and Legislative Analyst Office, had asked Supervisor Wiener, because Supervisor Wiener wanted to remain he wanted his identity as the requester to remain confidential. They sought his permission to contact 4 departments for background information so that they could actually prepare the survey. The city attorney's office, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, the Ethics Commission, and the city administrator, presumably because of the index of records. And we were not contacted. And that's a big problem because clearly the Budget and Legislative Analyst was trying to do a thorough survey, and they wanted to contact departments that they thought had the kind of information that would make it a proper and a survey that gave meaningful and clear results. There's also the obvious, some more obvious ones, like how do they distinguish, this is on page 1 under section B, how do they distinguish between formal sunshine requests and requests for information? How do they distinguish between requests that they would have to respond to anyway because of the state law, the California Public Records Act? The elections department, along those lines, the elections department, when it responded, first claimed 28,000 hours of providing public information and a little over $1 million of copying costs. But they said they only responded to 6 formal sunshine requests using 8.75 hours. So when the sunshine members of the public who are interested in this did sunshine requests to the department, they revised their hours from 28,000 hours down to 4,847 hours, and they said no copying costs were associated with that work. But they explained that their revision, and this is directly from their response, quotes, it excludes time and money spent to proactively provide public information, which is a major function of the department. So originally the elections department, whose job is about elections, which is basically about the public, they were including that as part of the cost of doing sunshine. So one of the things we need to question about the survey is how are you going to handle these departments that skew the outcome so dramatically with these huge numbers? And also along those same lines, if the members of the public were not questioning them, in questioning them, they also found that sometimes the 2 different departments would report the exact same number of hours. And when members of the public asked for supporting documents about those hours, one or the other department would lower their hours saying, oh, we haven't really actually spent that much time on it. And so how would they go about verifying that this information is meaningful? Also, the standard practice, we're told, we don't know that this is exactly how they will do it, but when Supervisor Kim, back in early 2011 maybe, she also requested information about city departments and commissions and some of the costs. And when that report came out, the budget and legislative analyst used that in the city, the employees have varying grades that their salary is at. And he used the highest grade level, no matter who was actually doing the work. So they may estimate these costs using the highest grade level that an employee who might be responding might get paid, but that may not actually be even close to the reality of what it was. It may be much lower depending on the level. And you'll see that if you read through the notes, you'll see a couple places where that happened. It's documented that happened.
I have a question.
Vice Chair Wolf.
So reading on your page 4, page 31 of the packet under E, it speaks that Mr. Brousseau was asking for permission to contact 4 departments. Was that in relation to creating the original cost survey? And if so, then on your page 3, it lists all these other agencies as having responded to some survey.
Well, the survey went out to all but 7 departments.
Okay. What was Mr. Brousseau's purpose then?
Well, he was, in preparing the survey, he wanted, all of these departments were responding. I don't have all of the documents, so I don't know if he was I didn't find out about the survey until the beginning of February. So interestingly enough, I found out about the survey and did a sunshine request for it. Then some of the other members of the public did sunshine requests for this correspondence. And then the Board of Supervisors found out about it.
Okay.
So they found out about it last. But the significance of all of this is that if you wait to send a letter to the budget and legislative analysts and their data comes out, you'll be sort of chasing the numbers that are already out, as opposed to saying, we told you about the things that were skewing these numbers and you did it anyway. So if they do that and there's no correction for it, now some of the departments seem to be correcting, but it's not at the request of the people who are in control of the numbers. It's the request of members of the public who are concerned about it. What would happen if they were not there? People would be digging through it after the fact. So clearly I've been following this and going through it for a long time. I'm not trying to imply that anybody is going to do that, but there's all of these things that went on that seem suspicious, that we need to question them. Member Costa?
Yeah, I think that your notes are very good, Chair Johnson, and I am sensitive to the point that you just raised about kind of interjecting what we do have on our radar screen into the process rather than responding to it after the fact. So I think that I would be in favor of doing that. I mean, I think that I'm on board with everything that you've outlined so far. I would sort of like to move forward with that and some sort of communication conveying those points. And then, if we can continue, that doesn't mean we can't continue to think about this and send additional correspondence as we come up with things. But I think it would be good to move, especially given the fact that there may be changing, or there will be changing seats in the imminent future.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Do we have any idea when the budget analyst is expected to release his data?
I do not.
I'm wondering if it would behoove us to move this to a committee, have a smaller group of people focus on it.
What about in light of Member Costa's suggestion that we do something now and then it could be moved to a committee?
That's fine.
Member Washburn.
Yes, I think there's enough here to warrant a letter, but I would recommend that it be 1 or 2 pages at the most, and pick the most, pick carefully the instances that best illustrate 3 or 4 points that you want to make. I mean, there are obviously just all kinds of flaws here that will make the final report meaningless, if it's based on data that are so flawed. So I think send a letter, but make it briefer and judiciously pick examples to illustrate several points.
What are the points that the task force members are thinking concern them the most? Member Washburn?
Number A promotes political retaliation. That's a very important point, but it might be one that we could wait on. I think the key issue is that we're concerned about how the data were collected and what data are being produced, and is it possible to come up with a report that's at all meaningful based on such flawed data. And I haven't had a chance to look through all of this. My life's work is doing research, so I would be happy to work with you to pull out some of the most egregious problems here.
Member Costa?
I think that the sort of meat of the complaints that would be appropriate for this initial letter would come in B and C. I think that, I agree with Member Washburn about point A, the sort of political kickback or brushback, or whatever you want to call it. And I think D is a little bit more tenuous, just, a little bit more of a tenuous argument. I think that, we can make very strong, concrete arguments about ways in which the costs are being potentially or estimated in a flawed way.
If I could just say one thing, some of these are connected. Some of what you are leaving out and what you're leaving in have some connection, like I'm trying to look at if you go to the second page where it says negative respondent bias and the resultant overstatement of estimated costs. So, for example, the Arts Commission in their response specifically stated, a few determined individuals used the good intentions of the Sunshine Ordinance to harass Arts Commission personnel, fostering a hostile work environment for the staff. There is no standard of reasonableness here with either the number or type of requests or adjudication by the Sunshine Task Force. One of the things that people are concerned about is that because they're not being asked to justify these numbers, the people who are responding are basing it on estimates and recall. And the way that the survey is worded was something that Member Snyder had talked about before. The way that it's worded is it's asking about what are your burdens, and it doesn't address any benefits. In fact, the task force wasn't even contacted. So when you imply only the burdens, you're giving people an opportunity to vent. And since we're a watchdog organization, that has to do with the politics and retaliating for what we had to say. And make no mistake, if you make the mistake of thinking that Supervisor Wiener is doing this for a non-political purpose, you're lost.
I don't.
Not you personally, but in general.
I'm certainly not under that.
Not that we have to include it in the letter.
But yeah, for the purpose of the letter, I think that you can frame that issue as one of response bias and not as one of political payback. I think that it's a much stronger, tighter, defensible argument. It doesn't sound, for lack of a better word, petty, which I think making the argument, while I completely agree with what you just said, I think that it'll be stronger to make it about the methodology.
I frequently encounter this in the circles of politics. I think that there's a line between petty and a line between speaking truth to the people that are powerful. Because I guarantee you that when this comes out, they're going to use it in a way that is shedding the worst possible light on the task force. So there has to be some way of inserting some information in there that is, demonstrating that we're aware that this isn't just about numbers. It's not just that, I'm not saying we're accusing them of doing something, but that it's not just that the numbers themselves are incorrect, but that there are some people that are, some of the people who have to come to our hearings, or the people when we have hearings and the MTA won't turn over documents and we come back to the hearing and we do it over and over and over again, or they don't show up, they're going to count all of those times as the task force making them come here, when the reality is the reason they're coming here is they're not complying. And if they comply, and so that not only does that make our meeting, it's not just that the task force is ineffective, which is basically what Scott Wiener said in the Bay Guardian, the SF Bay Guardian, but that when they do that, not only are they wasting their time because they're not complying, but everybody else who has a hearing has to sit through their repeated non-compliance. And a good example of that is when we were, I can't remember if you were here, I think you were here, when we, right around election time, when somebody wanted the records for Kamala Harris.
I think it was just
they repeatedly kept having us had to come back because they were delaying it until after the election. But it doesn't only delay them, it delays all the other departments. All of those numbers, that's a form of non-compliance. All of those hours of numbers of the meeting end up being addressed by each department. So somehow that lack of compliance, because the meetings are I think only like 2% of the complaints even come to us, but there has to be some way of addressing that. If they complied with the law, it would limit some of our hours here instead of this constant non-compliance. Like at compliance and amendments, we went through Mr. Nyman's complaint, and it went all the way back to the whole argument that we had here, just because they wouldn't turn over documents. So I'm just trying to speculate through how that could be incorporated into the idea that there are other ways to be effective besides the idea of how long it takes here at the
Well, I think,
hearing.
I mean, again, I think it can come back to the question, to framing it from more of a methodological perspective of, not differentiating between time taken to just comply, or come into compliance, as opposed to time taken, task force specific time, time taken by the task force and the activity of the task force. And I mean, you're raising an appropriate issue. But I think as much, for the purpose of this particular letter, I think as much as we can frame it from us thinking the methodology of the survey is flawed and stands to produce unreliable results, will put us in exactly the sort of position that I think will be good, given what I think are really justified concerns about however we respond being spun.
Member D, did you have a comment?
Not really, but let me just say that first of all, I tip my cap to the chair because this summary is really, I think, excellent. Second, though, I agree with what members Washburn and Costa have been saying about what we should and should not include in the letter. I think we need to make it terse, and we need to make it give it punch. And I think the courses that members Washburn and Costa are suggesting will do just that.
Vice Chair Wolf.
So when I got to this item to review for tonight's meeting, it was late last night, so wasn't able to submit it prior. But I've got a few points that I wasn't able to kind of glean off of this that I think should be mentioned. I would think we should mention some facts. So how much of sunshine-related activities come before the task force? Since this is going to be, is this an attack on sunshine as an ordinance, or is this an attack on the task force? So I think it's important to notate, and it's known. I think it's less than 5%, or it's less than 3% of all activities related to sunshine come through the task force, something like that. I think also what should be mentioned that's not in a kind of a negative way is to notate that the entire city's document management system is going to be changing and coming online, which would allow much easier ways to post public documents in a more automated kind of way and publicly onto the web without much additional activity of the actual custodian of record of that particular document or information. It's not going to be tomorrow, but it's going to come soon. And I think if the budget analyst is going to do a comprehensive review, he needs to take that into effect because the city's already spent the money, and that's essentially the purpose of why they're doing this, or one of the purposes. Also, I think it needs to be known that while other departments that do similar work or other commissions that do similar work than we do, additional staff for us would help expedite a lot of things. So when you look at a comparison of a similar commission like the Ethics Commission, where they collect complaints, or they do certain investigations, or they have to make some kind of decisions around enforcement or adjudication, that they, besides having a full-blown administrator, which they call an executive director, they have a number of under administrators, they have a number of investigators, they have a number of permanent office staff, they have a usable physical office, they have usable budget. It's something that we don't have, and so I think that has been left out of this discussion too, that they're kind of catching us at where we're at the bottom. We basically have nothing, so it's easy to just chop us off at the knees. Okay, so I think those items need to also be included, so that there's some additional functional, administrative, based on process of how this body operates.
Member Costa?
For the purpose of this letter, I'm a bit wary of including that last point about staff or administrative capacity, because I think it almost is an admission of inefficiency on our part. And I think that, while the difference between the resources available to a commission like Ethics and what's available to us is notable and something that is a concern for the task force and should be addressed, I don't know that this is the right time to do it. I think that it's, again, sort of apologizing for something that we shouldn't be apologizing. And I think that it's also leaves us. I think it's risky in terms of how it will be spun. I think it will make it sound like we're coming out in response to this and saying, we're asking, we're sounding like we want more, we want staff, which we do. But if this is going to be a really public affair, I worry that someone's going to turn around and say, look, this is all the more reason why the task force needs to be cut. Look, they're now asking for, a really expensive staff.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Just in response to that, I think that's looking at it from the glass being half full, half empty. Okay, we have to look at it from the point of being half full, and in order for us to be able to complete our service. And if we're being deficient because we don't have enough capacity, and it costs the city more money because we don't have that amount of capacity, when we talk about how much more staff we need, if we asked for like one additional half-time permanent staff, it's not a whole lot of money. It's a drop in the bucket compared to everything else that goes on. And when you look at the gamut of how much this entire survey is posing, it costs the taxpayers. That's what you need to answer to that directly. If you don't, then you are going to be speaking from a point of weakness. especially to a person like Harvey Rose. He's going to want to know exactly, give me an argument, convince me that because you don't have enough capacity, that this is causing the city or costing the city and the taxpayers more money. It's costing more overtime. It's costing more angst and morale problems among employees of the city. It's causing more problems during collective bargaining. It's causing, those are the questions that he needs to ask us. The fact that we're not getting asked those questions at all is problematic. So we have to throw the kitchen sink at it. That's my response to it. It's not a reaction. It's a response to the lack of contact from them on this issue.
Member Nee and then Member Washburn.
The easiest way to render an agency or an entity of some sort ineffective and inefficient is to underfund it. And I agree with Member Wolf that we need to come back, not in any way apologetic. If anyone needs to apologize, it's those people who have been making sure that we're unable to do our job because they don't give us the resources that we need. So with respect to the points raised by Member Costa, I have to say I disagree with him on this one.
Member Washburn?
I agree with everything that Vice Chair Wolf and Member Nee are saying, but I think for this particular letter at this particular time, I think that we need to make sure that we cast some doubt about the data that are being collected and any conclusions that could be reached based on flawed data, which would be no real conclusions. And we might have a sentence or two about the proportion of sunshine complaints that actually occupy our time, which is a small percentage. Some context. But I think that, this is a letter that we want to get to Mr. Rose as soon as possible before this report comes out. And all these other issues are important, and we need to address them in all kinds of ways. But I think this letter will be stronger if we just say, hey, your data are flawed because of the methods you used. Anything, if the concerns about these data are not addressed, then whatever report you produce will be meaningless. And I think for this letter, that's fine.
Member Nee?
Yeah, I agree with Member Washburn. We don't need, in this particular letter, to address the issue of, how well or poorly we are funded and staffed. The going after the data that are in the report, or at least in the preliminary data that they're showing, I think that's the important thing. I agree with Member Washburn on that.
Yeah, so we need to make a decision and move on to the rest of the agenda. If you want to, this is not something that we can work on later and send it out. It's something we have to do publicly and at our meetings. We can't send emails back and forth about it. So you will either have to move it to the next, you prepare something and put it on the next agenda and send it out, right after that. I don't know when the budget analyst is expected to have this out. I don't know what the status is of it at this time. The alternative is we could compromise and send out a letter that's associated with only the items that are related to the methodology. Because we were not contacted, we're sending this to you now. Here's what we see as a problem with the methodology. Now, if it was something that you wanted to look at some of the numbers and research, you're going to have to contact some of the people who have it. This data is not everything that exists. There's 30 some odd responses that have taken the members of the public weeks and weeks of hours and hours of number crunching and going through and entering data. So that's something that you would have to consider. You can't send them something. I wouldn't want to send Harvey Rose something saying, we've looked at your data if all you're going to look at is my notes. Because you haven't looked at all of their data, the 37. I mean, if you want to get those responses, Doug Comstock did a Sunshine request them and has all of those responses, but it's hours and hours and hours and hours of work. That's some of I narrowed it down to some things that were real specific. There's still things that are going on with people asking questions. I'm not necessarily involved in that. So I don't know if you prefer to, Vice Chair Wolf, do you have a suggestion?
I do. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to send a communique to the board, the president of the board, because I don't know if the president of the board is the one that controls the budget analyst reports or not, or whether it's the full board or not. But to request them for the budget analyst to postpone any reports to being delivered.
It's Supervisor Wiener's report, and the board supervisor has nothing to do with it. The president has nothing to do with it.
Okay, I was under the impression that the budget analyst serves the board of supervisors, not individual board members.
Well, the contract with the board, with the budget and legislative analysts, some of the members of the public spoke to the committee about approving, lets any individual supervisor confidentially request a report as long as it doesn't take the budget analyst more than 150 hours.
Okay.
And that's why the board didn't have to vote on this and approve it. So I don't know if you guys want to prepare something and put it on the next agenda, or send out, have either the chair or somebody else that wants to do it draft a letter associated with the methodology and send it out the way we did with Supervisor Wiener. Member Washburn?
Would it be possible for you to draft a letter based on our recommendations tonight, circulate it to us, and have us individually respond to you?
That's a seriatim meeting, isn't it? DCA 3? I think the members of the public wouldn't have an opportunity to see the letter.
I'm going to have to give it a few minutes consideration. If it was an exchange between all the members, that would be if it went on email, that would be a meeting. I'm going to have to think about it for just a couple of moments, okay?
Yep.
I was suggesting that you draft a letter and we would not CC one another, but just respond back to you, those who are interested.
But then you'd have to put that draft on the next agenda for people to see that final draft. You could do that, but then you'd have to put that draft on the next agenda for that final version to be on the agenda. Vice Chair Wolf?
How about we form an ad hoc committee that could get started on this right away? And then they could, meet once or twice as needed in order to pull the information. It probably would just take one meeting just to pull the information. Could be done in an open session, and we'd have more times and not have to continue here because we're looking for different ways to expedite this. So, suggestion.
What would be the procedure? Since we don't know exactly what we want to do, can we move this item to later on the agenda to have a few minutes to think about it, because we have a lot of other things on the agenda and it's taking a long time. But it's very important and we don't have a lot of time to mess around with it. You certainly can, but you'll be chasing them. So that's, this has been going on since February, but can this item be moved until after some more additional items have gone by, and how do we do that?
Just table it to later in the meeting.
Is that what the thing is, tabling it? Is that the procedure?
You can table it. Tabling it means you're holding it till after another item has been heard. So till the end of the meeting or end of a certain item, you can definitely do that.
Do I have to pick the item or just go to the end of the meeting?
You can say till the end of the meeting. If you want to say to a time or place certain, you can definitely say that.
Do we need a motion to do that? Do we have to approve it by motion? Okay, so is there a motion to table this to the end of the meeting?
I'll move to table this item to is there a specific place in the agenda, specific time?
I don't know how long the cases are going to take, but we need to get to them. It's already 6:15.
Let's move it to what was item 23. Let's make it the new item 23.
That's your motion?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Member Washburn?
I think it would be helpful to hear what DCA 3 has to say. I think it would be helpful to hear what DCA 3 has to say about the issue of...
He's trying to review it.
So I thought we don't want to wait till after he's left.
Oh.
I believe that if you did have the discussion through email with the majority of the members, it would be a seriatim meeting. If less than the majority of the members of any committee exchange such information, it would not technically be, but there is the danger that any email communication could be forwarded or otherwise communicated to another member without the other members knowing it, which itself would be a violation.
It's dangerous.
Let's have the public, members of the public. Do you want to do that, public comment, Member Costa, or do you want to?
Well, I was just going to comment on, I'm concerned about moving it to after 23. I just don't think we're going to get there.
We need to get to the cases, which is this is taking a long time. So we cannot continue to have this back and forth like that. We're at an impasse. I don't know what to do.
Madam Chair, I want to present a substitute motion to move this to the end to 10 o'clock p.m. or immediately before the administrator's report, whichever occurs earlier.
Second.
Okay, let's take public comment on this item.
Hello. Unfortunately, once again, my name is Jason Grantcars, and I'm here to give public comment on this item, especially the idea of moving it. I don't know if people will be around to talk about it. I don't know if it'll be fresh and clear on their mind, everything that you've stated for the last hour. My God, with everything else coming up, people would probably forget everything, and you would have to waste another hour and a half just getting them back up to speed. So I don't see that as being very effective. You know, one of the things I heard is, about you guys, whether, you were deficient, because you didn't have enough staff, or ineffective. I don't see what the difference is if you're ineffective and nothing ever gets ruled on by ethics from you guys. One of the interesting principles of sunshine is that when you sunshine people, you end up with justice. You have a remedy. Well, a thing about remedy is that there's an offset. You have Scott Weiner who's complaining about the cost and everything. And, first of all, I have an awful taste in my mouth about that, because isn't there a conflict of interest? Didn't he have an order of determination ruled against him?
Speaker is not speaking to the motion on whether to continue this matter to later in the meeting.
I'd like for them to be able to speak about the item in general, because they might not be here at 10 o'clock at night, and we need help.
Okay. So I believe that they have, not only does he have unclean hands, he has bad faith, sort of like the ministry sitting in judgment of others when they don't even follow their own procedure within 45 days or anything like that. It's hypocritical. Another thing that I'd like to say is, You know, maybe what we should think about approaching is the offset to this controller's budget and say, well, how much money have we saved the city by disappointing people with this false sunshine so they don't sue? How much money have we saved the city as opposed to how much the city has spent through us? Maybe the commission, the Ministry of Sunshine, should take a survey with all the prior complaints and find out how they feel about how effective this has been, about how far they have gone, or maybe the ministry would find out that everybody's like me. That's why there's nobody here, because everybody's given up on this farce. Maybe that's what you need to do, is take a survey. You know, all you do is close cases. You don't resolve complaints at all to the satisfaction of complainants because it gets pushed up to ethics. You're neutered? Hey, how much money as the shill for the city have you saved the city? As opposed to how much it's cost in overtime. How much have you saved? How much have you discouraged the public from using sunshine? How much have you gone against due process and everything that an American citizen stands for? Maybe these are the points you need to bring up to the controller and say, you know, we have an offset. We've saved you money with our process, our failed methodology that Mr. Costa keeps reminding people about.
Thomas Piccarello. I'm against the motion to table. You've had the more than adequate opportunity to discuss the issue. If there's a motion, then you should vote up and down. The public shouldn't have to wait here till 10 o'clock at night to give additional public comment after they've just been sitting here for a whole hour listening to you go back and forth. I would agree with this deputy city attorney that if any discussions go amongst you without public participating in the meetings, that is a natural way to meet them. One of the problems here is that, you know, you put things last minute on your agenda, and so many of you see things for first impression, while complainants wait for 3 hours to hear their complaints. You know, you need to focus on what your objective is, and that is to hear people complaining about not getting records and not having open meetings. And not this philosophical discussion about whether or not you should send a letter and to whom. That's a priority, no question about it. But it should follow the complainants. You should be at the end of your agenda if you want to talk for 4 hours. Fine, but in fairness to the people who want records or open meetings, you should prioritize that, and they should be first on your agenda. And then you can talk for 2 or 3 hours and hear yourself speak. And most of the time, you're not saying anything relevant. Thank you.
I think the previous speaker had a good point. You have had a lengthy discussion, and the public has heard or not heard, or heard part of it, and you might at least take some action. I guess I wish that we saw publicly what the letter was that went out to Wiener that was referenced. I recall vaguely something, but I wish it were here to help us understand it. I'm disappointed in the shorter versions of any of this, because I think that if you've got 19 pages, I certainly would like to see what they are. And this is the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and not somebody who wants to get a 150-word letter in the Examiner. If you've done the work, why not send it? So I do think that you should take some action, at least now, if not all of your action now, rather than postponing. As previous speakers have pointed out, you'll be hazy perhaps yourselves, and certainly you will have lost members of your own body and of the public. With respect to what's in here, I think D is way too soft, fails to analyze reasons for cost. There's a huge cost from people who are doing illegal things. Let's call a spade a spade. The Arts Commission has been found in violation of the law. They're violators. They're lawbreakers. And when they take every possible measure to thwart the law and thwart the public, why coddle them and be nice about costs of noncompliance by departments? Throw the book at them. These guys are violating the law in ways that you know, and many times in ways that you don't know, and that the public doesn't know, and that the public hasn't yet figured out. I certainly know that's the case for me. Some of these things only become evident or never become evident later. So what I would suggest is, why not send, if you feel this is an incomplete document, why not send this as a product, as a draft, and let the folks know this is some of the, just give the introduction you said, this is culled from some of the notes and so on and so forth. Send it as a draft, and then if you want to do a more formal or a more final or a more polished product, you can always do that subsequently. I would also recommend that in any final thing that you send, that you provide the references so that people can find where exactly you're talking about, so that when you say such and such was referenced, that you might provide a page or some other kind of reference. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. If we want to vote on this motion to table it and move forward, or if you want to make a suggestion about somebody drafting a letter and putting on the next agenda, I think those are really... Do you want to vote on the motion to table it to 10? Can you please call the roll on the motion to table it until 10? Or as soon as whatever item is before the whatever time it is before the administrator's report.
Okay. Excuse me. Member Chan?
Aye.
Member Costa?
Aye.
All right.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Chair Wolf? Excuse me.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf, I'm sorry. And Chair Johnson?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Madam Chair, could I request a recess, please?
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Are you ready? Okay. The regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is now back in session from the recess. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item? So, I think it's 6.
Item number 6, file number 11087, the Compliance and Amendments Committee has referred file number 11087, Lars Nyman against Frank Lee, Department of Public Works, back to the task force for further action, including a recommendation to the District Attorney or Board of Supervisors.
I see that the respondent is present, but the complainant is present, but am I correct that the respondent is not present? Okay. So at this time, the complainant will have 5 minutes to make any remarks regarding the enforcement of the order or what compliance and amendments recommended.
Good evening. I was going to give you a brief overview of the timeline of this whole request and so on, but I decided not to. Just try to keep it focused on what I believe this meeting is about. And it's about whether they are DPW has implemented the order of determination. On the 3rd of January this year, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, adopted an order of determination where you specify 3 things. DPW shall research the existence of public records and information related to the initial approval or authorization of both the project itself and the initial budget for the project. The second thing is that they shall release the requested records within 5 business days of the issuance of this order of determination. And the third thing is that they shall appear before the Compliance Amendments Committee on March 20th. Well, they did show up on March 20th, but I believe they did not do the first 2
items, which were the most important items, to do the research of the existence of the public records and release the records to me within 5 business days. And the Compliance Amendments Committee agreed, and they found that the order had not been satisfied. So that's why we're back here tonight. The order of termination under the hearing on the complaints section, it says, Mr. Lee also described details of his search for responsive documents. Upon further questioning by the task force, Mr. Lee stated that he did not know if records existed related to the initial approval or authorization of the project itself, including approval of the posting of the notice of tree removal. So he stated he did not know, and that's why I believe the task force ordered him to do the research and produce those records to me. In the Compliance Amendments Committee hearing on March 20th, I have a transcript from that hearing, and at 2 hours, 0 minutes and 45 seconds, committee member Johnson, actually let me change that to, at 2 hours, 1 minute and 27 seconds, committee member Johnson asked Frank Lee, so did you read the order when you got it? Because it says literally that you look for public records related and so on. And Frank Lee's answer was, I'm sorry, I don't recall. So I may be misunderstood. I thought coming here to explain. I mean, this is the first time I've ever done this here. I apologize if I misunderstood. That was the custodian of records' answer to your question if he had read the order of determination. And he did not know if he had read the order of determination. And he stated that he may be misunderstood. I mean, how can you misunderstand that order? It was fairly simple in my opinion. I think that shows that he did not do any research as he was ordered to. And if he didn't do any research, he couldn't produce any records. And they have not provided any records to me since November last year. Furthermore, Frank Lee tried to mislead the committee. Here is an exchange at 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 8 seconds into the meeting, where committee member Nee asked Frank Lee. Frank Lee had held up a CD during the hearing, and committee member Nee asked Frank Lee, the particular CD that you just held up, is that the CD that you're talking about that was given to Mr. Nyman? Frank Lee answered, yeah. Committee member Nee asked, okay, when? Frank Lee answered, all within the last month. Committee member Nee, within the last month. Okay, next question. And that is a lie. I never received any CD from Frank Lee or the Department of Public Works. So I believe he tried to mislead that committee. Furthermore, I would like to address, during that compliance amendments, committee hearing, I'll skip that and I just ask you to enforce this order of determination and do whatever you can. And I don't know what enforcement rights you have, but I believe they are in violation of this, and they did not produce the records requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, I'll ask again if respondent is present. Respondent is not present. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. At compliance and amendments, there's a little bit of confusion here because where's the date? we heard this on January 3rd, and then the order of determination wasn't issued until February 27th. During that time, Mr. Lee didn't produce any documents. At some point during that time, Mr. Nyman made a new request, a new records request, and he didn't receive any documents. But then he filed a new complaint about the same subject. But then he filed a new complaint, and Mr. Lee produced like 3,000 pages of documents. But it was all in response to a complaint. He never honored the request and responded to a request. So this particular, even though I believe Mr. Nyman has some of the documents associated with this order, no documents were produced based on this order. And Mr. Lee is not here this evening. And when, I don't know if you recall, but when we had this hearing, we had said, Mr. Nyman had agreed that since there was no, I got some of these documents, and it turns out that it's very difficult to pinpoint the exact moment when the project began, because it's just this massive project that started with somebody complaining about the road being broken up, and then it got transferred over to this idea that maybe the tree was breaking up the road, and a whole big set of circumstances had to take place. But one thing that bothered me when we were at Compliance and Amendments is that Mr. Nyman had agreed at the task force that if there was no written approval, he might be satisfied with the approval of the initial project itself. And when we got to Compliance and Amendments, Mr. Lee behaved as though he had never heard that before and went back to saying that's a brand new request. Which is why I asked that question, didn't you read the order? So I don't know what the task force wants to do with the... Member Washburn?
Well, the recommendation that we made was to refer this for further action to either the district attorney or the Board of Supervisors. The part of this that I keep thinking about, and I've actually shared this with friends of mine who want to know what I do on this task force. I said, here's an example of somebody making a complaint that has uncovered something very interesting in one of our city departments. It turns out there was no real written authorization for this project ever. And it turns out that the Department of Public Works wasn't in or didn't have the practice of issuing work orders. So here was ended up being a $250,000 project for which there were never any work orders. And it makes it hard to track money and allocation of funds without some sort of paper trail. So I think that might have been behind. I'm trying to reconstruct our reasoning for wanting to forward this to the Board of Supervisors. Apparently now the DPW is issuing work orders. They've decided that's a good thing to do because of Mr. Nyman's complaint and what this brought to light. So I just, there's the very important issue of how they handled this complaint. And there's the bigger problem of how they decide to spend taxpayer dollars. The project was probably a great idea, but the fact is, who knows? It wasn't easy to determine who made what decision about it. So I'm just trying to share with the task force some of what we were discussing at the
Vice Chair Wolf
meeting.
I would have also suggested that this also be well, I don't know that action could be sent to the mayor, but I think some communication should be sent to the mayor, considering that it's a department under the executive branch. It's not a department under the legislative branch, but our charge is to advise and report to the Board of Supervisors about how well Sunshine is being used or not. I think the facts of the case and what it's uncovered and the practice would be interesting for the mayor to know about.
So it sounds like we're leaning toward sending it to either the Board of Supervisors, maybe with a CC to the mayor, saying that the work order process, saying that we uncovered this, that this was demonstrating that it was difficult for the public to find out about these projects because there were no papers, and then also for referring it to the DA for compliance. Do we want to refer, are we interested in the fact that Mr. Lee didn't show up this evening to ethics for 6721E? Member Washburn?
So we're suggesting either a 2 or a 3-prong approach here. We have the problem of no work orders and no paper trail. And then we have Mr. Lee's mishandling of this whole thing. I remember discussing the fact that he did not have any communication with Mr. Nyman about, we don't have these documents. Now we're going to start issuing work orders. But he never bothered to explain that to Mr. Nyman. So, and then he didn't come here tonight. So this could go conceivably to the Board of Supervisors, CC the mayor, to the DA and the Ethics Commission. I don't know about the DA, but the Ethics Commission and Board of Supervisors CCing the mayor.
Vice Chair Wolf?
I just want to be clear in whatever we do in the motion that whatever information that got uncovered, that's not really pertains to what we do. We're trying to find out whether, if no documents existed, then no documents existed. That's a viable argument or response from a respondent, and there's nothing necessary we can do about it. We can't ask them to create something out of thin air. And we've been through.
Remember, that's not what the order asks.
I understand that. So I'm just explaining that we have to go to basically what the order says. I think the other information is important to report to the Board of Supervisors and to all other parties, as part of the information that got presented as part of the evidence or the testimony here, and that because of that, it causes difficulties of the public to be able to obtain public information when these procedures are not done or followed or something like that. I think that's important to transmit, just to articulate differently than the actual charge of the violation. So that way it's clear what's going to the DA and clear what's going to the Board of Supervisors and whatnot. Maybe articulating more what you were saying. Member Washburn.
Do we want to, I think that we want to send it for enforcement and then for not attending the meeting for consistency of what we normally do. I don't know where you guys want to send it, but do we want to make a motion, or do you want to hear from Mr. Nyman before we make a motion like we do in complaints? Member Neem?
Well, I think procedurally we need to hear first from Mr. Nyman. We need to ask again if the respondent is present in order to offer our opportunities for rebuttal and then go to the complainant.
So we'll hear rebuttal comments now, and we will note that the respondent is still not present. So the complainant will have 3 minutes.
Chairman Johnson, you said that there was confusion about the documents that DPW provided to me. And there is no confusion. Those documents were provided in a completely separate public records request. Has nothing to do with this case, 11087. There is no confusion about that. You don't have to take my word for it, but you can take Frank Lee's words for it. He said at 1 hour, 46 minutes and 00, when Committee Chairman Washburn asked, Mr. Lee, the order of determination was issued on February 27, and you were given 5 days to produce the documents. So the CD that you showed us, you produced, Frank Lee, actually, this is in response to another records request for all documents. So there is no confusion about that. Besides, none of those documents, which he was very keen on saying 3,000 pages, which is a ridiculous statement, but contains any documents addressing these documents in 11087. None of them. So there is no confusion. It's not that he provided them afterwards and so on. They have not been provided as of yet. Plus, those documents that he started to produce in this separate request was produced way after this order of determination. So in my opinion, that's irrelevant what those documents say. It sounds, I'm not sure if there is a, I have not determined, I'm not convinced that there is no written authorization. I think very well may be a written authorization existing there, but they haven't produced it yet. I don't think we should give in to that statement that there is no written authorization. The funds certainly has been allocated somehow, coming out of some account. Some of these documents now that I have received now after in this separate request indicates that maybe this is California Proposition 42 funds used in this project. And I'm certain that there has to be an authorization and approval of spending California Proposition 42 funds before they can be spent. So there has to be authorization there. It has to exist. They also claim, he also claimed that they have changed their procedures now. He says in the same meeting on March 20th, 1 hour, 55 minutes and 48 seconds into it, if you want to get to a point where you're, Frank Lee says, if you want to get to a point where you're saying, is that the proper thing to do? And is that how your department operates? I can say yes. But we know it's not right. We have since corrected that. But we didn't want, I mean, we were welcoming Mr. Nyman to come discuss this with us, but he didn't want to come discuss this with us. I wished he did, because if he did, he would have given us support to make changes faster, but he didn't. We have made changes. We now seek authorization and making sure and so on. I mean, this is, this is outrageous. He knew last year, last summer, last fall about these issues. And now trying to shift the blame that if I had met with them, they could have made changes faster. I mean, it shows that they are not genuinely interested in resolving this matter. And I'm not sure if they have changed the procedures. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to issue a sunshine request for public records to see what changes they have put into effect since this has happened. And that request will probably also state, I would like to see what procedures were in effect when the project was determined on, so I can see if maybe the rules were broken. But again, I don't think we should give up on, there may exist, these records may very well exist. And I hope we enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Washburn?
I'd like to move that we refer this matter to the Board of Supervisors and CC the mayor, informing the Board of Supervisors about the facts of this case. I also think we should refer this to the Ethics Commission, requesting that they enforce our order of determination as it has not been complied with. And also find that Mr. Lee has in violation of 6721E for not coming tonight.
Second.
Is there discussion? Member Nee?
Yeah. Particularly, I wanted to, through the chair, to Member Washburn, Well, I agree with the sentiment of the motion. Since there was no written work order on this, what exactly are would we be asking ethics to enforce here?
Well, we just heard Mr. Nyman say that he's not asking for the, if there were no work orders, then there were no work orders. But he's not ready to concede that there is nothing in writing authorizing this project. He has been given nothing to show that this project was ever authorized in the first place, or activity was happening, but there was no document saying this should go forward. He's incredulous, and so am I, that this isn't the case. I'm incredulous that there were no work orders, or I just thought city departments worked differently than they apparently do. But
well, the order is not just for the work authorization anymore. Our order of determination.
So, Mr. Lee did not, when he came to speak with us at the Compliance and Amendments Committee, he conceded that he hadn't really addressed this order of determination. He hadn't read it. Anything he produced was not in response to this at all.
Right.
He did. Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wolf.
So I think if you read 6721E with regards to referring this to somebody like the District Attorney, Attorney General, or I guess to the Ethics Commission, it leaves it up to them to determine how to ensure compliance. It's not for us to determine what that is. We just need to notify them that there was noncompliance and it wasn't complied with within 5 days or by the time that the Compliance and Amendments Committee had determined. So I think let's not try to do more work than we're needing to do. I think you found in violation. I think the work for that has been done. Let's forward this to the appropriate parties. Let them deal with how compliance needs to be done. That's what the ordinance requires them to do.
Okay. So the motion is to forward this to the Ethics Commission for enforcement of the order and refer Mr. Lee for failure to appear at this hearing under 6721E, and to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors with a copy to the mayor expressing our concerns that the department was not using written authorization such as work orders for the public to be able to see what happened.
I think what I had in mind for the Board of Supervisors and the mayor is to inform them of this order of determination, that it wasn't complied with, and the issue, and that the issue was documents authorizing this project. And
there should be.
We believe that there should be. If they're not, that's also a problem. It's a problem either way.
So we're going to take public comment, and I want the public to be very clear on what the motion is. You have to wait just a minute because I'm just trying to make clear what. So you want it to, the part about the ethics committee, you want to refer the order to ethics for enforcement, Mr. Lee for 6721E for failure to appear, and then the letter to the Board of Supervisors with a CC to the mayor is that this order wasn't complied with, and they're stating that they didn't use they're stating that we're saying it's a problem that there's no documentation, that there should be documentation.
Well, there are two problems there's a problem either way. If it was documentation, it's not being produced, that's a problem. If there is no documentation, that's also a problem. I don't know
But you want to put both of those things in there.
Right, yeah, in some succinct way.
Okay. So, Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, my concern here is I think what's more important than him just not showing up tonight is the fact that of just seeing and I actually listened to some of the testimony from the Compliance Amendments Committee, is that I think what's more important is that this department or this person needs to be ensured that compliance is met. And the fact that there was no documentation for this particular kind of project spending taxpayer money lacked sunshine. It actually prevented there to be any sunshine about a project that if Mr. Nyman didn't bring it forward, would have gone unnoticed. So I think that's important, and I don't think we're addressing that here.
Well, I think
we're addressing it by sending it to the Board of Supervisors, but the violation needs to be enforced by either the district attorney or the attorney general, or you can have the Ethics Commission do it under a different section of the code, of the 67 code. So, but it wouldn't be under 6721. It would be under.
Well, that's just for Mr. Lee not appearing.
No, I know that, but I'm saying for the other stuff, that needs to be dealt with in more than just a letter to the Board of Supervisors.
We're referring the order to Ethics Commission, the whole order for enforcement. Do you want to add? Are you want to make a friendly motion to add DA or?
Well, if we do it to the DA, then you don't send it to the Ethics Commission until the DA has either dealt with it or doesn't deal with it after a certain period of time for the willful misconduct.
Well, we sometimes send them to both.
Right.
Like the.
But for one is for willful misconduct, which the DA does not get involved in.
Like we sent the Patrick Minette Shaw cases to both against the controller and John St. Croix.
Right, but the willful misconduct stuff is specific to the Ethics Commission under 6731, I think.
But I mean that's fine. We need to move forward with this. This is a pretty simple, straightforward thing to get. We want our order of determination to be enforced. So I don't.
I'm just saying that if it's going to be 6720 for failing to show, is that a willful failure? And if it's a willful failure, then that goes to the Ethics Commission. The other stuff, I think, needs to go to the DA's office. Now, nothing may happen there, and nothing may happen anywhere else. But I'm just trying to find the appropriate, because I'm not hearing that there's an appropriate office that the other stuff is being sent to. I only hear that 6721E, his failing to show up is going to ethics.
Well, the order. Allison wants to send the order of determination to ethics for enforcement.
Okay. All right.
But if you want to suggest the DA instead, we could ask the second and the maker of the motion if you think that's more appropriate.
Well, I don't at this point, I don't care. I was concerned that only part of it was going to the ethics and not the other part. So if that's clarified, then I have no problem.
Okay.
And sorry to waste everybody's time.
No, it's all right. But is there public comment on the motion?
Yes, there certainly is. Once again, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and if I'm correct, the motion is to send it to ethics for compliance and all these other things. Isn't this an interesting letter that I have here for a case that I had in particular? I'd like to inform Mr. Nyman of the failure that will happen and the false hope of all this rigged process. It's going to go nowhere. As a matter of fact, here is something that was done in September of 2010 for a willful violation of 6721E that you're going to send somebody up to. This was for Ms. Shields for the Department of Public Health, which to this day I still have never gotten my medical records over this. I certainly hope you inform Mr. Nyman that everything here is lies and is going to get him nowhere, and he's just wasting his time because here the Ethics Commission blew you off again. 2 years ago, how long does it take to get a HIPAA expert? How long does it take to get policies that work? How long does it take to get respect? Well, I can tell you, no shame, no honor, no penalty, no prize.
I I think there's some confusion about who's responsible for what. Mr. Lee was not the custodian because he never had the records. He was never in charge of the records. Somebody else was. Mr. Lee is the designated hitter on public records requests, which means he doesn't know anything about what other people have. So if somebody who actually is the custodian says, gee, Frank, we don't have any of those records, Mr. Lee shows up here and says, those records don't exist. The custodian is the responsible person under Section 6721A and E. And that's the person who should be in front of you answering the questions, not Mr. Lee. But the problem of the representative who then comes before you is a representative of his department who is knowledgeable about, presumably, the way they keep their records so that this can be all pulled together. Because the last sentence says, an authorized representative of the custodian requested shall attend and explain the basis for its decision, whereas a custodian is defined as every person. So you've got this kind of thing where two ships are passing in the night. So you want to get the representative for not showing up, but that isn't really Mr. Lee. That's somebody who should have been authorized to be here. On the other hand, Mr. Lee, it was not the custodian, so he shouldn't have been here in the first place. Having said all of that, what I would suggest is you send it to the Ethics Commission. You know Mr. Lee is going to get out of jail free. He's already got the card. You send it to the district attorney. They don't even recognize it because there's no criminal act involved. You send it to the Board of Supervisors. It'll get lost in the shuffle because who wants to take on Mohammed, whatever his name is, that's running DPW? The only other party that might be interested is the controller. The controller is responsible for the records of this city and county. And maybe the controller would look into it and say, this is not right.
Thomas Piccirillo. If the objective is to get Mr. Nyman the public records that he is seeking, you have failed. Look at your order of determination on page 55. You'll see that all you've named is the Department of Public Works, no individual. If you don't name individuals, there's no accountability. You continue to do this over and over again. You're naming city departments. The Ethics Commission is going to laugh at your order of determination once again. You haven't named an individual. Only individuals are accountable, not nebulous city departments, city agencies. You got to name specific people if you want accountability. You failed Mr. Nyman. He is not going to get the records that he's seeking. Another matter. There has been no respondent in this case, so the complainant should not be allowed to have rebuttal. There's nothing to rebut if the respondent didn't show up. You need to downsize these discussions so that the meetings can end before 11 o'clock at night. If some of us want to hear your tabled motion regarding another matter, it would be better to hear it at 9 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock. But again, you failed Mr. Nyman. He's not going to get the records because, in part, it's your negligence in naming a nebulous city department, no individual. You know ethics is not going to find any willful misconduct because you haven't named any person. And you know they're not going to hear jurisdiction of this case because they don't believe they have jurisdiction for anything but willful violations. But we have these discussions every month. And again, every month you fail the complainants. Thank you.
This is not my case, but in listening The first thing I want to say is that I'm not sure whether the section 67.29-7 applies, but I have brought it up on occasion, and it talks about basically the requirement to maintain records. Section A, the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So I think that includes the creation of records that are part of a professional and businesslike manner of having records. It wouldn't really mean very much, I don't think, if you allowed people to simply spend $250,000 here and another $250,000 there. Keeping records would be meaningless if those records wouldn't be a professional and businesslike thing to actually create. So I think you may have an additional thing to consider here if you want to. I do think that the question of responsibility does come up here repeatedly, and without having the organization chart and so on, I do think that, I know that it's happened where you find somebody in violation when I think at least the department head should always be in violation, even no matter the lowest employee making a mistake. That's the ultimate authority. And that's who runs a department. If the department head can't figure out how to educate, inform, and organize his or her staff, then that's ultimately who is responsible, along with any particular person you may wish to choose to find responsible. I am sorry to see the complainant so frustrated with the bad behavior that I think he has shown, which never seems to get a violation here, but I do think you can make some comment about it. When people don't tell the truth, when people play fast and loose with the truth and with, in fact, you, as well as the public, I certainly think in one form or another, whether it's in this motion or in some other way, I think it's worthwhile to acknowledge when people are lying, when people are not being helpful, and so on and so forth. Even if it isn't specifically violating a specific section of Sunshine, it certainly is a problem for the public, and I think also a problem for you and for justice. And the sending of representatives who know nothing seems to be a habit that I wish you would be harder on. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf?
So just a couple of things. One is I think this body has taken into very clear that when we make orders to determinations that we do not do it to departments. The problem is when the complainant makes it to the department, it leaves the task force with no other ability to be able to change what the order is. That's an important factor, okay? So if the complainant brings it forward, we always suggest that the complainant, and it says it on the form, who's the person that you contacted, it says it right on the form. So we've been through this over and over again, and the task force has done due diligence on that. As far as rebuttal is concerned, if there's something that we've discussed that the complainant finds incorrect, which I think Mr. Nyman has done, I think he made some points that I think made it even more clearer for me. I think it's important to hear a rebuttal despite the respondent not here. The respondent not here is meaningless. The case continues to go. They're just absent from their turn to do any rebuttal. But it shouldn't stop the complainant from doing that. I think that's not providing anybody a due process in that kind of way. So I think with regards to the creation, 6729-7, I can't really go with that. In the spirit of Sunshine, I understand, and I'd make a recommendation to include it in the amendments, but you got to go by the letter of the law. The letter of the law is specific. It talks about after things have been created, how they are maintained, and so on, that they should be maintained in a professional-like manner. We've been through this before. When documents don't exist, they don't exist. You can't make people create them out of thin air. So hence there's a violation. So now you have a violation. So I think that's where we stand with this. I think we should move ahead with the motion and move on to the next item.
Okay. I want to make a friendly amendment to also CC the Controller's Office on the Board of Supervisors letter.
That's fine with me.
Who seconded this? Member Nee?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion?
Member Chan?
Aye.
Member Costa?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye.
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 Okay. Chair Johnson?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. Can you please read the next item, Ms. Osbury?
Item number 7, file number 11084, hearing on hearing on determination of reconsideration of file number 11084, complaint filed a library user association against the Arts Commission for not providing an audio recording of a meeting.
So this is a little bit of an unusual circumstance. We heard this complaint in December, on December 14th, and we found the Visual Arts Committee in violation of 6714C. And while I was drafting the orders of determination and looking at different documents to get everything correct, I have discovered that the Visual Arts Committee does not meet in City Hall, and 6714C only applies to bodies that meet at City Hall. So I requested that we rehear the case. Normally, our procedures for complaints we have posted on our website that the procedures for requests for reconsideration are done by the complainant or the respondent. But I felt that it was detrimental to the task force and everything in general to issue an order of determination that made a statement about an entity that wasn't subject to that particular section. I don't know how the other members of the task force feel, but we would then have to, our complaint procedures require us, this is something that the Rules Committee might want to take up. The way it's worded, it requires us to decide whether we would like to rehear the case, and then at the following meeting is when the rehearing would then take place. So the complainant is present in this case, but the respondent is not present. Ms. Osbury, did you hear anything from the respondent? Oh, you are here. I'm sorry, I did not see you, Mr. Matas. Okay, so that is an overview of the reason why this is on the agenda. So I will give the complainant and the respondent their 5 minutes to make a statement about this.
Yes, I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I would say at the outset that we would go along with whatever the task force.
I would ask the members of the public that are sitting out watching and waiting to participate to please be respectful of the time of the people who are speaking.
That we would reluctantly, because of the enormous stretch of time that has passed go along with whatever the task force decides on this matter. This case was filed in October with the hope of getting a quick hearing. It took months to get a hearing until December, and here we are, something like 6 or 7 months that it's going to be before it's heard. And that's a very serious concern. What I want to make clear is, and I don't see it in the agenda item nor in the request for reconsideration from Hope Johnson, which is on page 78 of your packet, and I don't know what page of this item. There's the passive tense used here about how this happened. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it was fine and it was good that somebody from the task force came up with a section of the law that I hadn't even seen, and which I don't think that the Arts Commission had either, and said, hey, it's a dunk shot. Boom.
Slam dunk.
It's required. Thank you. Slam dunk. Subsequently, it turns out that there was a requirement of location for that clause to apply. 67.14c requires recording of meetings that take place within City Hall, certain meetings that take place within City Hall. And the Visual Arts Committee doesn't meet in City Hall. It meets in the basement room 70 of 25 Van Ness. But what I'm concerned with is that I want it to be crystal clear that there is no misbehavior by anybody on this matter, certainly not from our side. We did not misinform anybody. We did not mislead anybody. We did not suggest that this clause be applied. We were sort of stunned because we had made our entire argument based on the same argument which was successful in the subsequent complaint, and that is that the Arts Commission can't crack off a subcommittee and say, well, that's not named in the charter, so those people don't have to apply. The Visual Arts Committee doesn't have to pay any attention to the requirements on a charter body. And what the Hope Johnson memo of 316 says, and I apologize for criticizing, but it says, the task force has since learned that the Visual Arts Committee does not hold its meetings at City Hall. Well, certainly both parties knew that, and both representatives were in the room. At the time of the hearing, the task force was not provided with this information and therefore did not take up discussion of other possibly applicable sections of the ordinance. My only concern here was not provided. What? Who was supposed to provide this? Whoever thought of this section might have thought of that and inquired, but this makes it sound as though you sit there and somebody owes it to you to provide it. I don't owe it to you. Susan Pontius, who came for the Arts Commission, didn't owe it either. So I want to be clear. As a matter of fact, I don't think the Arts Commission made a mistake on this one either. So that's what I would like, above all, to be clear, that this rehearing is not because of any fault on the part of Library Users Association, or for that matter, I'd be very happy to agree that the Arts Commission didn't do anything wrong either. I do want to say that I'm at a big disadvantage tonight. I requested from your administrator the full agenda packet's length so I could decide whether to request a copy for myself, and I also requested, at the very minimum, a paper copy of those portions of this agenda packet that relate to our complaints. And I did not receive that. I was told we don't do that here this evening. I also think that the city attorney's office let you down, because it's my recollection that the city attorney's office said nothing about this. And I believe, and I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think the chair agrees with this, that the city attorney wasn't present at that time in the meeting. If the city attorney had given you proper support, one would have expected the city attorney immediately to say, hold on, folks, it's a great idea, but it doesn't apply, or at least you should make sure that the location makes this section 67.14c relevant. Thank you.
Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, the respondent will now have 5 minutes.
Julio Matos, representing the Visual Arts Committee. The response for this. It is true the Visual Arts Committee does not meet in City Hall. Meetings of the Visual Arts Committee are held at 25 Van Ness Avenue in room suite 70. Despite the fact that the Arts Commission is not required to record the Visual Arts Committee meetings by virtue of being an advisory subcommittee of the full Arts Commission, and by not conducting its meeting at City Hall, we have instituted a practice of recording all Arts Commission committee meetings. These recordings are available to the public upon request. According to the 2010-2011 Good Government Guide, Part 3, page 133, Section G1, the VAC, as an advisory subcommittee of the full Arts Commission, is not a board or commission listed in the charter and thus is not required to audio record its meetings. The sections reads as follows. Each board or commission listed in the charter must audio record regular and special meetings.
Mr. Matos?
Yes. I don't need to
what we're addressing is whether or not we should. Does it say in there?
It's
in there? Okay. I'll
here.
let you proceed because you're reading it, but you're kind of drifting into the substance of what the hearing would be about, and this is about whether we should grant it.
Believe me, I didn't want to go through it either, but it's here. Admin Code 6714B, other policy bodies are not required to audio record their meetings except for closed session portions of meetings. Admin Code 678-1A. Again, in response to Mr. Warfield's request, we have begun to record these meetings, and these recordings are available upon request. In fact, just last week, Mr. Warfield availed himself of this service, so we hope we've been helpful.
Is there any present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Just to address a couple of things, I think that it's perfectly within, my personal, just as an individual member, my personal opinion is that when the task force finds that it has made a mistake, it is an act of responsibility and good faith and trying to do the right thing to correct a mistake. I've had some emails with Mr. Warfield where I clearly make the statement in unequivocal terms the task force made an error. Nobody thought to ask. Personally, I assumed because the Arts Commission met at City Hall, it had never occurred to me they met outside of City Hall. Yes, we should have asked. Are we never going to not, or is there ever going to come a time when we make a mistake? I mean, everyone's going to make a mistake. Correcting it, I think, is the responsible thing to do. And that is why I brought it here. I think it just adds to the confusion if you see a mistake and you go forward without addressing it. I think it just adds to the confusion. So at this time, we're determining is not. We're not determining whether the substance or the merits of the case, just whether or not we want to rehear it based on the fact that the city attorney was not present, but there was a memo. There were no documents, and there was nothing in the memo that specifically said that they didn't meet in City Hall, and none of the members asked. It was a mistake, just a failure of asking whether they met at City Hall. I'm sure it will not happen again, but I'm not sure how the task force prefers to handle that. Member Washburn?
Well, I'm not sure what our options are.
Right now, it's just if we want to rehear it. Do you want to rehear the case so that we can take into consideration that that 6714C doesn't apply, that we have to rehear it knowing that they're not in City Hall? Otherwise, you have to issue an order of determination that is not, you're asking the respondent to be responsible for a section that doesn't apply to them. So we need to rehear it and determine if and make whichever side would then prevail. Either there would be a new order of determination that was relevant to the Visual Arts Committee, or there would not be, depending on what we determined at the rehearing. Otherwise, you're going to issue an order of determination about a section that doesn't apply to the Visual Arts Committee.
So the order of determination has not yet been issued, although
We're reconsidering it.
The order of determination just hasn't been officially issued, but we held the hearing already.
Right, I remember that. Okay. Well, I think we need to do whatever we can to remedy the situation.
So I'm going to make a motion to rehear the case.
Point of order. I don't
Yes,
think we've heard rebuttals yet.
I'm not going to do a rebuttal on a determination. Is that allowable, DCA 3?
Reconsideration, you mean?
I'm sorry, a determination?
Yeah,
after we make a motion?
This issue came up before in the previous motion to reconsider. There's not a specific procedure laid out in your task force procedures. The procedures, as they read, apply to the complaints. However, it would appear to be entirely consistent and fair to do it the same way for both.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We will take the respondent's rebuttal and then the complainant's rebuttal for purposes of consistency with the procedure. So the respondent will have 3 minutes and then the complainant will have 3 minutes. And I've let the record reflect that the respondent has indicated without being at the mic, that he does not have a rebuttal. Does the complainant have?
I'm glad that the chair straightened that out. Yes, you can issue a 5 months later after the complaint and 3 months, 4 months after the hearing, you can issue the order of determination that was unanimously voted, and then allow your own procedure to go forward, which says the complainant or the respondent has 10 days under the law to appeal that order of determination. Or you can do what you're doing now. As I said, we don't object whichever way you find. However, if I might have a copy of the book so that I can quote something. Unfortunately, there's only one book here and many members of the public who have a lot of reasons for looking at it, and this is a hardship on the public to have this set up like this. While Ms. Johnson may have sent emails privately to Library Users Association, there is nothing in the agenda packet that indicates anything about the task force made a mistake. And there's nothing in that memo that's included with this agenda packet that indicates it was the task force and not the parties that made a mistake. And so I am not happy. What somebody did and what somebody said and what somebody out of public view is just fine, but I'd like to see it so that it's perfectly clear. Library Users Association has been talking about, as long as we were able to without disagreement from this body, we were talking about a 9-0 unanimous vote in our favor. And it's an embarrassment if people don't understand that through no fault of ours, you did vote that way, and you've taken it back, and it's not our fault. And I'd like that to be crystal clear in the minutes and in any motion that you include. Otherwise, people will say, gee, you told us a couple of months back that you got this victory, and now it looks like you didn't get it. So how do you explain that? And that's what I want the task force to be clear about. I don't have a problem with folks making a mistake. As I said, it's fine. It was well-intentioned, and at the time I appreciated what I thought was initiative, and I appreciate that, and I still do. I'm only saying that if you're willing to say it orally, put it into the motion. I also would ask you to ask who this gentleman is who I've never seen at the Arts Commission. I've been there quite a bit over the last couple of months, and I wonder what his name is, what his title is, what his role is, and in what fashion is he knowledgeable about any of this when none of you have ever seen him at a meeting. I haven't seen him at the meetings or at the office. Thank you.
The matter is back with the task force. I think that I'm going to move that we rehear complaint 11084 based on the fact that the original at the original hearing, the task force erroneously found the Visual Arts Committee subject to Section 6714 because they erred in not asking about where the Visual Arts Committee met. And nothing in the packets had that information as well. The reason I say that is not to push it back on the parties, but because if that information was provided to us, the rehearing process may not be, it would have been more than just a mistake.
Second.
We would have overlooked it.
Second. Madam Chair?
Yes, Renee.
Yeah, I do want to raise a procedural question here. I would ask the chair if you were one of the people who voted in favor of the original decision on this that resulted in the order of determination. There's a reason that I'm asking it. You were. Okay. Now, the reason I'm asking it is that in order to bring a matter back for reconsideration, that motion has to come from somebody who was on the prevailing side in the when the matter was originally heard.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I was. Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Vice Chair Wolf?
I'm just looking for the order.
It's not there. There's no order. It wasn't issued. I didn't
Oh.
send it to anybody.
Oh, it
because in the middle of drafting it, I realized they were
Gotcha.
not subject to 6714C.
How does that, since I don't now remember, well, maybe I missed it in the memorandum, what the task force's, what the task force ultimately decided in this case. Does that is it solely on this particular item, or were there other violations that were party to this? How would reconsidering this one aspect affect all the other?
It wasn't. It was just 6714C.
That was the matter at the crux of the entire case?
Yeah.
Then we're reconsidering everything prior. So there's prior to the vote.
Yes.
Okay.
With the additional information that there was.
Right. Okay. So when it comes back to the task
Well,
force,
with the knowledge, I guess additional information may be misleading, but
Right.
it's with the knowledge or the awareness of where the Visual Arts Committee meets.
right. So when this comes back to the task force, we're in the middle of debate, and then there's a motion on the floor. We're in the middle of debate.
When it comes back to the task force, there'll be a brand new hearing.
Brand new hearing. Oh, okay.
Because the order was, the section does not apply to the Visual Arts Committee because they don't meet at City Hall.
Okay. I'm just concerned about the procedures on reconsideration, because usually it comes back to the point of just before you take a vote in debate. So I'm just...
Well, we've reconsidered other cases, and it was from the beginning. It would depend on when you.
I'm not while I've been here. I don't recall that. I recall we're doing reconsiderations, taking it back to the point of just before the vote in the middle of debate. So
If you raise that when every hearing comes up, you could raise that issue. It wouldn't affect whether you necessarily rehear it or not, but you would still be, all you would be doing in effect would be, if you had the motion on the table, somebody would then end up saying that doesn't apply, and then you would go back and rehear it.
I understand that, but parliamentary procedure dictates that. And we operate under Robert's rules, so it dictates that. So unless there's something else that says we do it in some other way, we have to apply the rules that are applied.
Well, how would that even, I don't even understand how that would be different. How could you pick up a hearing in the middle of a debate? Would they not have?
Because you are then reconsidering the motion that is on the floor, not everything that's been brought prior to that.
Okay. DCA 3?
Through the chair, the task force has a procedure for reconsideration that's specific and takes precedence over any Robert's Rules of Orders. That procedure specifies that if the task force votes to reconsider a matter, that there is a new hearing on the matter at the next meeting.
Okay. And I stand aside on that.
So if that wasn't the case, then the Roberts rules would apply?
Correct.
Okay.
And if I could just, through the chair, ask DCA 3, where is that located? Because it's not in the bylaws, and it's not in the complaint procedure.
It is in complaint procedures. It's subsection E, reconsideration of task force findings.
Subsection?
E.
B?
E.
E. Okay.
Well, the complaint procedure isn't in there. You want to put the whole thing in? Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing none, is there public comment on the motion?
Yes, once again, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and, it really heartens me to hear that the chair did admit that if there has been some mistake, that common decency should prevail and order should be reconsidered. I did, for example...
Mr. Garza, this is not about your order.
I understand that. I am speaking to the motion.
Mr. Garza, you are continuing to present evidence and continuing to make statements about multiple cases. Please address the order very specifically.
The motion that you're making, the order that you're making, I am glad that you're doing that. I wish I had been afforded the same due process.
Thank you. I wish you had said what the mistake was. Is there additional public comment?
I'm just wondering if there might be a simpler solution than re-agendizing this and then having a full hearing only to come out with a result that everybody knows will be that there was no violation. And it seems to turn on the procedure within the task force own rules and such. But I think if the task force requested an opinion from the city attorney on the issue because the city attorney was missing the first time around, and the city attorney said based on the facts, it was in fact the city attorney's opinion, although you have to be careful, that there was no violation because they were not subject to that particular section in the ordinance. And then the copy of that went to Peter, and he said, well, in view of that, I'll withdraw my complaint. What would be wrong with that? That would save you and Mr. Warfield and everybody here, because you've already lost Mr. Chan. He left about 20 minutes ago, and the record should show that. And you're down to 7 people, and you've got a whole long agenda in front of you, and that's common at these meetings. I think it would be helpful to do it in a way that everybody feels good about. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment is closed. Just for the record, this is not a question of whether they violated 6714C or not. The question is whether they're required to record their meetings. And Mr. Warfield mentioned this himself, and I had in the following case, 11085 is addresses a similar situation. So it's not necessarily the case that we would find they did not violate 6714C. What we would be doing is determining if they're required to record their meetings, and it would be on the record for those purposes. So it wasn't a question of whether that was the violation. Mr. Warfield never brought it. That was entirely the fault of the task force, and the major error was not asking about where they meet or making the assumption that they meet in City Hall. So on the motion to rehear the case, which would be at the May 2nd meeting, can you please call the roll?
Member Chan?
He left.
I'm sorry.
At 7:30. He had to go to school.
Okay. Member Costa?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Johnson?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item?
Item number 8, file number 11089, complaint filed by Bob Burkhead against the City Attorney's Office for allegedly withholding documents.
Is the complainant present? Ms. Osbury, did you hear from the complainant?
In this item, I did not hear from the complainant nor the respondent.
Is the respondent present? He was? Okay. Do we know, Ms. Osbury, the history of 11089 and how it came to be? I was not aware that this needed to be on the agenda, and I think it might have been DCA 3 that pointed out that this needed to be on the agenda.
I don't have an answer to that. I have no idea.
So I don't know what the task force's preference is to continue this to the next meeting to find out if Mr. Burkhead intends to go forward with this, or if you want to dismiss it with the option to refile. I am not familiar with the reason why this has been on the task force's agenda. And our former administrator, DC3, do you know why?
Chair Johnson, I have a vague memory that it was on the February agenda and was continued at the end of that meeting. I believe that I was told by the administrator that it was continued at the end of that meeting after I was gone. So I had a list of things that had been continued, and when I was inquiring about what was going to be on this agenda, I said that was one of the items. That's the extent of what I know.
Member Neem, did you have a comment to make?
Well, I think, I'm trying to remember if we continued it last time because it was getting late or because there was a continuance requested.
I don't think it was on it wasn't on the March 7th agenda. Do we want to continue it to the call of the chair to determine if Mr. Burkhead would like to move forward with the complaint?
So move.
Second. Is there public comment on the motion to continue to the call of the chair?
Thomas Picciarello. I'm not sure what that means. Continue it to the call of the chair. Does that mean the chair then has a discretion of calling this matter again? I don't think that's the proper conclusion. Perhaps Mr. Burkhead was here last month and you didn't hear his matter because you took so long in discussing the other cases. So I would just continue the matter till next month and see if Mr. Ready? I would continue the matter till next month to see if Mr. Burkhead does show up then. And if he doesn't, then you would just dismiss the complaint. Thank you.
Yes, unfortunately, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I agreement with the prior speaker. What does call the chair mean? I have a case that's never been called by the chair. So I really don't understand either, you know, and I would like an explanation, but I'm sure I won't get one.
This was not continued at the February 28th meeting because of time. And the call of the chair means we're going to determine whether or not Mr. Burkhead wants to move forward, and then we would put it on the next agenda item. The reason why I don't automatically send it to the next agenda item is we receive a lot of complaints that our meetings are too long and that we should do stuff to make it a little bit shorter, and that is what I'm trying to do. So you can't have it every single way. We have to try to do certain things, but we will not let it drop. Since I don't know why he's not here and we haven't heard from him, but they did receive. Again, the complainants, we want as much sunshine as possible, but complainants have a responsibility to at least inform us. If they're going to bring a complaint and they're going to make allegations, we at least need some kind of information, but we receive nothing. We can't just keep giving everyone the constant benefit of the doubt. We have to have some level of responsibility for the complainants. But in this instance, since we had a situation where the former administrator is no longer with us, we've lost some of that institutional knowledge and we're not sure what's going on. I think call of the chair might be better to be certain what is going on with this case and to contact the complainant. If we don't hear from him, then is there additional public comment on the item? Seeing none, it's back with the task force. Is there any additional discussion? Can you please call the roll on moving 11089 to the call of the chair and determining if Mr. Burkhead would like to move forward with this complaint?
Member Chan? I'm sorry. Member Costa?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye.
And Chair Johnson?
Aye.
The motion passes.
I am going to request that the people who are watching the meeting be respectful of the meeting and try to refrain from making comments and speaking while other people are speaking. You might not have respect for the task force. I don't know what the issue is, but please have respect for the meeting and the other people at the meeting and their need to be able to concentrate and present us with information, regardless of what you think about this body. Please be respectful of the meeting and the public who is here because they have a reason to be here and they need to have some respect for their time. Can you please read the next item?
Item number 9, file number 11091, complaint filed by Nick Pasquarello against the Office of Supervisor David Chu for allegedly not responding to an immediate disclosure request.
I do not see Mr. Pasquarello here. Is that the case? Ms. Osbury, did you hear from Mr. Pasquarello?
No, I've not heard from the respondent nor the complainant, but everyone was advised that the hearing would take place today.
So since we heard from Mr. Pasquarello the last time that he wanted to continue it, but he did not hear, he did not respond this time.
That's correct.
And just for the record, Judson True has been tracking this the entire time and did indeed contact us at the last meeting. So he was present when this was first on the agenda to represent Supervisor David Chu. Is nobody here is from the respondent's office? Do we want to entertain a motion to dismiss this with a leave to refile? This would be the third time that it's been on the, actually, it'll be the fourth, but the first time it was our fault because this is one of the instances where it was too late. This is the third time it's been on the agenda. And this will be the second. The last time Mr. Pasquarello requested a continuance, and this time he didn't contact us at all. Member Washburn?
Yes, I move that we dismiss this, but the complainant is certainly welcome to refile.
Second.
Is there a public comment on the motion to dismiss with leave to refile?
Yes, Peter Warfield. I'm not a party to this and don't know any details about it, but before you blame somebody, I would like to say that I do not have any record of receiving any agenda packet for this meeting, nor any notice of an agenda packet that I know of. I looked for my SOTF source and searched this afternoon and didn't find anything. Normally, at least there is a notification that the meeting is happening and there is a link to the agenda. I'd also like to say that on the complaints that library users has filed for this, that are scheduled for this meeting, let me just back up a moment. I did get a list from the administrator, I believe, from SOTF and so on, announcing the list of cases that were expected to be on the agenda, but I did not get any specific agenda notification or link or anything else. I also did not get anything from the city attorney, so I haven't seen those city attorney's letters either, which also might have alerted me about an upcoming meeting. By not having seen them, I mean not until I myself looked for the agenda a day or two ago and had an opportunity to see it. I don't like reading it. I've already described my difficulty in getting a paper copy of even just my own items here tonight. So before you blame someone who's not here, I think you might at least give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying one way or another what your action should be, but I would like you to be aware that it's possible Mr. Pasquarello, who I don't normally recognize as the type of person who's a no-show, I think you might give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe he didn't realize there was a meeting, and this is only the second meeting of your new Wednesday program. Thanks very much.
Is there additional public comment on the motion?
Yes, I happen to agree with the prior speaker. I think you should do the exact same thing you did priorly. Call the chair. Call him. Find out like you wanted to do with Mr. Burkhardt. This is all about due process, you keep telling us. Or is it only due process for the other side? Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Member Manning?
Through the chair, Ms. Osbury, were both parties sufficiently informed that there was going to be a meeting?
Every party on today's agenda was notified via email, letting them know the date and time. The onus is on that person to look at the link, which is up much prior to the meeting, a week before the meeting. And in Mr. Warfield's case, All the documents that he needed and requested are online. If he did not have access to print them out himself, the front desk of the clerk of the board is more than willing to print those out at a cost. And he was notified of that.
Quite frankly, with respect to this particular item, while I completely appreciate and respect everything that the members of the public have said, I'm very much a believer in giving several chances, not just second chances. But quite frankly, I mean, they were sufficiently notified. I don't see why we should continue to the other meeting. I would definitely support the motion that I, seconded, that Member Washburn made to dismiss this with the option of refiling. I don't see why we should, as with several other cases, just give them second and third and fourth chances, rightfully so, well deserved. But if they're sufficiently notified and they don't show up, it's, there is responsibility on their part to also come.
Yeah, I am not trying to blame anybody for anything. But even in a regular court of law, if you bring a complaint, you cannot just it's very, very difficult for us to even guess how long the agenda will be if at the last minute the complainants request a continuance, sometimes on the day of the hearing, without an emergency or anything like that. They just request a continuance. It's very difficult to plan. And to ask the Board of Supervisors or anybody else to demand that they come here, we also have to have a level. It's not blame, it's responsibility. I agree that it's unusual for Mr. Pasquarello not to appear, but he did know that this was coming up because he did send us information about requests before. So we have to make some level of responsibility, and there has to be some limit to how many times we're going to, because when this comes up on the next agenda, some case at the end is going to get left off, and those people have been waiting, and that's how these things end up taking 60 and 90 days. Sometimes one complainant will file 5 complaints all at once, and as you know, that can be one whole entire agenda. So if these things are moved on continually month after month for 2 and 3 months. So it's not as though you cannot refile, and it's unfortunate if that has to happen. But it's important for us to be able to move these things off the agenda so we can get to the next set of complainants and respondents. Can you call the roll on the motion?
Member Costa?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Johnson?
Aye.
The motion passes.
So this file number 11091 is dismissed with leave to refile the complaint. Ms. Osbury, can you read the next item? I think it's
item number 15.
I think it's 14.
14. Item number 14, file number 11099, complaint filed by Jason Garza against the Department of Public Health for allegedly not providing requested information.
Since this is a new format, do we read both A and B, or read item A and do jurisdiction and then item B?
We proceed the same way we always have done. It's just appearing on the agenda differently.
Do those have to be read in their entirety for the proper procedure?
I see what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Do you see it through it?
Through the chair, you just need to read the item before action is taken on it and considered by the task force. And since these will be considered and voted on individually, you can read A first, and then you can move on to B after you take action on the jurisdiction.
Thank you. So can you read subsection A?
Determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Jason Grant Garza against the Department of Public Health for allegedly not providing requested information.
Move to find jurisdiction.
Second.
Is there any public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Can we find jurisdiction without objection? Seeing no objection, jurisdiction is found. Can you please read subsection B?
Hearing on complaint filed by Jason.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't ask for public. Did I? I did.
You did?
I
Okay.
did.
Sorry, went by me so quickly.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Hearing on complaint filed by Jason Grant Garza against the Department of Public Health for allegedly not providing requested information.
Okay, I just want to, complainant is present. I want to make sure that respondent is still not present. Okay, so respondent is not present. At the beginning of the meeting, we asked Mr. Garza if he wanted to move forward, and he did. Do you still wish to move forward? And if so, you'll have your 5 minutes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Mr. Garza will have 5 minutes to present
Okay.
his complaint.
That's absolutely wonderful. Once again, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I'm here repeatedly before the task force because naturally the process of sunshine is to be able to clean and disinfect and to get to the truth. And apparently, since it doesn't work at the ministry, I have to keep coming back. During one of the prior hearings that I had concerning receiving records and stuff like that, in a particular case, Mr. Nee used the term, there's a dodge going on here somewhere, that was never readdressed as far as my HIPAA materials were concerned. Well, in this case, there's a dodge going on here somewhere. I particularly sunshined the Department of Public Health for accreditation information because since I have not been receiving my medical records or my request for programmatic access, they basically, in my opinion, have been breaking the law, and I wanted to have them de-accredited, decertified, not provide this disservice to anyone else. The reason I sunshined them, like I said, was for this information. I sunshined them, I believe it was, without looking, my dates might be a little bit wrong, but I think there isn't any contest that I sunshined them. They responded, but they gave me the incorrect information, which I told them when I wrote back, you've given me the incorrect information. I asked them who accredited them. They basically sent me to the Public Health Accreditation Board in Virginia, which wrote back and said, oh, no, we don't. We don't accredit the health care service side. So when I wrote back, they sent me then to licensing and certification and CMS, supposedly on the state and federal level as to who accredits them. Well, interestingly enough, licensing and certification writes back and says, no, we don't accredit the Department of Public Health or Tom Waddell or anything like that. So they gave me the wrong information again. Same thing from CMS. So, it's really very distressing to me when, first of all, like in my case with the HIPAA case, there wasn't a knowledgeable representative. There's obviously nobody knowledgeable here other than me. And I have all the evidence that refutes everything they've sent me. Obviously, they've not complied. They've not had the respect or the decorum to care about you guys to show up. They've never had the respect and decorum to do what the law requires. In my case, which I've already proven that they're serial violators, the Department of Public Health. For example, in case 06034, my Impala case, to produce the Nurse Ratchet letter. I also have proof that they're constantly poisoning the well and saying that I'm harassing and that I'm difficult to work with and all these other things. Anything, any port in the storm, as opposed to doing the right thing. And unfortunately, you guys are killing the messenger. I'm the messenger. I'm also the victim here. When is my due process ever going to be heard? Case 11081. These are my HIPAA medical records. I'm here now asking for accreditation for the Department of Public Health that's denied me my medical records. Will I ever have any decency? Well, it's an interesting question because, like I said, Mr. Wolf was supposed to have continued this and followed up. Then I got a letter from Ms. Johnson saying that nobody was interested. So I guess nobody is interested in my health care
Mr. Garza, can you please address the case that we're having right
I am
now?
addressing the case.
You
and-
are talking about a different case. Can you please address the case that we're hearing now?
The case that we're hearing now is who accredits DPH. The reason I asked who accredits DPH is because of all the prior cases which I wasn't treated fairly or correctly, which were in front of you. So I would have to disagree with you and say this all interrelates. And I am speaking to all of it. It shows how the interlacing does not hold, how everything is parsed, and when it's all put back together, it still has no outcome. And unfortunately, like I said, not only, if this was a court of law, would, the stuff be taken under penalty of perjury, because apparently they can lie, do whatever they want, not have to have it be truthful, and incorrect orders of determination can be, based on what their incorrect statements were, but I never seem to have any due process, and I'm the one who seems to be dead right because I've got all the paperwork. Fortunately, I'm writing a book. And I want to inform you, it's called myownprivateguantanamo.com, and this will all be published so that everybody can see how the system is rigged, inclusive of the prior times. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Is there anybody present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none and the respondent is not present, is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Washburn?
Well, this has been a long evening, and I'm forgetting whether or not the DPH said that they were not going to come, or what is
the email is on. They sent us an email. What page is it on? Oh, it's not part of the packet. They sent an email that they were not going to appear. They say that they responded on numerous occasions and at several overlapping hearings. They have no further information to provide Mr. Garza. We do not intend to send a representative to appear at this hearing. The question before us here is Mr. Garza requested on page, I think it's 190 of our packet, specific information, and he is saying, and then they responded on page 188, and he is saying that, Mr. Garza, could you clarify if you're saying it's not all of the information or if these are incorrect entities?
Okay, there's 3 line items that I sunshined them for. Which line item are you referring to? Line item 1?
I'm referring to all 3 of them.
They all have to do with different entities doing different things. Line item 1 is the accreditation. Who accredits the Department of Public Health so that I can write those people, and have them de-accredited. Line item 2 has...
Wait, let's go back to item 1, because on page 188, their response to you is that it's Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Division of Survey and Certifications. Are you saying that that is incorrect information?
Madam, I think I showed you that the letter from CMS is saying that's incorrect information from licensing and certification. And they also sent me the licensing and certification on the state level, and the letter from licensing and certification on the state level is saying that's incorrect. Yes, madam, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Don't move it. I want to read it just for a minute. This facility is not within our jurisdiction. Tom Waddell is under the jurisdiction of San Francisco Department of Public Health.
Correct.
And this one relates to...
the state licensing and certification that they said they sent me. And let's not forget they've already sent me the Public Health Accreditation Board in Virginia, which was a failure. Let's not forget that. Let's not gloss over that fact. So that when I followed up with that, they sent me to these people, and of course, here is the Center for Medicaid Licensing and Certification. Ha 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 ha.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Mr. Garza, these documents that you're showing us here today, have you submitted them for the record? So are they in our agenda?
I'm not really sure.
So you're presenting new evidence?
No, because in your agenda, it specifically has where I quote from these line items. Like when I wrote her back in 12:9 or 12:12, I wrote her back and I said, you sent me the wrong information according to Western, and I quoted what I received from these letters, so it should be in there.
Can you tell us where in our agenda that is? Because I'm not seeing it.
He referenced it in an email. The actual document is not there.
Yeah, I understand that, but the problem is that the documents say something very specific, and when somebody paraphrases them, certain things could be...
Actually, no, I put them in quotation. It's not paraphrased.
Then please tell me where I could find them, because I have not been able to find them.
It has come to the attention of the Western Division right here, and it's on page 186 of your packet. Is that what this thing is? 186 down on the bottom on the left? So you can see it's in parenthesis.
186.
186.
Yeah, well, my vision is so bad. I'm
Okay,
so old, and I don't have any medical care.
So
yeah, I notified them that basically they both
it's just
said
formatted differently. That's why it looked different.
So yes, it was there. I may not have sent a JPEG image of the letter, but I notified them basically. And the thing that really irks me is, aren't they supposed to come back and say, well, how can we help you? Your request is very specific. We're here to help you. The reason I'm bringing all this up is because there was a exact same thing that happened with the Crime Lab Confidential, where accreditation was given to the DNA lab, and paperwork was missing as to faulty procedure and improper follow-up, but they got accredited. Now, there's a big deal going on about that. It's the same thing here. Excuse me, I want to find out about your accreditation because you're breaking the law. Oh, well, now you're not giving me the right information, so I guess I can't complain to the right people. And if they don't get the complaint, just like it's happened before, well, guess what? They'll just get reaccredited. Oh, it's Machiavellian. It's simply Machiavellian.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Mr. Garza, can you please hand the clerk those two documents?
You're talking about the one from the Department of Public Health Licensing and Certification and the one from CMS?
Right. I want to see the original language. Sure. Thank you very much. You can go on without me.
Sorry, I was reading the... Is the Tom Waddell Clinic part of the Department of Public Health?
That's the two places I've gone to in my orders of determination to ask for, health care that I was denied, and programmatic access, and my medical records. And that's why I've been in front of you guys in case number 10038 and 11081.
Can you just say yes or no? You don't have to berate me every time I'm trying to find information. Is it Department of Public Health under Tom Waddell? Is Tom Waddell part of Department of Public Health? Mr. Garza?
Tom Waddell is under the Department of Public Health.
Thanks. Here's your documents back unless somebody else is interested in looking at them. So one of the item 2 and item 3, I'm not sure where this places me. Item 2 and item 3 are the same issues that Mr. Garza asks me about. And all you can do is refer the people to the proper the people who are supposed to have the information on disability and programmatic access.
Supposed to, correct.
Mr. Garza, can you step away from the mic, please? So, to me, those responses, Mr. Garza doesn't like those responses, but those are legitimate responses. That's the department that's supposed to help in the city. I think going to those departments or a complaint against those departments if they're not providing him with additional information is separate from the Department of Public Health. But I'm not sure what to do about item 1. Vice Chair Wolf?
For me, I don't know whether hospitals have to be accredited or not equally like a DNA lab. I have no idea to a college or a university. So I have no information or understand how that process works. But I think the response that was given was a very good one. I mean, this is the Division of Surveys and Certifications for dealing with Medicare and Medicaid services. I don't think you can get much higher than that at a federal resource, because that would be, if they ever pulled a certification, then Tom Waddell, Department of Health, would never be able to do business. So I think you got your answer, and they gave you a state resource. So I don't see how they violated anything. They gave you the information. So I just think that I don't see how your complaint is that they didn't give you the information. So I see the information having been given.
Madam Chair.
Member Neeb.
Yeah, I'm a bit troubled that the Department of Public Health has not sent a representative here, because there are some things here that I do find questionable. When Mr. Garza received the information, he went back to them and said, I contacted these informations to these agencies to whom you had referred me. They said they are not the agencies that have jurisdiction in this matter, and he received no further response from the Department of Public Health on this. And it seems to me that they're not being here to answer questions on that. That's of concern to me.
Fair.
Maybe they did provide all of the information that they could, but I'm not convinced of that, particularly in light of what Mr. Garza has told us tonight. And if we don't refer this now to compliance and amendments with an order of determination, at the very least we can do is continue this and make it clear to DPH that they're skating on thin ice here.
Well, do we want to hear rebuttal and then decide what your preference might be?
I think that's a prudent course.
Okay. So the respondent is not present. Mr. Garza will have 3 minutes to offer any closing remarks or rebuttal remarks.
Once again, my rebuttal goes towards sunshine. You know, I'm so disheartened being here, because in sunshine, it's to expose the whole truth, not the partial truth, not half-truths, not that the glass is half empty, half full. I have been denied medical services. I have been denied my medical records. At each and every turn when I come here, you know, the Department of Public Health seems to be able to poison the well, say that I'm harmful. I never received the memo that Ms. Johnson, I want to receive it to make sure that they didn't, you know, mischaracterize me as harassing, but I'm pretty sure they probably did, and that's why they didn't show.
You didn't get it?
When a person is poor and they don't have resources, they have to go to where they can get their records to file whatever they might file on a timely manner. Most lawsuits or claims have to be filed within 30 days or 6 months. And if we can't get our records in Sunshine because we've done everything correctly, and the other side, when we ask for things correctly, sends us down dead-end leads or paths that they know isn't going to work, well, that's not helping the complainant. It's like, you know, my argument with the chair over the ADA, quote, help that I was supposed to receive from Madeline. You know, if you don't get any help, it doesn't matter how you characterize it. There's a dodge going on here. This is about the ability to receive what I'm legally entitled to, having asked the right questions, having followed up on their dead-end leads. And once again, not only is the dodge going on, but I'm being harmed because, for example, this was filed back in December. It was past the 45 days. Nobody's notified me as to why it went past the 45 days. What have I done wrong? Why am I still being victimized? Where is my advocacy at the Ministry of Sunshine?
The matter's back with the task force. I agree with Member Nee that the Department of Public Health should have sent a representative to ask questions. It becomes pretty complicated. Mr. Garza, can you please let us deliberate? And there's a number of things that go on. I personally cannot get Mr. Garza to answer many questions, or he answers them very late, or in a crazy way that makes you sound like, it makes you feel like there's nothing else you can say. There are many times when my emails are not. It doesn't matter. The Department of Public Health should be here so we can ask them specific questions. I do not know. I feel the same way that Vice Chair Wolf does. I'm not familiar with the accreditation process. I don't know what the information is supposed to be. But in light of all of those things taken together, I think that it might be better to. I don't want to say better to, but if we make an order now and send it to compliance and amendments, would we be facilitating the fact that they didn't appear here at the hearing? Because we would just be moving forward and they just would keep not appearing? Is that a concern to anybody? If we continue it, is it fair to the complainant to get whatever the proper information might be? Member Nee?
Mr. Garza, please approach. You heard the choices that we have here that Chair Johnson just laid out.
Please repeat them because I really wasn't.
Okay. Number one, we can refer this, issue an order of determination, refer the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and the possibility there is that there's, we're facilitating the Department of Public Health is not showing up here, not sending a representative. Or we can continue the matter, asking that both the department and you appear, but at the same time, that delays the process moving forward that you're seeking. So
my question would be, honestly, and if they don't appear at this next hearing, like they probably won't, if we do continue it, because, I had the same bait and switch tactic used on me in case 11081 where my HIPAA thing was going to be pulled aside. I want resolution. That's why I'm asking this question very specifically. If they do not show, if it gets continued, they do not show, then what?
I have a question for you, Mr. Garza. Please. How come you don't ask the Ethics Commission that?
I'm sorry, you confused me. What does ethics have to do with Sunshine?
When we refer stuff to ethics and it does not get taken up.
You asked me this question last time.
That's correct, but in this instance, If we refer
it's not
it
before ethics.
when we refer things to ethics and they don't take them up, don't you think that it would be useful to ask them why they don't take them up?
Honestly, to be honest with you, no, it's not my function. It's yours. You're the person who's referring them up. You're the person who's guaranteeing satisfaction to the complainant.
It's not my complaint.
You're providing the faulty process.
Okay, Mr. Garza, Madam Chair. Mr. Garza, the question you ask is very difficult for us to answer. One of the main reasons being that at least 3 members of this task force will not be on the task force after this month. You're going to have at least 3 new people on the task force, and how they perceive this entire issue that's before us now, they might have some different perspectives. It's really very difficult to forecast what would happen if we continue this and it goes to the new task force.
I don't see how that's any more difficult than in the particular last case I had where my HIPAA stuff was separated and yet no one followed up on it. False process and false hope is still false process and false hope. So I'm truly not understanding. I'm trying to.
Well, the question.
But I'm truly not.
Question before us.
All right, we cannot continue doing this. We do this every time. Mr. Garza, we cannot guarantee you what is going to happen to them. I'm sorry. So,
if we...
No more.
If we could,
I cannot allow this to continue on. We cannot continue. We do this every time for a really long time. You're going to have to make a motion and decide. We're going to have to make the decision ourselves. We're going to go back and forth like this.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee?
I move to continue this item to the next meeting of the next regular meeting of the task force, with notice going to both sides that they are to appear, and that notice to the respondents to include a warning that they have already violated Section 67.21E, and further violation of 6721E will be taken very seriously.
Second.
You're seconding it?
Yeah, I'm seconding it.
Member Costa?
So to be clear, are we finding a violation of 6721E?
We are finding a violation. We are finding a violation now of 6721E.
Well, so that's part of the motion, is finding a violation?
That's correct.
So the motion would be a violation of 6721E specifically to, was there a specific person named in the complaint? The person who responded to the complaint is Eileen Shields.
Yeah.
But again, she's a public information officer.
The IDR went to Barbara Garcia.
Mr. Garza, can you please wait until we ask you a question?
Who has, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can we ask who is, has the department corresponded with the task force on this matter, and if so, who at the Department of Public Health?
I have an email from Eileen Shields responding. Eileen Shields has appeared before us to previously, but she's a public information officer. So I don't know if that's who you want to name in this particular instance, or Vice Chair Wolf?
I would suggest, since we don't know who the point person is, that you make the department head the point person. That person will know who it actually is has the information, who doesn't have the information.
That's Barbara Garcia. Is that who you want the notice to go to? Or who the violation would be against?
Maker accepts the motion if the second does, naming Barbara Garcia.
The seconder accepts.
Or I guess it's
Is she that?
it's Garcia or Gracia. I have
It's
here
Garcia.
Gracia. It's Gracia. Anyway,
Well, this is, it's spelled Garcia, which is Garcia.
well, on page 185,
Member Manny, can you talk into the microphone
Sorry,
if you're...
we're just discussing the spelling.
well, okay.
So, that's right. That's weird. Barbara Gracia.
Page 185, it lists
Yeah,
Barbara
yeah, yeah.
Gracia, Gracia.
Whereas on 186,
It's just a typo.
It's a typo, yeah. But I feel that it is Garcia.
It's Barbara Garcia.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're continuing, the motion is to continue this to May 2nd with a notice to respond and, I'm sorry.
Notice to both sides to appear.
With the notice to both sides that they're required to appear and
informing.
And you're including a motion to find Barbara Garcia in violation of 6721E for failure to appear here at this hearing.
Correct.
Is there public comment on the motion?
Thomas Piccirillo. Yeah, I'm in favor of the motion to find Barbara Garcia in violation for not having anybody responsible showing up. That's good. Regarding the continuance till next month, I don't see that helping Mr. Garza get the records or documents he was seeking. I would prefer to see this matter go to the Complaints and Compliance Committee with the finding that the Department of Public Health, it's getting late, did not comply with his request. So, putting it over to the new task force is not helping Mr. Garza. You got to process these cases. So my suggestion would be to send the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee to resolve this in a much quicker way. But I do support the finding that Barbara Garcia failed to send anyone here tonight for the matter before you. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf?
I don't want to belabor this too long, but just for Mr. Garza's benefit, when you read the response from the Public Health Accreditation Board, it's very specific, and they say that the interest of your complaint is specifically on medical services. That is something that they do not accredit for. Each individual medical service is accredited individually. So mental health is one, home services is another, cardiology is another, nursing is another, paramedics is another. They're all separately, individually accredited. So they took it as your request was for medical services, which doesn't fall in their jurisdiction. So this is a matter of their terminology and their, whichever way they regard things in regards to how they do the accreditation. I don't know if that's helpful for you or not, but I've done some research on it, and that's what I can find for right now for you.
Ms. Osbury, can you please call the roll on the motion?
Member Acosta?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Johnson.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Can we go on to the next item? Are you?
Thank you.
Can you please read the next item?
Item number 15, file number 12003, complaint filed by the Library Users Association against the Arts Commission for allegedly not allowing provisions for general public comment about the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural. A, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by the Library Association against the Arts Commission for allegedly not allowing provisions for general public comment about the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural.
Move to find jurisdiction.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take jurisdiction without objection? Seeing no objection, jurisdiction is found. Can you please read subsection B?
Hearing on complaint filed by the Library Users Association against the Arts Commission for allegedly not allowing provisions for general public comment about the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural.
Both complainant and respondent are present. So the complainant will have 5 minutes and then the respondent.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We attended at least one meeting of the Arts Commission, Visual Arts Committee, which is a subcommittee, where there was no provision for general public comment. We were thereby prevented from making public comment about anything within their purview, but most particularly what we had come for, which was the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural, which was on the way to destruction, having been taken up at the Library Commission previously. While there was public comment permitted on specific agenda items, there was not public comment, general public comment permitted. As it says in our complaint, we note that the Visual Arts Committee agendas for several meetings at which the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural was discussed and meetings just before and after also did not provide for public comment. As a matter of fact, I've gone back over a number of years, and I believe I have never seen, well, I know that I've never seen general public comment going back, I would say, at least 5 years. We included in your packet some information about Visual Arts Committee meetings of September 15th, 2009, October 21st, 2009, as well as August 17th, 2011, and October 19th, 2011. This was not an inadvertence, which was the little play act that the former chair, now ousted in December, P.J. Johnston, tried to pretend it was at one of the meetings where we brought this up. It was straight out of Oscar Wilde, where the main character berates the butler for not having gotten cucumbers that morning because his aunt was visiting and she loves those things and there were none present. Well, it turns out he had eaten all of them himself. In any case, I've provided those agendas in full for you to review, the circled numbered pages. I have brought what I sent to you as color pictures of one portion of what I would have liked to show the Arts Commission, and can tell you that they managed to maintain the purity of their complete ignorance of ever having seen these. These are pictures and text about the original mural, which they decided was going to be painted out destroyed, a real cultural destruction, without them having ever seen a single word from the opening day brochure that the library actually provided and which had been on a website until relatively recently. In fact, until we made public comment at the Board of Supervisors pointing some of these quite charming and very beautiful images and text out. And then the mural group that had these images, here's a whole side of the building that honors working women, women doing cultural, educational, political and medical work. Here's the front. They never had mentioned the word Victor Jara, the famous Chilean singer and songwriter who had his hands broken by the Pinochet dictatorship when they took over and then killed after the 9/11 1973 coup. And in this Latino neighborhood, Victor Jara had particular significance. There was also words and in Spanish and English by Victor Jara, his image. Here are words and words in Spanish and English and the name of Holly Near, a singer modeled on, or Roberta Flack. A number of other images which I'll show you quickly. There isn't really much time to go into it. They never saw that, and they maintained the purity of their ignorance right up until Monday, this past April 2nd, Monday, when, never having seen this material, they voted to paint out that mural, to approve the painting out of that mural. So it's a pretty straightforward case. I think in their response, which is not included, it is included. I think they called it an inadvertent omission. I hope that you will make note of this preposterous claim and just find that they have consistently, over a period of years, denied the public's right to make general public comment. Thank you.
Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, respondent will have 5 minutes.
Julio Matos for Visual Arts Committee. As we stated in our response letter to this summons, this was an inadvertent omission which has since been corrected as soon as Mr. Warfield pointed this out. We made a permanent change to our agenda. Now all of our agenda items include a line calling for public comment.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
Mr. Montes? And I'm hoping that you can answer this question.
Go for it.
Had the Visual Arts Committee provided public comment on this particular item, and there was compelling reason by the public to not do away with the mural, would they have not taken that action?
You know, for this agenda, I was actually looking at my calendar, and this is actually exactly before this agenda was actually before I was actually
okay. So let me ask you another question that would be similar. Well, it's hard because if it was if they made the correction after you had gotten there, then you wouldn't have any recollection at all. So my question is moot to you. Sorry. It makes it hard when there's somebody here who can't answer the question.
First things first. If you're asking before I started with them,
yes.
No. This is actually, I'm talking about regarding this particular, this was actually, I do believe you mentioned August 17th, Mr. Warfield mentioned, but a couple years ago in 2009, when I actually first started with the San Francisco Arts Commission, it was a little bit before I even found out about all the agendas that was taking place. So when I started with them, it was only regarding
So the question,
operations.
the answer is you don't have
I don't know
enough
about this
information.
particular-
Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
that's the important part. We keep coming back to this, and I think it's important that when you're told to come down here and represent,
Yeah.
that you read exactly what it is, and if it's not anything you have any recollection of,
Yep.
you need to know that it's a violation of the ordinance, and you need to advise whoever it is that's telling you that is the case. That's really important.
Okay.
Because it's not fair to you to have to come down here at the same time,
True.
and Mr. Warfield wants his justice. So, we can't even, it's hard for us to adjudicate at this point. So that's all. It's not an admonition to you. It's an
I
admonition to
understand.
your superiors. So,
I understand.
okay.
So I think this is pretty clear because the Visual Arts Committee has stated that they did not previously provide public comment. And the Visual Arts Committee has made reference to they're going ahead and providing an opportunity for public comment, but they've made reference to being an advisory committee. I personally think they're a standing committee of a policy body because they are made up of a number of members of the parent body, which is the Arts Commission. And in fact, I've looked at a number of their minutes over the 2 years that I've been on this task force, and with great frequency, although I can't say I've looked at every single set of minutes, with great frequency, the Arts Commission is the one that approves the Visual Arts Committee's minutes. That's how interconnected they are. So it's clearly a standing committee with of the Arts Commission with its regularly scheduled meeting, and it gets regular items sent over to it. Standing committees and advisory committees are a policy body under the Sunshine Ordinance 67(3)(d), 3 and 5. And all policy bodies are required to provide a time for general public comment under 67(15). The same thing with the Brown Act. Standing committees are considered, I forget if it says legislative bodies.
It's under 6. 7. Nope, not, sorry.
It's 54952. Somewhere in here. It's a local, it's a, sorry. It's 54952B. It's a legislative body under the Brown Act. And the Brown Act also requires general public comment. Under 54954.3. So I don't know if we want to go to rebuttal and then come back and determine what we wanted. The Visual Arts Committee has admitted that it didn't provide general public comment, so we can come back and address that if we want. Is that
Madam
member
Chair,
Nee?
if there are no further questions of the respondent or the complainant, then I would respectfully suggest going to rebuttal.
Okay. So at this time, the respondent will have 3 minutes, and then complainant will have 3 minutes.
I have nothing further to say. Thanks.
Thank you. The complainant will have 3 minutes.
Thank you for your astute analysis. I think your deputy city attorney's memorandum, which I never saw until a few moments before the meeting, 954.3, he also cites in his memo. The Visual Arts Committee has indeed improved in a number of ways, thanks to, as far as I'm concerned, a visit that library users made when this whole thing started going to the Arts Commission following Library Commission approval of the destruction and replacement of this mural after July 21st, 2011. But that doesn't relieve them of the responsibility for having systematically, I would be glad to do the research. I looked at some of the documents from the full Arts Commission, and they still had a Visual Arts Committee that made recommendations, which they essentially rubber stamped 30 years ago, because I was searching for some things related to the mural's creation in 1980 to 82. The Visual Arts Committee has systematically, over a period of at least, you fill in the blanks, and your person from the Arts Commission has no clue because he hasn't been around. This isn't his job. He's got no connection to the Visual Arts Committee. As far as I know, I've been to some of the meetings. He doesn't even go to the full commission meetings very much. But that's not his responsibility. He is not a knowledgeable person. He doesn't go to the meetings. That's not his responsibility. I certainly would hope that you would find the Arts Commission in violation for not sending a knowledgeable person. But with respect to their systematic exclusion of public comment, that is relevant in terms of the whole process of this approval, because the first round happened 2 years ago in the fall of '09 until the library asked to have the item removed, and then it went through another process and then came back all over again. The public has been excluded systematically from the meetings I've cited and many other meetings, and that has prevented them from having the kind of opportunity to make the comment that they should have had, and it should be on the record that this is how they operated. The VAC systematically, over a period of at least 2 years, consistently denied the public's right to make general public comment, including about the Bernal Branch Library's historic, community-created Victor Hara mural. And that's part of how they kept themselves in ignorance and also drove off the public, keeping them away from meetings where they should have been welcome to make comments about this over the years. And I hope you find that very clearly in your finding. Thank you.
The matter's back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf?
Do we have a motion on the floor yet?
No.
No.
I have a motion. Do you want to make one? Or
Well, I want to include some stuff in it.
I would move to find the Visual Arts Committee in violation of 6715 for failure. I'm sorry. Let me start again. Find the visual. I apologize. What I'm looking for is if we want to have a specific person from the Visual Arts Committee. Mr. Matos is not.
Madam Chair?
We went Susan Pontius.
Yeah, this isn't dealing with a denial of public records. This is dealing with an action by a body.
Committee?
And if-
Okay.
If
All
we,
right.
if we can find the body in violation.
So then we would find the Visual Arts Committee in violation of Sunshine Ordinance 6715 and the Brown Act Section 54954.3 for failure to provide general public comment. And I would refer it to education, outreach, and training.
I'll second it.
54954.3.
I'll second it with a couple of friendly amendments.
Go ahead.
Vice Chair Wolf?
One is that each and every member of the commission or the committee must attend. Okay. And that they be trained on the area around public comment. Second thing is, I think we need to reiterate that they don't seem to want to get that we've already ruled that they are a policy body under the definitions of 67.3D3, which the Arts Commission is a policy body, and under D4, any sub-body or committee that they create is considered a policy body. I think it's important that they keep hearing that over and over again.
I would put that in as the basis. But I have a problem with requiring each and every member to attend, because then you're having a meeting. They'd be having a visual arts committee meeting, and it's probably not.
Well, it's not.
You could request that they provide a time on your agenda for one of us to go to them and do a training, but I don't think that it's reasonable to request they all appear at the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee.
It's not subject matter on their agenda. It's procedural, and their responsibility to having taken the training for Sunshine. If you feel uncomfortable about that, then have them meet with the city attorney. City attorney, is the one that supposedly trained them, or some other body.
So you're saying you don't believe that would constitute a meeting? I can't create a. DC Third, is that a meeting? It's about their agenda, or is it about the Sunshine?
But it's
Do
not.
you think that's
I'm sorry.
About their?
Through the chair, I believe it would constitute a meeting. They'd have to notice it. That's what would be required. They'd be discussing matters that they do at their meetings. You'd be discussing the subject matter of them and how they proceed at their meetings. You can have this training a number of different ways. You could require that a presentation be made at one of their meetings.
Thank you. I think requiring them to take training or have a presentation may be a more realistic way to handle it, because I don't think they're all going to come and appear at an Education, Outreach, and Training Committee, nor do I think we have the authority to call a meeting of another committee.
Again, I don't believe that we're calling a meeting. I can't find the section of the code right now, but when we talk about seriatim meetings, even at the Brown Act level, it's only specifically on items that would be subject matter before them. We're talking about procedure and how they run their meetings according to the Brown Act. We're not asking them to describe anything having to do with an item on their agenda at all. We're asking them, how do you run your meetings? And you all should be running them this way, whether they come to, if they were to all go to the Sunshine training that happens at the Herbst Theater, okay, or the War Memorial Building, everybody that shows up there, would that constitute a meeting? If all the members of every commission and board were to show up at the same time? It's not subject matter that is before them in their jurisdiction. It's procedure. It's part of certification that they are following under the law. So I disagree that this would constitute a seriatim meeting of any kind, because it's not items that are before them in their jurisdiction. But either way, that's fine. I'm looking to save us some time. I mean, if you want to go into their meeting, that's fine. I'm just saying, we have an education outreach and training committee. That's their job. That's their purpose. It's their charge. These people should show up for training. Now, if you want to go to them for training, be my guest. I'm just looking.
Well, they have changed their practice, and I just don't think. I think that I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that realistically, it's not something that's probably going to happen. So you're setting up an order that's going to be really difficult and cause a lot of contention when we could try to reach out and make sure that what they're doing now is adequate in a way that is something that might actually get done. I'm not trying to negate it.
Either way, it's okay. I'm just saying that I think that it's something needs to be put before them.
DCA 3.
Through the chair, I've been trying to stay through this because there's something I need to mention before I leave.
Do you want me to?
But it doesn't look like, I'm not sure when this one's going to be over. So if I could just mention something, there are 3 items that are Mr. Grossman's complaints against Scott Minty, Marissa Murray, and another individual from the city attorney's office. And the city attorney memos on those 3 items, when they open up the description of it, it says the complaint is against the city attorney's office, Dennis Herrera and Jack Song. The complaints actually are against those 3 individuals. I just want to clarify that because there's a mistake in the 3 memos. So if you get to those items, that's a mistake in those memos.
Thank you. So what if we amended the motion to say that they're in violation of 6715 of the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 54954.3 of the Brown Act. It's referred to Education Outreach and Training Committee and require the committee members to take what kind of training on the Sunshine Ordinance?
I was just asking for that one area on public comment, that it be made clear to them that they understand all the areas around public comment.
They're training on public comment. Member Costa?
Do we feel satisfied with the presence of a knowledgeable representative here? Do we want to add on 21E?
Are you making
I would make a friendly amendment to add on 6721E.
Does the second accept? Can you say it into the mic?
Yes, I accept.
All right. I'll accept to clear that up. Member Nee?
I'm wondering if our order of determination should not include the task force's urging that the Visual Arts Committee take up this matter again, that specific matter on the mural, on whether to paint over the mural. Because the fact is that by acting in its action to recommend that the mural be painted over, it violated the committee violated the Brown Act. And I'm thinking, I wish I had asked this question earlier when DCA 3 was still here, but it seems to me that by taking an action, by violating the Brown Act in taking an action, that may render the action illegal. And it seems to me that we should strongly urge the Visual Arts Committee and perhaps the Arts Commission to take that under consideration.
But this is about general public comment for items not on their agenda.
No, this is about This is about public comment on the item itself.
No, it isn't.
General public comment.
It was about general public comment, but at the same time, that general public comment had the effect of barring public comment on a specific item that was before them. I mean, maybe.
Are you saying that they didn't take public comment on the? We meant the agendas on.
Mr. Warfield, could you, or Mr. Matos, could you clarify on that, please?
I've asked the administrator to make clear from agenda items the underlying reason why the complaint is being brought. So the answer is that as I said in the complaint, the Visual Arts Committee did take public comment on specific agenda items so that when the specific agenda item came up, there was an opportunity to make public comment, but there wasn't at other times and potentially at the same meeting on issues that were not in their specific agenda item. So if you're asking, did they take an action illegally because they didn't allow public comment on that particular item, that's not the complaint.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
It says it right here that they're not, that it's about general public comment. Are you withdrawing your second, or are you changing?
Well, the thrust of my interest in this was because I was under the impression that there wasn't any public comment for the item itself, and so thus, as Member Nee had iterated that if there wasn't public comment for the item itself, then that would render the item render the item illegal, and would have to be reversed. So my concern is what I'm not quite understanding what Mr. Warfield's concern here is because he's concerned and made his presentation about the mural, but if there was public comment provided for the mural item.
Wait, when the mural item was on the agenda, there was public comment on that item, but there were some committee meetings where that wasn't necessarily an item on the agenda. Mr. Warfield had intended to talk about that at general public comment, and there was no general public comment. We really need to move along because we have Mr. Grossman sitting here for a really long time, and the other people have been sitting here for a really long time. So we have to make a determination or tell them we're not going to get to their cases. Do you still want to include the training on public comment? Can you say it into the mic?
Microphone, please.
We already asked. I already said yes.
You want to include that?
Yeah, it was already asked, and I confirmed it.
Is there public comment on the motion? The motion is to find the Visual Arts Committee in violation of 6715 of the Sunshine Ordinance and 54954.3 of the Brown Act for failure to provide general public comment. It's going to be and that will be referred to the Education Outreach and Training Committee, and then they're finding the Visual Arts Committee in violation of 6721E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative. That's the motion. Is there public comment on the motion? Seeing none. Ms. Osbury, can you please call the roll on the motion?
Member Costa?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Johnson?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Madam Chair, could I request a brief recess, please?
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, but we're limiting it, please, to 5 minutes. We have a number of people waiting. I understand. The meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is back on. I would just request that the task force and the parties be succinct so that we can get to everybody and not have them wait again. So be as succinct as possible on the complaints. I don't want to curb you being thorough, but please be very careful in your choices of the discussion. Ms. Osbury, can you please read the next item?
Item number 16, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by the Library Users Association against the Arts Commission for allegedly restricting appointments to 1 hour in the middle of the afternoon to listen to recordings of meetings referring to the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural.
Move to find jurisdiction.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
I just wanted to say I'd be willing to switch the sequence of things so that Mr. Grossman might come first, if that would be the pleasure of the committee.
I would like to just move forward with this part right now, and then we can discuss that later, because there's other people present who may not agree with you, and doing that now would just take up a lot of time, and we wouldn't get to everybody. So there's no public comment on jurisdiction. The matter's back with the task force. Can we take jurisdiction without objection? Mm-hmm. Seeing no objection, the jurisdiction is found. Can you please read item B?
Hearing on complaint filed by the Library Users Association against the Arts Commission for allegedly restricting appointments to 1 hour in the middle of the afternoon to listen to recordings of meetings referring to the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural.
The complainant will have 5 minutes. Is the respondent? Yeah, he's still here.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. To make sure that there isn't a misunderstanding, as there might have been on the previous item, the issue is not that the time of day, the issue was the overall restriction on access to reviewing the records. The complaint is fairly straightforward, and I'll read it to you. Library Users Association asked to listen to recordings of several meetings of the Arts Commission at its offices, but was required to make appointments to do so at the Arts Commission office. So that's the first part. Is under the law, there's not supposed to be any requirement for making appointments to review documents. They're supposed to be available during normal business hours and without appointment. The second sentence of the complaint, which is 2 sentences long, we were rationed to 1 hour per week by appointment, with generally the choice of 1 or 2 time slots, 1 to 3 I wrote, in the middle of the afternoon. So in other words, they said, oh, you can come next week on Tuesday from 2:30 to 3:30, or next week on Thursday or Friday from 2:30 to 4:30, and tell us which one you want. So on page, I've got an example of the first request. On page 246, it follows the complaint that we filed in your packet. Dear Ms. Beltran and Arts Commission, we'd like to inspect at your office the following: 1, recording of the Visual Arts Committee meetings of September, October, November 2009. Turns out they didn't have those. 2, recording of the Arts Commission meetings of September, October, November 2009, 2 years ago. The first thing we got on the next page, our number 2, which is -2, your page 247. Please be advised we're hereby invoking an extension of not more than 14 days from November 1, 2011 to respond to your request, blah, blah, blah. Voluminous amount of records at the bottom of the page. We must search through and examine to determine if it has responsive records, blah, blah, blah. I will be in touch with you tomorrow to arrange an appointment for you to listen to the recordings. In further response, she replied on November the 4th, I left a message at your phone number, but was cut off, and then she says what she's offering. You may come to our offices. This is page -4. You may come to our offices to listen to the audio tapes you requested on Tuesday, November 8th. This is now. In other words, next week. This is sent Friday. You can come next Tuesday from 2:30 to 3:30, or Wednesday, November 9th from 2:30 to 3:30. Please let me know which of these times you prefer. If you cannot make either one, please provide other times that will work for you. And in every case, week after week, she allowed only a single hour of inspection. You'll notice on page -5, Mr. Warfield, this is December the 5th. I understood you were looking for time to visit our offices. The available time this week is tomorrow, Tuesday, December 6th, from 2:30 to 3:30. Available times next week are either, in all caps, Tuesday, December 13th from 2:30 to 3:30, or, in caps, Thursday, December 15th from 2:30 to 3:30. And it goes on like this. I think if anybody has read these, they ended up having some of these recordings eventually on CDs, which had, according to her knowledge, no ability to fast forward, and she didn't know. So there was a further correspondence on page -11. At the very bottom, I wrote, after our meeting last week, I said it would never be possible in a 1-hour appointment for me to hear the last 20 minutes of an 80-minute CD unless your listening equipment had fast forward or there was more than one track. And neither was the case. So she was offering me 1-hour meeting times to hear these, but there was no way to get to the end of the meeting with any fast forward. That pretty much is the gist of it, and their response is that they had administrative difficulties with having only one conference room. I'm looking at your page 258, their response of February 6th to our complaint. As we've explained, we have done our best to accommodate. We have only one conference room. It's heavily used, disturbing the staff, et cetera, et cetera. I won't read the excuses to you, but they're in a letter February 6, 2012 from the Arts Commission, and it's preposterous to limit somebody to 1 hour per week at their option from 2 dates. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, respondent will have 5 minutes.
Julio Matos, representing the Visual Arts Commission, or Visual Arts Committee, sorry. In response to the request of Mr. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, to listen to recordings of past Arts Commission meetings, we supplied him with tape copies of meetings recorded on audio tape and CD copies of the more recent meetings recorded digitally. As we advised him, he can listen to the CDs on any ordinary CD player, any computer with functioning CD drive, or at listening stations at the main public library and at many branch libraries. We have limited staff and resources and are doing our best to respond to Mr. Warfield's numerous requests. In every instance, staff has been courteous and made its best effort to accommodate these requests in accordance with the Sunshine Ordinance. We have explained to Mr. Warfield in person, by telephone, and in writing, the Arts Commission has limited resources and that we would be better able to assist him if he scheduled an appointment in advance so that we could gather the requested materials for his review. This would also enable staff to budget their time accordingly. As we stated in our response to the Sunshine Task Force with regard to this complaint, we have only one conference room in our office and it is heavily used. To prevent disturbing staff in our open plan offices, the recordings must be played in an enclosed room, and we do not have another appropriate space besides our single conference room. To maintain the security of both the recordings and the equipment, staff must be available to monitor them while members of the public are listening. Despite these constraints, we have done our best to accommodate Mr. Warfield's schedule, and again, we have given him copies of the recordings to listen to at his convenience. Our request of Mr. Warfield to make appointments in advance was an effort to streamline processes to better serve him with the least amount of disruption to staff.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Neem.
Mr. Matos, please. Mr. Matos, does the Arts Commission post its meetings, post recordings of its meetings on the city's website?
You know, I don't know about that.
Does the Arts Commission have its meetings in City Hall?
No, they do not. They usually have it over at the 25 Van Ness Avenue.
Okay, so...
Wait, the Arts Commission?
The San Francisco Arts Commission in Suite 70.
Visual Arts Commission does, but the Arts Commission meets here. Maybe Mr. Warfield could help us out. Do they meet in both places?
Mr. Matos, not attending most of these meetings, wouldn't know from personal experience, but I know. The Arts Commission meets in City Hall. The Visual Arts Committee meets at 25 Van Ness in room 70, and I'd be very happy to have him confirm
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
Thank you.
Member Neem, could I ask you a question?
Please.
I'm very concerned that Mr. Matos is just reading a letter and we're going in circles. And then maybe this is also a question to Mr. Warfield. This is a terrible position to put us in, but by hearing this complaint and moving forward, are we facilitating their not being here? Is this another situation where we might consider continuing it and demanding that they appear?
No, I'm not for continuing this.
Okay.
To me, they are clearly in violation of a number of provisions of sunshine.
Okay.
And I see no reason to continue this.
Okay, so we'll move forward. Do you have further questions, or should we go to rebuttal? Does anybody else have?
I have no further questions.
Okay, so at this time we will have rebuttal. They'll have the Arts Commission will have 3 minutes, and then the complainant will have 3 minutes. Mr. Matos, whether or not you have something to say, could you come to the microphone for a minute? The letter that you read is the same as
It should be the
as
one
this
that
one?
you received.
It's from Sharon Page Ritchie.
Yes.
And is that on behalf of this? When you got up and spoke, you said you're speaking for the Visual Arts Committee.
Visual Arts Committee.
This complaint involves both the Arts Commission and the Visual Arts Committee. Is that
It's
covered?
the San Francisco Arts Commission.
Okay, and that's who she's the commission secretary
Yes.
for. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have a rebuttal remarks?
No more remarks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warfield will have 3 minutes to present the Library Users Association's rebuttal and closing remarks.
Thanks very much, and thanks for noting that he mentioned Visual Arts Committee. As a matter of fact, they told me right at the outset that the Visual Arts Committee does not record its meetings, which you can find in on your page 248, our page -3. It's the second page of their November 2nd letter. And on that second page, the first full paragraph says, please be advised that the Visual Arts Committee does not and is not required to make audio recordings of its meetings. And the records requested in item 1 above do not exist. Now, you've already had a piece of this previously on whenever you heard the issue about the failure to record their minutes. So this all has to do with correspondence with Sharon Page Ritchie, setting up appointments with her, being restricted by her, and so on and so forth, as you can see from the emails which we provided to you with the hyphen numbers, -1, -2, -3. And Mr. Matos has no relationship whatsoever to any of this. He was not a party. He was not CC'd. He knows nothing about this except what he might have done through his own research or what they might have told him. Again, let me refer you to page -7 from Page Ritchie to library users. The available time this week is tomorrow, Tuesday, December 6th. I don't know if I read that already, from 2:30 to 3:30. Available times next week are either, and I guess I read that. But over and over again, you see them offering 1 single hour on 1 of 2 dates. And that's it. You've got plenty of time and plenty of material here to show you a really outrageous restriction on the public's capacity to access records which are supposed to be available during normal business hours and without appointment. This went on for weeks, despite my protests, which you will see here as well. If you want to ask me any questions, I think that should cover it, and I would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee?
Yeah, I'll ask you the same thing that I asked Mr. Mata. Maybe you know. Does the Arts Commission post audio recordings of its meetings on the city website?
Thank you. I think it's a very good question. I don't think so. It's not something I have been told. So when I've wanted to listen to those meeting recordings they have made available for the year 2011, it was CDs, which I had to come in for. And
so you really don't know.
I don't know that they don't do it, but I believe that they don't because that was never mentioned and I haven't seen it.
Member
and
Washburn
then in 09,
is looking
they
at
were
it.
tapes.
Thank you.
And if I can just say one other thing.
No, I'm sorry. I cannot. Member Washburn's looking it up unless there's another question, whether it's posted online or not. I do have one more question for you, Mr. Warfield. I'm sorry. The CDs that they provided to you to listen to them, I'm not sure that you're supposed to be allowed to inspect them, but was there some reason why you would prefer to go into their office?
Yeah, I have a fairly straightforward way of listening to audio tapes, cassettes, not CDs. And particularly, I have a CD player that you can't jump forwards or backwards. It basically will do cuts, but those meetings are a single cut. So you've got 80 or 90 minutes or longer, 2.5 hour meetings, whatever the length is. Basically, I've got to play it from beginning to end at home.
And do they have the services that you're requesting in their office? Do they have a machine that allows you to move forward along the...
Initially, as I read in my letter to Ms. Paige Ritchie, they did not know that they had that capability. She, subsequent to this letter, was able to find a machine that did have that capability.
Okay.
And I can tell you that within the last week, I've dropped in there. They threw the machine at me. They threw me copies of the MP3, and the woman who gave it to me left me all alone, sitting right outside the conference room. Nobody watched me. Nobody bothered me. They didn't have to watch me, and they didn't have to use their precious conference room. And I can certainly listen in there. They have a waiting area.
Thank you. Member Washburn?
I just checked the Arts Commission website, and the only audio recording they have posted was for Monday's meeting. They don't have anything before that. So they've just started posting them online, podcasts.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair?
Member Nee?
I move to, I guess since they've started posting their meetings online, we can skip 6714C, although it's, they should have started doing it a long time ago as soon as 6714C became law. I move to find a violation of 67.21A for requiring an appointment to inspect a public record. Violation of Brown Act Section 6, California Public Records Act Section 6253 for restricting the time of listening access. And 67.21E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to this meeting.
If I could just add, or I don't know if this has to be an amendment, but that 6714, under 6714, an audio recording is a public record subject to inspection. So that's what we would be basing your motion on.
Well,
we would be basing, because those things say that a public record is subject to inspection. So under 6714 of the ordinance, an audio recording of a meeting is a public record.
Okay.
Is that,
so we want to add 67.14?
Just based on 6714, the motion would then be based on 6714 providing an audio recording of a meeting is a public record subject to inspection, we find a violation of
Oh, okay.
6721A for requiring an appointment to inspect the public record, and the CPRA 6253, Section 6253 for restricting the time that they can, inspect or review that public record, and then your 6721E. Is that acceptable?
Yes, and I would recommend referring this to education, outreach, and training, although the other members may feel differently.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a public comment on the motion? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Is there any comment on the motion?
Madam Chair?
Member Neem?
Yeah, just one thing I'd like to ask Mr. Matos to take back to the commission and to the commission office is that even if there is only one room which is heavily occupied for listening to these recordings, that doesn't excuse anything. The commission is perfectly capable of providing earphones to the person who wants to do the listening. And it's not up to the person, it's not up to the requester to bring the earphones. You know, this is a matter of the public agency, the respondent. That's the respondent's responsibility.
Member Neve, who do you want the motion to be found? Again, so it covers, this is both the Visual Arts Committee and the Arts Commission. So I guess it's basically...
I would say the Arts Commission, but also I would surmise Sharon Page Ritchie. She seems to be the point person in this particular matter.
So do you, am I understanding you want Sharon Page Ritchie and the Arts Commission?
Correct.
Both, okay. Does the second accept that?
Oh, yes, I do.
So then, you want me to repeat the motion? Or? Oh, he's making it against both the Arts Commission and the Visual Arts Committee. Do you want to just use the Arts Commission, or do you want to add the Visual Arts Committee in there? I can include it in the order of determination, but I'm not sure if you want to include both of those entities.
Well, in terms of 67.14, well, yeah, I see no reason to exclude the Visual Arts Committee.
So does the second accept including the Visual Arts Committee? So it would be Sharon Page Ritchie, the Commission Secretary, who's actually making these arrangements, the Visual Arts Committee, and the Arts Commission in violation, because some of the recordings were for the Visual Arts Committee and some were for the Arts Commission. They're not?
The Visual Arts Committee doesn't.
They say the Visual Arts Committee does not record their meetings at all.
So it's not available to them?
That's what they say, and I guess I believe it, so I think it would be awkward to cite some subcommittee that doesn't have any recordings of any kind at all. And I think the Arts Commission includes everybody.
So we'll include the Arts Commission and Sharon Page Ritchie as it stood. Ms. Osbury, can you read the roll on the motion?
Member Costa?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West? Sorry.
Aye.
And Chair Johnson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
And that's referred to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee. I'm sorry. I know we just voted on that, but are we requesting that is what we want them to do, provide adequate time for review? Is that what the order is? Is it what the order of determination?
Well, the order of determination basically goes, the order of determination simply reasserts sections 6721A and section 67.14 and section CPRA section 6253.
Okay.
We found them in non-compliance.
Ms. Osbury, can you please read the next item?
Item number 19, file number 12.
Excuse me, I believe 17 is next.
Request to continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the 17 we haven't. Did I talk about 17?
We wanted to continue
that's right,
until we got to the item, at which time we would ask if the
That's right.
parties were present.
Can you please read item number 17?
Item 17, file number 12005, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly not providing camera footage.
So in this item, the respondent had stated that she was unable to attend past 5 p.m., and we had so many other things on the agenda that I didn't feel that it was appropriate to move it in front of everything else. Ms. Osbury did inform the complainant that the respondent was not able to attend, and we did ask the complainant if they agreed with that. Did you hear from the complainant?
The complainant did not respond. I contacted him via email and also via phone.
Okay, since the complainant did not respond, do we want to entertain a motion to continue this item to the May 2nd meeting?
So move.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion to continue this item to the May 2nd meeting? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we do that without objection? Seeing no objection, file number 12005 is now continued to the next regularly scheduled meeting, which is May 2nd. Ms. Osbury, can you please read the next item?
So item number 19, file number 12007, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by the Library Association against Supervisor Campos for allegedly responding late to an immediate disclosure request and redacting information from the Bernal Heights Branch Library mural related documents inappropriately.
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
So move.
Second.
Is there public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take jurisdiction without objection? Seeing no objection, jurisdiction is found. Ms. Osbury, can you please read the section B of that item?
Hearing on complaint filed by Library Users Association against Supervisor Campos for allegedly responding late to an immediate disclosure request and redacting information from Bernal Heights Branch Library mural related documents inappropriately.
The complainant is present. Is the respondent present? Okay. The complainant will have 5 minutes, and then the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Yes, this is a very significant case that I think goes to the heart of Sunshine and the ability of the public to not only have access to records, but frankly, for the denial of the records to enable a highly secretive process, a semi-secret process, from taking place instead of a public one. And that these redactions made it very difficult to follow what was going on with a process that had been set in motion by Supervisor Campos. Just to give a little bit of background, the Library Commission had agreed to a so-called compromise on the Bernal mural in 2009, August. They said they would save the front and have a community process that wasn't specified, decide what would happen to the other two sides. The Full Arts Commission eventually pulled it from their calendar a few months later, and then Supervisor Campos set in motion a so-called community process, which consisted of his appointing one person as a facilitator or mediator, and that person by interview appointed 12 other people. Library Users Association made an immediate disclosure request, which you can find on our page -1, 12007-1, your packet page 298. We basically asked him for his mural file. It was one of the larger, broader requests that we had, but we thought that there were a few meetings involved in this community process, and we wanted to understand better what was going on. So the immediate disclosure request is a single page dated October 27th. And the cover memo is shown on our page -2. Please see the attached immediate disclosure request. And basically we wanted one, communication with Library Arts Commission and others to and from your office and yourself and your staff, including but not limited to the existing murals and what would replace them, and the community process to deal with the issue. Creation of the community process, including but not limited to selection of participants, procedures, bylaws, setting of goals, etc. 3, operation, decisions, and decision-making of the community process, including but not limited to agendas and agenda-related materials, reports, votes, materials reviewed. Attendees at meetings, such as city officials and employees, announcements of meetings, and the like. We had to send multiple requests, as you can see on the subsequent pages. A second request was made on November the 1st. A third request was made on November the 2nd, page -4, and so on. Eventually, we heard by phone that they were having a lot of work. We heard about 10 days, I believe it was about 10 days after the initial request. And eventually, I don't see it here, we got 6 emails with PDFs representing, I would say, several hundred pages of documents, of which I've only given you a few pages sampling here, but I did send to the administrator all the 6 emails containing everything that they sent to your administrator, and I'm disappointed not to see that this isn't even mentioned anywhere in the packet. These documents would have been available for you to look at your leisure, and for the public particularly to know that that existed as a public document. If we look at 12,007A, you can see heavily redacted materials, including at the very top, CC somebody right before Joanna. That doesn't even look long enough to be an email address. They never wrote anything back saying why they were redacting the explanation or the citations for the statutes. Orally, they said it was to protect the personal contact information or whatever privacy of the people participating. And you can see those are names right there on the top of page A. And then you can see the heavily redacted. Who knows what that is? The heavy redactions, you can't even tell, for example, in the middle of that page, from whom? You can't even tell if that's an email address. Then they have Mauricio Villa, home and office and cell. He died more than a year prior. And why would they? Anyway, this continued at length. You can see the examples, heavily redacted throughout. I believe that all of it was unlawful, but certainly some of the particular examples I gave, I think, are grossly unlawful and not personal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for staying here so late tonight to hear all of these complaints and to take seriously our open government laws here in San Francisco. My name is Hillary Ronan. I'm a legislative aide for Supervisor David Campos. I want to start off by admitting and apologizing to the task force about our office's failure to respond within 1 business day to the immediate disclosure request. As I stated in the letter that I wrote in response to Mr. Warfield's complaint, when Supervisor Campos, as you can imagine, all supervisors receive hundreds and hundreds of emails each day. He serves as a chair on 7 committees and has a weekly board meeting, and we serve 65,000 to 70,000 constituents. So you can imagine getting through those emails on a daily basis is really difficult. So we missed the immediate disclosure request because it became buried in the email. I think during the third request that Mr. Warfield mentioned, he copied myself and my colleague, Sheila Chung-Hagan, the other legislative aide in the office. And when we received that email, we check our emails constantly, unlike Supervisor Campos, because we're not in committee meetings all day. And we immediately began the legwork to respond to the request and immediately made a phone call to Mr. Warfield explaining that it's an extremely voluminous request and that we are diligently working on it immediately. So we accept fault for that. We have changed our office procedure since this incident to make sure that in the future, on the day that Supervisor Campos receives any immediate disclosure request, that we have a system now to identify that, and we will in the future never fail to respond to an immediately disclosure request within 1 business day. So we admit responsibility. On the personal privacy issue, we not only believe that we have the right to redact and protect the personal contact information of constituents and individuals that send an email or a letter to our office, but we believe we have an obligation to our constituents and to the citizens and residents of San Francisco when they send a letter with their personal contact information to the supervisor, to their elected officials, that information will not be released to anybody that asks for it. Not only is this our obligation to protect the privacy of our citizens, but our laws actually suggest that we have an obligation to do that. The City Attorney's Good Government Guide on page 94 states the general rule is that departments should not disclose home addresses, personal phone numbers, or personal email addresses of members of the public. Such personal contact information typically sheds no light on the operations of city government. In addition, the California Government Code, section 6254C, provides an exception to the disclosure requirement for personnel, medical, or similar files, disclosure of which would constitute an unwarranted invasion of privacy. And then, of course, our California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, grants all people inalienable rights, which include the right to privacy. We did our best. We worked tirelessly for a week. We are 2 staff members per supervisor office. Both my colleague Sheila Chung-Hagan and I worked for a week to respond to Mr. Warfield's request. We had several interns in our office working on it. We did our best to identify the personal emails, phone numbers, or addresses, and only redacted that information from the files. We then emailed that to Mr. Warfield and provided a hard copy to him at no cost. We communicated with him regularly during that week, and we feel like we went above and beyond the call of duty to take our sunshine laws seriously and to respond diligently to the request of Mr. Warfield. In the future, as I said, we will never fail to miss an immediate disclosure request, and we'll make sure to follow all proper procedures to make sure that if we need an extension of time, that we ask for that in writing within 1 business day. But we ask you, we implore you today to not find that we violated the Sunshine Ordinance by protecting the personal information of constituents and residents of San Francisco and California and the country that choose to contact their elected representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. I have a question for Ms. Ronan. Are these emails that were sent to the supervisor's office?
Yes. And I would add that the reason that we redacted the information of Mauricio Vela, who did pass away a year ago, was because we didn't believe that his family should have to be harassed and bothered by Mr. Warfield making calls about this issue.
Thank you. So this has come up before a little bit. We had speaker card information in one of our cases where we found that the expectation of privacy at a public meeting would not necessarily be the same as 6754C, which is cited, that's the California Public Records Act, talks about personnel files, medical records, and similar files. And those are all created in the expectation of privacy, the employment or a doctor's office. So the last time we talked about it, it was for a public meeting on the speaker cards. And we had found that the speaker cards were given, willingly given in a public meeting to the public body that was having the meeting that with the expectation of speaking publicly. We did request that the speaker cards be more specific, that they were not required to fill out the speaker cards. But since they did willingly fill out the speaker cards, we found that they they violated the public records requirements for disclosure by being redacted. So I was looking for other information about residential addresses and phone numbers, because the California Constitution is not it's not necessarily an exemption under the Sunshine Ordinance and the California Public Records Act. And from the First Amendment Coalition, this is just as a guideline from the First Amendment Coalition's website, their advice about the residential addresses and phone numbers. It says, overall, the home addresses and phone numbers of individuals are probably not exempt from disclosure as private information under Section 6254C. That's the personnel and medical or similar files, without a showing of special concern for confidentiality on the one hand and a correspondingly low public interest in disclosure on the other. This conclusion is supported by the fact that the state legislature has made home address and occasionally phone number information confidential in a number of other specifically defined contexts, including records of the Department of Motor Vehicles and records of the County Register of Voters. There would be no need for such specific restrictions if the legislature deemed the information to be private with respect to all files held by all agencies for all purposes. It says that the constitutional right to privacy could potentially be an independent basis for withholding the records, but it would be the same under the California Public Records Act. It would be similar to the is the disclosure in violation of, with the damages for disclosing the contact information be associated with the improper use of information properly obtained for a specific purpose. Basically, it would be weighing the degree of privacy versus the need for public disclosure, which we don't do under the Sunshine Ordinance.
I don't know.
Member Costa?
I find this to be tricky, at least gray area, but what I'm currently feeling is that in this particular, it's one thing in a public meeting where it's sort of understood that any sort of participation is going to be public record, including the submission of a speaker card. personal correspondence, I don't think it's quite as clear. I don't know if I see that there would be reasonable expectation of my home address being made public just because I emailed my supervisor and it happened to be an email. I have a little bit of a harder time. I'm not necessarily coming down and saying that must, I think that there's, not that this is really our place to be deciding, but that it something that would always have to be redacted. But the fact that in this particular case they felt it did, I don't know. It does seem to be an issue of privacy to me.
There are a couple of things. The task force itself only redacts information if an anonymity is requested. And the Board of Supervisors, their agenda item makes reference to, if you look at the section that talks about correspondence, it makes reference to, I don't have one in front of me, so this is just paraphrasing it, but basically that information that's provided may be disclosed to the public under the petitions and correspondence section. So, is there a reasonable expectation of privacy when you send an elected official information? And would it be based on the nature? I mean, there's a variety of issues. If somebody needed assistance with a more personal matter, like the couple that was in jail in Iran, would then that be disclosable? Have you had this kind of case before, Member Nee?
Before the task force?
Yeah, if that you can recall.
Yes, and I will voice my thoughts at the appropriate time.
Are there any questions, or do you want to go to rebuttal and then? Okay, seeing no questions, we'll have the rebuttal or closing remarks. So the respondent will have 3 minutes, and then.
Excuse me, may we have it quiet in the public section, please?
And then the complainant will have 3 minutes. Do you have any closing remarks you want to make as the respondent?
We absolutely believe that when an individual sends a letter to the supervisor office with their personal home address, email, and telephone number, that they absolutely do not have any idea that that information could be forced to be given to anybody who asks for it. I mean, it's a safety issue on top of a privacy issue. We believe strongly that that's not a reasonable expectation of someone who sends a letter to their elected representative, that their personal information can be accessed by anyone. And so we do have safety concerns for our constituents, and we did our best to try to protect them. And we would ask that you support us in that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The complainant will have 3 minutes.
Peter Warfield. First of all, I have to take very strong exception to a personal attack that was made, a reference to being harassed and bothered by Peter Warfield. There's no evidence of that, there's no complaint of that, and there's no fact of that. There's no point in us bothering or harassing anybody, and if anybody should do that, there are laws and other ways of dealing with that. These emails were mostly emails that were sent amongst a group of people who were doing public business, who were making a decision about a public property, the library at Bernal Heights, and about what to do about the existing mural, and choosing artists, and choosing artwork, replacement mural designs that would be public property, and in fact were using ultimately public funding from the neighborhood grants for improvement and beautification and so on, including a grant directly from the library to that body to fund this. You'll notice that the first page, page A, regarding meeting at City Hall selection task force, these are all task force or so-called community process members. David Campos is CC'd. These are people who were selected by the supervisor to do the public's work. And he has referred to the openness of this so-called community process. These are, for the most part, letters from each other, to each other, back and forth about the process and about their meetings and so on. Mauricio Vela was a community activist. There was nothing secret about his contact information, plus he'd been dead for more than a year. Look on page C. You've got Latin Zone Productions. Roberto Y. Hernandez is sending an opinion letter to the supervisor on the subject. He's Presidente, Latin Zone Productions. We don't even know what's been crossed out here. There's TF email. This, I don't think, is somebody who wants to make a secret out of his opinion supporting the existing mural and his business. The law does not say that you have a right to privacy when you send these kinds of materials. And as the chair has pointed out, there are plenty of ways of alerting people that if you want to have this or that thing kept private, then keep it out of your communication with the public. I've seen this in Berkeley. I've seen it at the Board of Supervisors. I've seen it in a lot of jurisdictions. If you ultimately don't want any fingerprints on it, bring it down to City Hall in a plain envelope. There are plenty of opportunities for people if they have a secrecy issue. The Public Records Act you cite does not have anything to do with this kind of redaction. It has to do with those other files, and this isn't a case like that. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Member Neem.
Yeah. First of all, I want to preface my remarks by thanking Ms. Ronan for being here this late. There are an awful lot of respondents to the complaints that we hear who don't want to stay this late or who don't show up at all. Far too many of those. So we really appreciate your being here. Second, I go back to when Mr. Campos was a counsel for the school district, and the school district, the Board of Education, was developing its own set of sunshine guidelines, and Mr. Campos very definitely guided them toward a more open policy at the Board of Education of the school district. So I think it's important to note that Mr. Campos is very much an advocate of sunshine. On this particular case, on the question of the redactions, the task force has found in the past, and apparently the First Amendment Coalition agrees with us, that the default has to be on the side of openness. What I would suggest is that when receiving correspondence of any kind, emails or postal mail, paper letters from individuals, the person, the office, whether it's Supervisor Campos or the Department of Public Works or whomever, when they are receiving communication from individuals that have that kind of personal information. It is a good idea for the people receiving those communications to ask the sender, is there any part of this information that you would like kept confidential? And that's, you know, that'll take care of it. And if they don't respond, or if they say no, you know, we're fine, you know, this is a matter of public record, this is the conduct of the public business, or if they don't respond at all, then the default is openness on this. And the task force has, in fact, found that in past cases.
My concern is I don't find an exemption under the California Public Records Act. So, and I find very persuasive the idea that the fact that the the state legislature has made certain specific things confidential, like the Department of Motor Vehicles and those kinds of agencies requiring records to be private. Interestingly, if you're on Westlaw and you say you have a legitimate legal purpose, they're not completely and totally confidential. There's certain things can be looked up, like on the registrar and things like that. Or if you're a candidate for an elected office, you can get a whole huge listing of people's home phone numbers, their addresses, how many times they voted, and it's just given to you if you're a candidate for office. I have one went around for DCCC. So if there was, I looked around to see if there was an exemption, but I don't see one other than if it was the California Constitution. But these are documents that are sort of, you're willingly participating. It's not quite the same thing to me as having to sign up with an agency, like when you have to get an ID. So I think that the member Nee is probably correct that the elected officials should make it clear, and the clerk of the board does this, as much as possible, though it frequently involves meetings. But it says if you submit a petition or correspondence, to the Board of Supervisors, that it may become a public record. And for example, on our Form 700s that we have to fill out, it says, there's a line there that states, please consider using your business address because this is public information and it won't be redacted. So is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Member Neem?
Yeah. The respondent has admitted violation of 67.25 lack on the timeliness issue. So that's probably part of the motion. And also, 67.26. I would not say 67.27 because the respondent has, even though it's not in writing, the respondent has cited the written laws, particularly the California Constitution, for redacting information. So I would say 67.27 is out the window, but certainly failure to keep withholding to a minimum, I would say, is relevant here. So those are my recommendations: 67.25 and 67.26.
6725A?
Yes.
Is that a motion, or are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Moving to
Is there a
find-
second?
Moving to find violations of 6725A and 6726.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there public comment on the motion? Seeing none, public comment is closed. So the motion would be to find Supervisor David Campos in violation of 6725A for failing to timely respond to the IDR, and 6726 for failure to keep withholding to a minimum
Correct.
by redacting the contact information. Ms. Osbury, can you please call the roll on the item? On the motion?
Is there a referral at all?
I will refer it to compliance and amendments.
Member Acosta?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
Aye.
Chair Johnson?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're going to be without a quorum for just 30 seconds.
Speaking as a person, like that.
The summary of cost of compliance, item 4, but we are, out of respect for the people who have waited, I'm going to move that, if there's time, which there may not be, to after Mr. Grossman's cases. And the record can reflect that there's only 2 people remaining in the meeting that are members of the public. So we have 3 cases, 12008, 12009, and 12010. Let me ask the complainant, Mr. Grossman, if these need to be heard individually, or are they sufficiently similar that you might be able to cover them in one hearing of the 3?
They're all identical, except for the names of the respondents and their positions in the city attorney's office. So you could treat them all as a single complaint.
So perhaps, I don't know if Ms. Osbury or maybe Member Nee could help me with this, if we combine all 3 of them into one.
Mr. Threet left?
He left at 9 p.m.
Too bad.
If we combine all of them into one, can we read the jurisdiction items, the 3 different jurisdiction items, and then the 3 different hearing items? Is that... We're going to take all 3 items at once, which I believe at the Board of Supervisors, they read all 3 items at once. So that's what I think we should probably proceed with. So if you could read items 20, 21, and 22, the jurisdiction portion first, and then we'll move to the hearing portion, all 3 of those together.
Item number, 20, file number 12008, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Scott Minty, Information Systems Administrator, City Attorney's Office for allegedly failing to respond to records requests. Item number 21, file number 12009, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Marissa Moret, Managing Attorney, City Attorney's Office for allegedly failing to respond to records requests. Item number 22, file number 12010, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Susanna Martinez, Chief Financial Officer, City Attorney's Office, for allegedly failing to respond to records requests.
Move to find jurisdiction.
Is there public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take jurisdiction on those 3 items without objection? Seeing no objection, jurisdiction is found. Madam Clerk, could you please read for those same 3 items the Section B portion?
Item number 20, file number 12008, hearing on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Scott Minty, Information Systems Administrator, City Attorney's Office, for allegedly failing to respond to records requests. Item number 21, 12009, hearing on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Marissa Moret, Managing Attorney, City Attorney's Office, for allegedly failing to respond to records requests. Item number 22, file number 12010, hearing on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Susanna Martinez, Chief Financial Officer, City Attorney's Office, for allegedly failing to respond to a records request.
The complainant will have 5 minutes.
This is probably the last part of the saga of the mysterious non-records for the cutback of the city attorney's assigned lawyer to the task force from a full-time lawyer to what is now probably less than a 20% lawyer. It started in 2008, continued in 2009, continued into 2010, and continues today. As a result, you don't have Mr. Threet, you don't have him at committees, you don't get, he doesn't do opinions for you. Essentially, the city attorney has minimized your ability to function with the lawyer assigned. It took a while, but eventually, as some of you may recall, Mr. Song produced a so-called email in December that was the first piece of paper that we saw, that I saw, that even touched the subject, and it was from Scott. I forgot their names already. Well, it was from Scott to Marissa with a copy to Scott Minty to Marissa Murray with a copy to Susanna. And those are the 3 individuals. It turns out that I'm sorry, I'm really tired. Susanna is the Chief Financial Officer in the City Attorney's Office. Miss Murray is the managing attorney in the City Attorney's Office, and the other individual is the IS supervisor or administrator in the office. And in that email, they were talking about, are we going to do the same thing this year that we did before? So Mr. Song, and the request was directed in very specific terms because I was, to be honest with you, fed up with Mr. Song, who would leave early if he didn't like what he was hearing, and he was basically disrespectful and insulting. So I submitted the request to each of them as a custodian as defined in 6721A, and I said, please respond to this request as the custodian rather than through Mr. Song, the Deputy Press Secretary, or another member of our staff. The reason being, these are the people who should have knowledge of those records. They themselves, because they were talking about them, and that's their positions in the office. They're not public information officers. So of course, I got a snotty letter back from Mr. Song. We've been doing this for, months, and you keep sending us requests, and we keep helping you, but you don't want to be helped, and, I don't want anything more to do with you. So I filed these complaints. I never did get answers from any of the three individuals, which was, of course, my request, and that's what the law required because they were the defined custodians. So they didn't respond individually. They presumably relied on Mr. Song's expertise, and I filed a complaint against each in early January. I don't think you've received a response from any of them, and you certainly haven't from Mr. Song. I'm sure he would have sent me a copy if he had. So what we have at this juncture is essentially a situation where it's not that they are denying, the three of them are denying that the records exist. Personally, Mr. Song is saying they don't exist, but he's not the guy who actually would have handled them. So I view this as a complete failure to respond to my original request because Jack Song was not charged with that responsibility. And now they're in a position where I filed a complaint and they haven't responded, and they're certainly not here tonight. My complaint was filed early January. That's almost 90 days, 3 months ago. I think it's been long enough. So what my personal view would be to charge the individuals with violations of 6721A and 6721E, and just do it and not have a compliance because there's nothing to comply with. They are not here. They haven't responded. Send it right to the Ethics Commission. We'll short circuit it.
If I could briefly stop you so we could go through the procedure. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, the record will reflect that none of the three respondents are present. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of any of the three respondents? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. So, Mr. Grossman, are you saying that they should have responded themselves as opposed to Mr. Song responding?
If you read 6721E, 21A says they're the custodian and they're supposed to respond. And then 6721E says if the custodian doesn't respond, or I'm sorry if I forgot what the language is, then you do certain things. And they violated 6721A in the first place. And I view there's nothing to do under 6721E. You know, if you send in a records request and it's ignored totally, what's for the task force to do? Order them to comply? And then what? I mean, if you want to, if you want to do it, you can do it because it's really up to you.
I'm trying to make sure that I understand the complaint, and is it that you believe there are other documents that they may have, or are you saying that you should have received a response directly from them? So your complaint is that you received no response directly from those three people?
My view is that I sent a request to these three individuals under 6721A, and actually under the whatever the comparable section would be in the California Public Records Act, and they have a responsibility to answer, period. And Mr. Song is not charged with that obligation. Every person having custody of a public record, as defined here, shall at normal times and so forth require permit or to be copied and so forth. It shall as soon as possible, and B, I'm sorry, I was giving you, shall comply with such request. If the custodian believes the record or information is not a public record or is exempt, custodian shall justify withholding any record by demonstrating in writing and within 10 days following receipt that the record is exempt. Nothing happened. That person never responded. E says, if the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with a request described in B, or if a petition and so forth, you can get a determination whether the record is public. But what record are we talking about? Because they never identified any record.
Member Washburn?
Yeah, it's very late. I've really faded here, but this seems to me just very clear cut. These three staff people were named specifically in three different complaints. They all must have received notification of these complaints and were asked to be here. They didn't come. They didn't respond to Mr. Grossman. They didn't provide any records or any reasons for withholding records, even to say they didn't have anything. You know, I think we need to find them in violation of 6721A, B, E, 6725. You know, throw the book at them and then issue the order of determination and have them come to compliance and amendments and tell us what's going on. I mean, I think it's just so interesting, that little tiny email. Who sent you that little tiny email?
Mr. Song.
So showing that these three people talk about budget matters.
Well, the thing is, that isn't even the original email. If you recall, I had this example of what an original email would have liked, because what he did was he remanufactured the email on the day after my request went in for all emails. And when I asked him for the original, which would have had a lot more information, the date it was exchanged among the parties and so forth, he said, no, that's the original. But I've seen their originals. I included it in one of those requests that you heard, and it was nothing like it. It looked like my emails or your emails, not like what he ginned up. So the whole thing is just so odd to me, and there's no paper trail. I mean, if we got those folks in here, we would find out what they did or didn't do. If they said we had nothing to do with it, okay, you know, who did?
So only Mr. Song responded.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Member Nee?
Yeah. With all due respect to Ms. Washburn's observation about the lack of response from the three respondents, couldn't it be construed that they responded through Mr. Song. I mean, Mr. Song, yes, Mr. Song is the one who provided the response, but he said, he named Mr. Song names those respondents: Marissa Moret, Scott Minty, and Susanna Martinez.
I know I didn't.
Mr. Grossman, please. I'm not asking a question.
I
Mr. Grossman, I'm not asking a question.
Okay.
Would it not be reasonable to surmise that they are using Mr. Song as the vehicle for their response?
I mean, my problem with that is that we normally do sometimes allow that, like this. Caroline Celaya will provide the response for the people at the MTA when they respond. She was funneled things through them.
The question of the records themselves and when they were provided, that's separate and certainly needs to be part of what we decide here. And the timeliness of the response, again, that needs to be decided.
So the immediacy of the response.
Well, I note that I don't believe these were IDRs. Mr. Grossman will correct me if that's not the case. Were these IDRs? Okay, Mr. Grossman has shaken his head, indicating these were not immediate disclosure requests. And since the response there was within the 10 days, I would say timeliness of response is not necessarily at issue here. Again, there are other things, whether the requested information was provided, and the fact that none of the respondents is here. That I think needs to weigh in our decision.
Do you do you want to address the idea that there may be other documents, that here's an email that suggests somebody responded in some way, and that we haven't received anything associated with that?
That we haven't received anything?
I mean, that the complainant,
Mr.
Grossman, hasn't received anything more than just this email that says, is that the plan?
Well, I think part of the context of this is what we've decided in the past on regarding that specific information. Mr. Grossman is seeking here, again, correct me if I'm wrong, he's seeking here the same information from these three respondents that he sought before from Mr. Song. And again, if these three respondents, through Mr. Song or directly, have failed to provide the information, the requested information, again, that needs to that needs to be part of what we find here.
Member Washburn?
I don't think we can. I can't tell from the information we have here that either any of these three people actually received Mr. Grossman's request and did anything with those requests. I suspect that Mr. Song, as the public information officer, just handles all of this, asks people for things. And we've already found that he's not disclosed information we think has got to be there. so Mr. Grossman is trying some other avenue to get the information, and it's not clear to me that these three individuals had or took the opportunity or had the opportunity to try to help him here.
Mr. Grossman, could you approach the microphone, please? I know it's late, and you're tired, and we're all tired, so, thank you for your indulgence. In light of the remarks of Member Washburn, that raises the question, and maybe you've already told us this, but just to be clear, how did you route these requests to the three respondents? Was it by direct email? Did you go to the public
I
information?
sent them by fax with a fax cover sheet with their respective names on it. Mr. Song's name never appeared on the cover sheet. The only time it appeared in the body of the request was, I don't want a response from Mr. Song.
Okay. Did you
Because
send them all
are
to
the
the
custodian.
Did you send them all to the same fax number?
Yeah.
And that fax number is for a specific.
All faxes to the city attorney's office go through that fax. as
Okay,
I
thank you.
understand.
Member Washburn?
So, without those three people being here, I don't know whether they ever saw those faxes, whether they had an opportunity to help Mr. Grossman. I look over Mr. Song's letter, and most of that letter is complaining about all of Mr. Grossman's requests and complaining about him and us. And I'm sorry, I like I said, this seems really straightforward to me, and it could be because I'm trying to expedite things because it's so late, but it seems to me that there are the violations that I mentioned earlier, and we need to bring those individuals before compliance and amendments and see what's
Madam
going
Chair,
on.
I'd like to ask Ms. Osbury if she received any communications from the three individual named respondents on whether they would be here tonight.
No, none of them have responded.
Thank you. So we really don't know. It is absolutely correct that we really don't know if they ever saw the request from Mr. Grossman. And the fact that I assume that all three respondents were notified that they were asked to be here. Okay.
So I'd like to move to find violation of.
I think we have to do rebuttal first.
Rebuttal.
Oh, we did.
Did we do rebuttal? Mr. Grossman is indicating he has no rebuttal, and the respondents are not present. So the matter is back with the task force. Member Washburn.
I move to find violation of section 6721. You can help me out here. A, B, E. Section 67.25. Section 67.26. 6727. And that this matter be referred to compliance and amendments.
What's the 25 for?
I would need you to explain each one of what the purpose is for it. Because when in drafting an order, I'm going to come back and listen to this, and I'm not sure that I fully. 6725, is this? Are you moving toward the idea that each individual person has to respond, and so Mr. Slong's response didn't count as a response to the IDR? I mean, I'm sorry. In response to the, it's not an IDR. In response to the 10-day.
Although the complaint says it was an IDR.
Yet there are a number of errors in the instructional memos this time. There's weird dates. I've outlined some of them. There's some things that say the commission is a department, and they're talking about David Campos. So there's a number of. I went through and highlighted some of them. So it's not an IDR. It was not a complaint against. What DCA 3 was talking about earlier is troubling as well. Mr. Grossman pointed out that in the instructional memo for these 3 complaints, it says Alan Grossman alleges that City Attorney Dennis Herrera and Jack Song they're the ones that violated the public records law, when clearly that is not what Mr. Grossman's complaint says. It has nothing to do with City Attorney Dennis Herrera or Jack Song. But another thing is that these were done by DCA Carnes, and so it could be that he was cutting and pasting and copying some different things. That's no excuse. And another difficulty is that DCA Carnes is no longer with the city attorney's office. What's hard for me is that in other departments, we allow people to respond on behalf of, like the MTA has different departments, and they'll gather them up and bring them in here, and we've never necessarily complained about that before. So we could follow the same violations from the order of determination, from the complaint that we were forwarding. I think it's 11056. But if he's asking for the same documents from those people, it would be the same. They're the exact same documents, so it would be the exact same violations. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, right. But I think that we need to specify the people that Mr. Grossman made the complaints against. And there is a history here, so I don't think we can say, well, Mr. Song can speak for all of these people. I mean, he can, but it's not what Mr. Grossman was wanting. And Mr. Grossman's repeatedly discussed the issue of custodian of records, and having a point person in an apartment kind of lets everybody off the hook, I believe, is what he's saying. And these are 3 people that ought to have this information, so they ought to come here and explain why it is they haven't given the information to Mr. Grossman.
So the violations that you just said were 6721B?
I didn't bring the ordinance with me tonight, so help me out here.
So I can tell you what I would be on board with. I would be on board with B, which would be for failure to comply of the custodian of a public record to comply with the request for inspection or copy of a public record. E, for not being here, but also sort of as a basis or clarification that somebody who has been denied a public record, as mentioned in B, has the right to petition the task force, and the task force can then basically demand that record be produced. I don't know. I don't know about 25. 26 and 27 for keeping withholding to a minimum and failure to justify. Is that what you had in mind, Member Washburn?
Well, yeah, they didn't produce any records, and they didn't explain why they were withholding them. And again, I'm confused about whether this was an IDR and the dates and so forth.
Mr. Grossman said it's not an IDR.
Okay, let's not do 6725 then.
So on what basis are you saying that we only have a few minutes and we got to get out of here? Or what basis are you saying that there are documents that they're not producing?
Me?
Either one of you, 6726.
Well, they haven't responded at all. Okay.
So the whole thing can be covered under the idea that it went to a custodian of records. You want their records. And so that response from Jack Song is something else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
So that's what you're basing this on.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's 6727B for failure, for the custodian's failure.
21B.
6721B for the custodian's failure to comply with the request, with the public records request. 6721E for failure to appear at the hearing. 6726
failure to keep withholding to a minimum.
Kind of
and then
off.
6727 for not providing a reason.
I don't know if we do have those ones, just because they haven't responded.
Right.
We don't, you know,
We
they
don't know
haven't.
what they are.
Right, exactly.
Okay. That's sort of what Member Nee was saying. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
All right. So Member Washburn made a motion and it was not seconded.
Second.
Are you seconding it? And so Member Costas now made a substitute motion with just 6721B and 6721E.
That's right.
So does that need its own second for a substitute motion?
I'm happy to second that.
Okay. Is there public comment on the motion?
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this, but first of all, I support the motion. I think it would be strengthened if you would include every person having custody of any public record or public information, et cetera, et cetera. I think this is extremely important. This has come up in other realms as well, and I think it's crucial that departments understand that this applies to every single individual. This is not something that properly should or even under the law is allowed to be fobbed off on somebody else or grabbed by somebody else, which is what is typically done. So they get some know-nothing person who knows nothing about the specifics, as at the Library Commission, where they have the so-called custodian of records who knows nothing, who then parrots the question that was presented to somebody, who then gives them an answer back, and they parrot that back. And if you have any questions, if you don't understand it or they didn't understand it, it lengthens the process, it extends it, it makes it far less knowledgeable and expert. This is something you should support wholeheartedly and emphatically. There is Section 6725, which allows a designated person in a department to provide information. Maybe I'm quoting the wrong one, but there's one where you can have somebody. There's supposed to be one person and a backup to provide information for people who don't know who to ask. So there's an example of where you have somebody who basically is supposed to be familiar with the department, et cetera, and that person is supposed to help the public with getting information when they don't know who they want. And that section reinforces 67.21a, which if you do know who you want, you're entitled to get an answer from that person, and that's crucially important. That person is the knowledgeable one. That person may be the expert, whatever the department's functions are. So your motion is great. Thank you very much. 6721A is also very valuable and important to underscore and emphasize. So I hope you will also put that back into the motion as previously you had it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, the matter's back with the task force. I kind of think rather than a violation of 6721A that we might want to just use that as based on the definition of the custodian of records in 6721A. We find the 6721B, because 6721A is defining what a custodian of public records is and saying that they shall, without an unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment. And since they didn't respond, we don't really know what documents they have. So it's hard to say that they didn't allow inspection because they didn't respond. And we have prior history that they're saying there is no record. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think B inherits the definition of custodian of public records as laid forth in B, sort of inherits the definition established in A, but I think it's worth clarifying in the order.
Okay, can we call the roll on the motion?
Member Costa?
Aye.
Member Nee?
Aye.
Member Monet?
Aye.
Member Washburn?
Aye.
Member West?
No.
Chair Johnson?
Aye.
Okay. You have 5 ayes and 1 no.
So the motion passes, and we're referring this to compliance and amendments. We need to clean up just a couple of things. We need to clean up the survey cost of compliance. Can we move to send that to the May 2nd meeting? To continue that to the May 2nd meeting? Because we're supposed to be out of here by 10 minutes ago, so we can't stay. So is there a motion to move that to the May 2nd meeting?
So move.
Second.
Is there any objection to moving it to the May 2nd meeting? Okay, seeing none, we'll continue that to the May 2nd meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn? It's procedural, and we can take public comment on it, but we're well past the hour, so we cannot. I'm going to just move it forward because we're supposed to leave here at 11. Unless is there an objection to moving it? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
The meeting is adjourned.